he's got a scoop.
So what should he do then? What do you think Prime Minister Justin Trudeau should do in terms of his leadership?
I'm very anxious to see what conversations we're going to have during caucus. It's something that I'm hoping with these 3 days will allow us to have those serious conversations and get back to a positive and very proactive message to Canadians that Prime Minister Trudeau is the person that we need there.
And you think that will happen at the end of this, that you will emerge united out of this?
I'm certainly hoping so.
Are you concerned that by starting this conversation and by speaking out loud, because nobody can fault you for speaking out loud, but by having these conversations out loud, are you concerned that may not be contributing to a unified force coming out of this caucus?
Well, I believe in democracy, really and truly, and I believe that if my constituents are telling me this message, I shouldn't be hiding it. I'm not contributing to the unified party. I'm not pushing anything, and I'm not hoping.
Why Westburn? Over 100 locations across Canada. This means we're always there when you need us. From Yellowknife to Victoria to New Richmond, Quebec. The solution to your electrical needs is just a click or a call away. Shop Westburn today.
To the President of the Senate, you passed the tie-breaking votes. Do it now. Why didn't you do it during the past 3 years? And she's going to say, we actually had to pick up the failures of the Donald Trump administration and clean up that mess. That's what she's going to say. How much would it bet? She's going to say, Arizona's a problem. Why didn't you do it now? She's going to say, I inherited a broken system, a failing economy. We saw 7 million new jobs. We reduced the amount of border crossings. All of, the economy, people are still feeling, they're still struggling, they're still hurt, but we have turned this around. Donald Trump is going to bring it back to how bad it used to be. That's what her answer is going to be. She has pitched herself on the campaign trail as a real, and I'll pause. Trump should respond with, that's an absurdity. The first 3 years were tremendous. And when, even during the worst point, because Trump got to be careful to bring up COVID, even during our worst point, gasoline was $1.80. $1.80. And people know, if you could not solve this problem in 4 years, why should you get 4 more? That's the question. He needs to really just nail down, this is 4 years of the exact same thing. If you want the same thing you're experiencing now, then perhaps Kamala is the right candidate for you. Maybe you're well off. You live in a nice area, and you're profiting wonderfully off of short selling and private equity gutting of large retailers and the loss of jobs. Or maybe you're a regular hard-working American who doesn't understand why your groceries are going up, why you can't afford milk, bread, eggs anymore. You can't understand why you can't afford to send your kids to school. You can't understand why you can't afford the bills. And everything is more expensive, rent is up. And if you want change, you have to vote Democrat. There was a kid picture yourself in campaign shows a realist. He trusts to use common sense. In her 2020 primary run, she struggled to articulate clear positions and has been criticized for appearing to suicide on the political question. The common strategy is, which lane can I occupy? So when it came down to 2020, the primary, they said, you're not going to win as moderate. You're going to have to go far left and try and win the primary at the end of this vote. She's going to try to do the same thing. She's trying to walk it back a little bit. But that's why she's also saying, my values have not changed. I'm 46, but my values have not changed. Kamala's strategy is going to be this. They're going to go online. They're going to post ads to young people where it's like, Kamala supports sex changes for hate migrants. Then, when the ad for 65 plus is going to be, Kamala supports securing the border, she's going to say whatever you can convince people to vote for. And then you'll get different twins. It'll be more of the same, and nothing will change. Maybe more warm. There's that. Now, what did I say about Trump? Harris needs to bring her prosecutorial style to Trump, but not get dragged down. Trump needs to avoid attacking Harris's race and ethnicity. I completely agree. If Trump does anything, okay, Trump's going to have to utilize. I won't utilize this thing. Trump's going to utilize what they call negatives. Okay, you ever hear about these? Basically, the backhanded compliments. You say something like, if there's a woman who's slightly overweight, you go, wow, great, lost weight. Highlighting a negative about them in a positive way. So it makes them self-conscious. Trump needs to highlight weaknesses of Kamala Harris in a way that isn't demeaning and off-putting. So Trump saying something like, highlighting that she is female without doing it as an insult. So bring up things that will call into question things that linger in the back of minds of the American people. Now, hold on. You may be saying, oh, what do you mean about being female? That's right. I think many Americans are sexist. I think they absolutely are. Trump calling her Madam Vice President gets the job done. That's who she is. And it's funny. I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. The left gets so mad when I point out that there are sexist Americans who won't vote for a woman. And they call me sexist for saying it. I have no problem voting for a woman. I've donated to women. There are many female members of Congress who I support and I've donated to. It's fascinating. The reality is there are a lot of people who don't want to. I guarantee you, there's a guy out there right now sitting in his chair drinking a beer who's like a moderate, maybe even liberal, and he's sitting there being like, I ain't voting for no woman. And so he's going to vote for Trump or not vote for Kamala Harris. If y'all think I'm wrong about that, then go ahead and say America is not a sexist country left, please. Okay? Say that. I'm saying Trump can highlight these things that create uncertainty in the American mind. It was Gerald Ford? People have been sending me this video where he said something like, the first female president will be a vice president who takes the presidency after, the president steps down or something. A lot of people got so much surprise, it's going to be Joe Biden stepping down, Kamala becoming president. That'll give her a boost. The first female president of color. And the narrative's going to be, we can't let it get less of this. They're going to go to everybody and say, could you imagine what the history books will write if the first female president was only president for a month? No. They're going to say, put your feelings aside. Let women, run or rule or whatever, blah, blah, blah. They don't give up, but I don't know that'll be enough. Trump needs to come up with an answer on abortion. No, he doesn't. Trump wouldn't be smart to just not answer the question. And it's funny because Trump keeps jumping into the fray on this one, and he doesn't need to, okay? Let me tell you. Here's how you answer the question of abortion. You got some politician answer on this one. Trump gives a soft answer and say, I'll just do If a federal abortion ban was brought to your desk, would you sign? And then all he has to do is say, this issue is so contentious for Americans, but it's important for the American people to decide. And that's what they're going to have to do. And so they're going to have to vote on this one. And I don't think it is my position to assert my morals here. We're going to let the American people decide. Now, I'll tell you what the real problem is, though. It's immigration. And that's public. You can do better than that, to be really honest. Like, if someone came to me, you guys know my position on abortion. It's probably very similar to Donald Trump's. I'm pretty sure actually at the federal level that I felt some really good mistakes. I'm more, I would say, agnostic on the Fourth Amendment question. But I'm also just more of down this one. You don't have a strong enough moral understanding of position. You know, people say, I can't give you an answer. That's the reality. If someone asked me, I'd say, look, If a federal abortion ban came to me as president, would I sign off on it? The American people, the members of Congress, the winners of the election, and the Senate agree abortion should be banned. Would I sign that? Why not? Of course I would. Listen, the math works out like this. If Congress wins, that means you're looking at this. The Congress represents the people, and the Senate represents the states. I understand the purpose of a veto. That's what you're looking for. But I also kind of feel like this issue is broad and understood enough to enough people that if everybody goes and votes for Congress, and everybody goes and votes for the Senate, if they want to do this, so be it. But I'll say this as well. Maybe people don't want it. Maybe they vote for the candidates who aren't saying it. And if that's the case, likely it would even come to my desk. I feel like it's an absurd question, to be completely honest. You're basically saying, if the will of the masses of this country support a House and a Senate that want to ban abortion at the federal level, would I support that? Well, it sounds like democracy, doesn't it? That sounds like the will of the people. If I were to say, no, I won't sound that, that would be anti-democratic. Again, explain to me, spin it however you want. But if the people vote for members of Congress, and those members of Congress present something, there's rare circumstances where you veto it. Injecting your morals to veto something is... I'm not a fan. I think for procedural reasons, vetoes can make sense. Absolutely, that's the point of them. But, there you go. That's just it. If the American people don't want this, then they don't vote for these individuals. I suppose the issue is, if you're playing it politically, and you want to protect members of Congress, you could say, I don't care if they win, I will veto. Then what ends up happening is there are going to be more moderate individuals who might say, well, I'll vote for the Republican because their policies are better and the abortion ban's not going to go through anyway because the president won't allow it. Maybe. It's a difficult game, I got to tell you. Difficult game. No easy answers. So that's what we got. We got a couple, here we go. Kamala Harris's last Republican rival has some debating advice for Donald Trump. I don't think Trump needs it. I don't think he needs it. New poll delivers warning signals for Harris, and I gotta just end here, ladies and gentlemen. 64.4% chance to win. Now, here's the best part. What we saw from the New York Times poll, they said Trump's up 1, but they also did show you that they have different results. Trump is up 2 points in 3 of the outcomes of this poll, and 1 point, that's the one they show. It's going to be interesting, my friends. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share this show if you do like it. We got more coming up for you. The next segment, government could shut down before the election because Democrats don't like the idea of banning illegal immigrant voting. They say it's already illegal, you don't need proof. And now the government might shut down. So we're going to talk about that, but before we do, we are going to get into your super chat. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel. Super chat now. 1 like equals 1 fight. You know why I like that one? Because, before Joe Biden dropped out, I said 1 like equals 1 FJD. And it's funny, but it's negative. You know what I mean? Fight is positive and it's optimistic. So that's why I like the 1 like equals 1 fight. Because I don't want to disparage someone and be in the negative side of things. I think we want to be on the positive side. So Donald Trump said, fight. So we did. Another funny guy says, just imagine waking up as Kamala today knowing the world will finally see you for who you are. No amount of spin could save Biden and won't save you. I feel zero sympathy for this woman and look forward to tonight. I do too, but I don't have the chickens, man. Kamala Harris, don't underestimate your opponents. You ever see a video where there's MMA and the guy does that noodle dance and then immediately gets cracked in the face and just gets knocked out? Don't do that. Don't. He looks stupid. He did like a wave thing with his hands. And the guy, I think he punches him right in the face and goes down. It's like, I get it, it's fun. You're trying to anger your opponent, you're trying to throw him off or whatever. But top, best fighters in the world, you gotta fight seriously. Stay focused. So, if you're gonna sit here and say, Kamala's gonna lose, I don't know, man. They're setting things up right, but the Whitman says Harris will win. Silver says Trump is 2-1 to win right now. It's the perfect story. Nate Silver goes, everybody mad since Trump's winning, then the debate happens. And how do you prove Kamala won the debate when she did? She does well enough that Nate Silver then says, whoa, look at this, Kamala shooting up in the probability to win. Wow, talk about turning it around. And that is the underdog story they're looking for. Kamala Harris said, well, I don't know that happens. I don't know, I'm just saying. Be prepared for everything. Curious George says, since Kamala has also taken no tax on Tim's position, Trump should propose no tax on overtime. Yep, that'd be a good one. Marilyn Millennial says, just want to clarify my subject from last night. Chester stood up against sex crimes. Emily Armstrong defends them. That's why she's a disgrace. I still gotta listen to the new song they put out, but I'm not into it. I'm gonna be. She seems nice, I guess. I don't know her. But Linkin Park's got a new singer, and Hybrid Theory is an amazing album, by the way. But I just don't think it works. It sounds like a little kid trying to sound like Chester. I'm sorry, that's what we mean. It just does. Alright, here we are. Sammy rises. Harris is playing possum. Expect the unexpected. Agree. Eli Medikovich says, GM broke up with me Friday, and I got food poisoning. This week has been ish for me, but I still doing better than Kamala. We don't need angry, Adrian Contreras says, we don't need angry Trump. His supporters are already going to vote for him. We need the moderates to see him be our attention. Agree. Rob Morris, any plans for Holbein Graphene Green? I don't know, because I think for the coffee like the outside green will only do brown because it's easier for them to sell than Holbein. Holbein's hard to sell. That's why we still have some Mr. Bumpus Holbein left. Okay. Ian says the only thing that will happen to Crossland is he will lift a crystal at the center. One of these days. Here we go. Satellite Transfers, I do not want a Timcast custom coffee blend. Also, I do not have information that would give me the rest of the comments. That would be a fun one. Jason Bing says, Tim, the Border Patrol speaks Spanish, Russian, Arabic, and Chinese. Not every single one, but someone with an earshot speaks these languages. I know, they're Border Patrol. It's just funny to think that you have this potential for, imagine a movie, it's like You Want a Man, remember that one? It's like, here was a migrant coming to the American dream. And then it's like he goes out of the phone and checks the wrong box. But after a administrative mix-up, and then he's like, oh no, and it's like, you're getting a sex change. Why are they offering sex changes to illegal immigrants? It's the weirdest thing. It's just like, she's just mashing left, like, dude, what would you call it on the right wing? Like, what's a right-wing position? I don't know. Having kids, it would be like, it would be like if they did a matchmaking thing for illegal immigrants to have children while they're in detainment. We want to have families. People should have kids. So we're going to bring different migrants together so they can have families. It's just mashing things together that shouldn't be mashed together. All right. Iggy Storm says, have you thought about doing a yearly video about your positions and how they've changed? It may help people understand your thinking in a single video rather than go through hundreds of shows. I don't believe it's possible. That would require me to go through hundreds of shows, and I will say this. There's an old tweet where I said that I oppose the death penalty in all circumstances, and no one deserves to die. And I would slightly amend that as probably, not that my positions change, but the context is important to that one. And it's that I don't think people should die if we have the means to not have them die. And the instance where someone has forfeited their right to life is different. There are legal areas where, such as self-defense. If you are protecting someone from serious bodily harm or death, then the individual, and I don't mean this, I'm not trying to bluff. I want to make sure everyone understands this. I don't like it when people die. But what I mean is that they forfeited their rights to life is that everybody is protected. You cannot take action to end their life unless there are certain actions codified in the law, such as trying to kill somebody, where now someone can use force against you which may take your life. That would mean that you have decided to take action that has opened up your life to be ended. Again, I will never be for the death penalty. And I will give you the simple version. Y'all, everybody in the world come to me and say, look at this guy. Look at the thing he did. He admitted it. There's video of him doing it. And I'll say, absolutely. I understand that. But that doesn't justify an institutionalized mechanism by which people like Kamala Harris can go to 12 random strangers who aren't smart enough to get out of jury duty. She can then point to a guy and say, trust me, he should be killed. And they're going to go, okay. The idea that you can push him and you can, and you as the judge, no. Does not justify a federal, institutionalized, mechanized system of killing people. And I think this point where people say, yes, but I know that guy did this. He admitted it. I'm like, right, are you going to be in every single instance the judge determine should someone lose their life with definitive proof? You're not? Okay. You're gonna hand that responsibility to people like Kamala Harris? Yeah, okay, I'm not interested. You're just not. I'm sorry. I'll give you this though. Here's the consequence. If you are convicted of 3 crimes that would warrant the death penalty, I say, take a small boat, put you up the boat, you have GPS there, boat, and just don't come back. There you go. You know, or maybe the island. I like the idea of the island. Let's find an island that's like, let's just say 20 miles in circumference. 20 miles, so arable land. And if you give the death penalty, we just put you on the island and we say, we don't want to risk killing this person. So we're going to just let you live your life and figure it out here, away from us. There you go. I accept it. I think that's fine. And some people are that's just the death penalty before. No. Okay? If there's a guy, if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, it's more than that. Actually, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. I think it's actually 1 in 3. It's really scary. Where an innocent person can death, I'll tell you what. Don't take their life. But now they don't get access to society. Okay? You've been convicted. We're not going to lock you in a box. We're going to put you on an island where you can do whatever you want. Just don't come back. Don't come back because we will defend ourselves. I think it's a better answer to, like, I think what people don't realize is innocent people do die on death row. And I want you to understand, or even just try and empathize and think about it. Sitting in a cell for 20 years, knowing you are innocent, everyone is screaming at you that you're evil and despicable and that you deserve to die, and you did nothing wrong. And you're begging for help. And then I want you to imagine being walked down, lethal injection, being laid at a table as everyone scorns and spits on you, and you know you did nothing wrong, and then look you in the eyes and say, now you will die. And that's a horrifying thought. That, you know, too many, I don't accept a single innocent person being murdered by the state to justify the mechanized death penalty. That being said, exile. Because then it's like, you think about that. Imagine you're like, I'm innocent. They're like, well, maybe. So we're not going to kill you. We're going to put you on this boat and send you off to an island where you'll have to just live good life. You no longer get the benefits of society. Okay? At least we're not killing you. All right. Let's try a couple more. All right. Bronson Martin says, Tim, try this phrase out and see how it hits you. I refuse to certify any electoral. Vice President. Dono says, I bought the last Mr. Bogus pumpkin spice brown bag at $10.50 last night, and yes, I live in Springfield, Ohio. Shout out. You know the great work, Tim. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, Casper's stuff's it's getting going. It's getting going. All right. Ultraviolet says, or it's Ultraviolet says, the polling the last 2 weeks rubbed me the wrong way. Not enough change to justify Trump's sudden jump unless they stop weighing heavy debt. It's weighing heavy debt. The Critical Pigeon says McNeil Island in Tacoma, Washington is a sex offender island in Tacoma, Washington. Really? They like put them all there or something? I'm saying island is the way to go. That way, imagine you're innocent, and everyone's squinting at you. You're evil. You're a monster. And they go, look. Maybe you are innocent. Go live somewhere else. At least you get to live somewhere else. And if you're a criminal, we're removing you. And here's the best part. We don't gotta pay. After 20 years, we're paying how much money for these people that are convicted? Now, I think the island is the solution. You get convicted, right away, you go to the island. You get a deal. You file deals from the island. Your lawyers work on the mainland, and that's what you do. And then you'll have to farm, or hunt, build shelter. That's no problem. Not mine. What's this? John Robinson, let's turn Martha's Vineyard into a people colony. Alright, here we go. We have this one from New York Post. The government may shut down before Election Day because Republicans are attaching the rule requiring citizens to vote, and Democrats are saying, no, we don't want that. There's only one reason for this. It's because they want non-citizens to vote. And non-citizens have. Or it's just obstructionist, but illegal. I wonder about this one. New York Post reports. The U.S. government holds non-essential functions weeks before the November 5th presidential election. The congressional Democrats did yet against a House Republican spending bill that would enact more citizenship rules for voting. Speaker Mike Johnson has concluded working from the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act in the lower chamber's pending continuing resolution, which must pass by September 30th to keep DC's lights on. Urging former President Donald Trump, Republican presidential nominee. Well, good. Members of Congress returned to Capitol Hill Monday from their August recess, with Democratic leaders calling the SAVE Act unnecessary and likely to deter voting. Republicans pointing out past bipartisan support and saying it's currently too difficult to verify voters' citizenship status. In addition to drawing stiff opposition from Democrats in both chambers and the White House, which called the voting provision a poison pill, the House GOP package, which would fund the government through March 28th, has failed to pass by Republican fiscal hawks, who loathe temporary spending bills. Every fiscal year, which starts on October 1st, Congress must fund the government either through 12 separate appropriations bills or via a so-called continuing resolution. I despise this, by the way. The Republicans holding a narrow 220 to 211 advantage in the House, Johnson has limited leverage ahead of the spending fight. Trump helped redirect the debate to now look at this. It's Trump 78. Helped read it. Why did they put his speech in if we know Trump is? Adding to the controversial provision means Democrats can't be counted on to pass bills in the House and can block the legislation in the Senate. I would shut down the government in a heartbeat if they don't get it, Trump said in a recent interview. It should be in the bill, and if it's not in the bill, we want to close it up. So I'm not there, but I have influence. Since President Trump led the U.S. into a 35-day partial shutdown in late 2018 over funding demands for a U.S.-Mexico border wall, which the then president ultimately financed with redirected defense appropriations. A pre-election partial shutdown would likely spark an intense blame game due to the possibility of federal workers missing paychecks and the closure of public facilities such as national parks. 5 Democrats voted in favor of the SAVE Act when it came up for vote in July. The proposal requires that people registering to vote present state officials. Wait, what? Present. You see, it's coming. Present state officials with documents that prove their citizenship, including passports, state-issued real IDs that indicate a person's citizenship or naturalization certificates. The 6-month window for the CR is part of an effort by Johnson to buy time until after the election, and the possible return of Trump to the White House and Republicans in Senate majority to boost the GOP's negotiating posture. Rosa DeLauro, the ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee, argued last week that a continuing resolution that ends in December, but that one that lasts a half a year, is better. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Appropriations Committee Chairwoman Patty Murray, also panned the Speaker's proposal. Speaker Johnson is making the same mistake as former Speaker Kevin McCarthy did a year ago by wasting precious time catering to the hard-to-model right. This tactic didn't work last September, and it will not work this year either. The House Republicans' funding proposal is an ominous case of the government. Backlash from both sides, but if the Democrats are the only opponents, Jim Johnson will have to contend. I'm going to build on the CR and other matter I can speak. I don't care which bright, shiny object is attached to it, or which fake fight we start and won't finish. Congress is spending our country into oblivion, and this bill doesn't cut spending. And I like this Thomas Massey guy. And I would stress, I disagree with him on many things. But he's a good dude. Probably the best guy in Congress, to be honest. Well, actually, no, my favorite is Matt Gaetz. I think Matt Gaetz is the best. I do. he stood up to Kevin McCarthy in a way that it just is nothing compares to that. The $1 million IOU speakership system smacked in the face by Gates in charge of that one. And the other members of Congress who joined him, that's some shout out as well, but shut the Gates. Rep. Boyd Mills also cited the looming national debt and opposing a CR tied to SAFE Act while noting that voting law wouldn't be implemented in time to make a difference in the elections. The only guarantee in this CR at the Pelosi government emergency spending levels is furtherance to national debt and economic collapse while bankrupting the middle class, he wrote on X. I'm a no on bankrupting the nation and yes, election integrity. Matt Rosendale, who was retiring in the year, also expressed Dr. Johnson's plan. I want to see the Washington play politics and pass these ridiculous messaging bills. My job is to deliver real results, and that's something to pass all the level appropriations bills on time, no exceptions. Here. I'm not a fan, okay? They mentioned Matt Gates' position. They say, they have a picture of Matt Gates here, has refrained from Republican Speaker Mike Johnson. See, this is an interesting one. Because the idea being, if we get voter security and voter integrity, maybe Republicans can win enough to actually start shutting down the bad spending. However, Donald Trump was spending like crazy as well. I am not convinced that we are going to get legitimate reductions in spending under the Republicans or the Democrats. I don't like the Republican Party. I don't like the Democratic Party. It just so happens that there's a handful of Republicans that are actually pretty good, for whatever reason. Now, Biden's pissed. He says he'll veto the funding proposal if passed by Congress. So we got this Executive Office of the President, Office of Management and Budget Statements, Statement of Administration Policy, number 9. They say the administration strongly opposes House passage of H.R. 9494, making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes. Instead of working in a bipartisan manner to keep the government open and provide emergency funding for disaster needs, House Republicans have chosen brinksmanship. Well written. They're full of it. Now, the first thing they do here in this statement is smart. Okay? They're playing the game of, it's not funding enough, this bill doesn't go far enough, and then at the bottom, they say this. Instead of meeting the security and disaster needs of the nation, the bill includes unrelated to cynical legislation that would do nothing to safeguard our elections, but would make it much harder for all eligible Americans to register to vote and increase the risk that eligible voters are purged from voter rolls. This legislation is unnecessary. It is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. It's a federal crime punishable by prison and fines. Okay? I have a proposal for you. I agree with you. Joe Biden, Democrats, we are going to remove the, I say we remove the SAFE Act from this because it's already illegal. That we're going to remove gun-free zones. That we're going to abolish we're going to overturn the National Firearms Act. And we're going to say, hey, you don't need to ban guns. We don't need to put restrictions on this. It's already illegal to shoot people. So there we go. We don't need any extra layers of security. It's already illegal with crimes. So what do we need police for? Right? Oh, well, Democrats might agree on the police part of that, but they certainly aren't going to abolish gun laws and restore people's unfettered gun rights. So spare me your fake arguments, okay? If it's pointless, it does nothing, then let it ride. Who cares? You get your spending. Of course, that's the reason why. In the beginning, they say it fails to address the emergency funding needs because they're going to say, no. I mean, we do think it's bad legislation with SAFE Act, or the SAFE Act, whatever it is. But the reason is it's not right. Well, here you go. Like the stories from just 2 days ago. DOJ. Illegal immigrants stole U.S. citizens' identity to vote in multiple elections, obtaining American passport. Okay, now guys, I get it. Alright? This is the Department of Justice that's saying this, and I'll stress this again as I do. We talked about this months ago. There are criminal elements in the DOJ that are politically motivated, and you can see them going after Trump, going after Trump supporters in this circle. But what do you say to this? Honest question. The DOJ is calling out an illegal immigrant who stole a U.S. citizen's identity to vote in multiple elections and get a passport. I mean, it's one of the most egregious things that legal immigrant could have done. It's not just a, oops, I didn't know I could vote. It's literally stealing someone's identity. So, make arguments. I suppose the argument is the DOJ does things like this so that they look legitimate. One argument, you give the Democrats instead, no, it's because the DOJ is good and they're justice and Trump's a criminal. I think it's actually a mixed bag of politics, and you can't predict what their true motives are. They don't want Trump to win. They are heavily focused on going after Trump and trying to shut him down. And there is, you have to ask yourself, who benefits? That's what Alex Jones always said. Why is it the DOJ would bring something like this up? Honest question. I don't think it's fair to say, because they're good guys and they're just trying to stop crime. I don't believe it. Not for a second. You know, but there's a possibility. I mean, because I mentioned this before that I've met with people who work in intelligence, and they say it's the same on the inside as it is on the outside. So I wonder what that means today. Like, are we actually going to start seeing internal revolt from people at the DOJ? Stressing this point. You had that dude at the Southern District of New York that Steven Crowder's Bug Club Undercover captured on camera saying the charges against Donald Trump are a travesty of justice. They're wrong, it's fake, blah, blah, blah. He publicly came out and said, I don't actually think that. I was just trying to oppress a woman. Which, that's what they say about that, right? Anyway, privately, we know this dude understands what's going on. I'm wondering if we will ever get to the point where the DOJ actually has that critical mass, where people are just like, enough, right? But considering that dude that came out and said, I don't believe that, I was just trying to impress someone. Well, okay. My question is, that guy at the DOJ, do you often lie to women to impress them? I wonder if he's married. I don't know. Makes you wonder. Was he trying to do something untoward and trying to impress this woman so she would believe him by lying to her? I don't know. That sounds pretty bad to me. Lying to a woman to impress her. Well, you know, on the surface, there's nothing illegal about it. It just seems a little creepy, as it were. Fortunately for this guy, that's the path he decided. This dude could have come out and said, I stand by what I say. Those are my opinions. It doesn't represent the DOJ. It represents my personal feelings on what went down Donald Trump. But instead, he's like, no, I didn't mean it. So I'm fine. I get to look at these things, right? Because what are you supposed to say to this? This is tremendously good for our hands. The fact that the DOJ has come out and said illegal immigrants stole U.S. citizens' identity of multiple elections. In American passport, perhaps. The reason is this. If an illegal immigrant wants to vote, they'll just make an identity anyway. So what's the point of it? They didn't the argument. I don't know. I can tell you, when we get news, where we can come out and show that the DOJ agrees illegal immigrants trying to vote, I think this is justification for sin. We see right here. 2 days ago, the DOJ said illegal immigrants stole personal identity to vote. And they do vote. So, you know, maybe we need this bill. Here we go. Arizona's proof of citizenship law heads back to the courts amid years of non-citizen voting. Fox News digital speaks to Arizona residents who are overwhelmingly in favor of the proof of citizenship. So look back. Everybody was celebrating. Arizona didn't require proof of citizenship. Let's go back and look. See, there's a law that requires residents to show proof of citizenship in order to be able to vote in elections. This is before the courts began on Tuesday. And the Supreme Court allowed parts of the law to be enforced. And amid national concern about non-citizen voting, Arizona's law will be before a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals panel on Tuesday for oral arguments over the law, which was initially blocked by a lower court earlier this year. The law would require those registering to vote to provide proof of citizenship. The Supreme Court allowed the enforcement of restrictions that block people from voting in state and local elections. But those who have registered without that proof can still vote in presidential and congressional elections with a different federal form. That form requires them to swear they are citizens under penalty of perjury. Justice Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Justice Neil Gorsuch would have granted the application full, while Sotomayor, Kagan, and Amy Coney Barrett, Ketanji Brown Jackson, would have denied the application in full. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, hold on. Thomas Alito Gorsuch would have granted it. They had Sotomayor, Kagan, Tony Barrett. So the women Roberts and Brett Kavanaugh provided a compromise of sorts with their deciding votes. The now stalled 2022 state law requiring proof of citizenship was challenged by civil rights groups and the Arizona Democratic Party. It comes amid years-long concern from Republicans in particular about the potential for non-citizens voting in U.S. elections. This week, the U.S. DOJ said an illegal immigrant reached an agreement to plead guilty to charges related to stealing a U.S. citizen's identity to vote in multiple elections and fraudulently obtaining a passport. Meanwhile, in Congress, Republicans have looked to tie a bill to require proof of citizenship before registering to vote in federal elections. This is silly. This is an ID. I got my ID. I'm a citizen. And say, okay, here you go. It's nuts. Well, I'd like to give my leftist friends an opportunity to rebut. Salon. Experts warn GOP using great replacement fears to push new voter suppression tactics. The great replacement conspiracy theory. Heavens me! What's going on, Salon? Help! As Republicans across the country sound alarms over the potential for illegal non-citizen voting in the upcoming presidential election and roll out measures to prevent it, they paint the picture suggesting the matter is a widespread fraud that threatens the legitimacy of the results. While experts say the opposite is true, instead, these efforts to curtail what's effectively a non-issue amount to little more than voter suppression tactics. Interesting. Hinging their claims on an influx of migrants in recent years, GOP officials and activists have increasingly mounted concerns with the potential for non-citizen voting as November approaches. We get it. Tell me about the Great Replacement, Salon. Tell me about it. What do you got, huh? Federal law requires, Friends Under Analysis, Cato Institute, blah, blah, blah. During a news conference, are they going to bring up the Great Replacement at all, even? They rely on this, they rely on that. And Paxson established Wednesday a dedicated email account for reports of suspected violations of election laws, blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm gonna have to try and get to the point on this. Here you go. Agent argued that the Republican mobilization by the claims also lays the groundwork for them to place unsubstantiated blame on non-citizens. Contest elections, draw out the elections, create chaos, and maybe motivate people to go do another January 6th thing. Quote, the Great Replacement fears immigration restrictions, the rationale to have voter ID and proof of citizenship, all of this has, these are basically voter suppression tactics, which have been in the process or enacted in many states around the country. They want to do that on a national level. I am in favor of voter suppression, not in that context. Like, I'm saying, I'm in favor of legally making it more difficult to vote. Like, you gotta have an ID, at least. I'm in favor of that. I think it feeds into the whole notion of who are the rightful holders of this cherished power, the right to vote. Who are the real Americans? What is the nature of America? It links to these broad debates that are happening in the country. The Great Replacement, they call it. Oh, here's Daily Mail. Black Chicagoans slam Mayor Johnson for replacing them with migrants, demanding reparations carve out on $6,000 a year property taxes that whites, Asians, and Hispanics would stop paying. Oh, they're being replaced. The black mayor of Chicago is replacing black Chicagoans. That's what they're saying. It's a funny thing about how they play this game of Great Replacement theory. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think Salon mentioned that it's about white people, but they tried to put that on Tucker Carlson. So here we are. Chicago activists are bashing Mayor Brandon Johnson for trying to replace blacks with migrants and demanding an exemption from the $6,000 per year property taxes that other groups would still have to pay. Howard Ray, a Chicago reparations activist, this week revived his Reconstruction-era Reparation Act Now campaign that carves out from property taxes for black households, saying Chicago's migrant surge was hurting African Americans. Let's talk about reparations. I'm against them. I'll tell you why. It's supposed to be 40 acres in a mule. That's what they said, right? All right, well, in 1865, you didn't have that many people to give 40 acres to a mule to. The idea now that we would pay reparations to the descendants of slaves exponentially increased. I don't see that being practical anymore. But let's just focus. We got 330 million Americans. It's around 13% of the population is black. So we're looking at around, what is that going to give us? About 40 million? How many? Let me make sure I get the number right. How many Americans are black? 47.9 million. All right. So let's do 47.9 million times 40. 1,916 million. Okay. All right, now let's do this. How many acres is the U.S.? The U.S. is 2.3 billion acres. So in order to pay reparations today, you'd have to give just about half of the total land mass of the United States. Wait, and then once bodies of water? Oh, jeez. All right. You see, we can't do that. Okay, you can't do it. Sorry. How many acres is the U.S.? Let's ask our good friend ChatGPT. We'll start breaking this down. 2.43 billion acres in size. Okay, not including. How about this? Only including livable land. There you go. Let's see what old ChatGPT has to say. The livable land in the United States is 1.9 billion acres. So we'd have to give. That's about half. Yeah, we can't. Yeah, you can't do that. And so a lot of people talk about what you can do, but I can tell you this, outside the whole reparations argument, Chicagoans, the black community, feel like they're being replaced by illegal immigrants. That's bad Democrats. If they're going to make the claim that the reason Republicans are worried about voting and all this stuff is because great replacement and white people are angry, I'm sorry, I got news for you. Black Americans feel like they're being replaced. So y'all are racist when you say that. You know? It's racist. That's reality. Now, I love this video. Springfield discredits rumors that immigrants are abducted and eating pets. Ohio AG gets involved. I gotta be honest, I don't think Haitians are eating people's pets. This came out of a video where
Those are
a cat,
people.
and it turned out she was an American.
They're politicians.
She's registered to vote, all that stuff. Like, she's crazy. However, there are reports that migrants have been eating animals. Haitians have been reported by the locals in the area as capturing ducks and eating them. And people are shocked by this. Duck hunting is legal in certain seasons, so I guess the issue is people don't like it. They're going to the park and catching and beheading ducks in front of their children and things like that. But this story went viral yesterday. It's from March 6, 2023. 2 illegal Honduran migrants are arrested after shooting down a bald eagle that they planned to cook and eat in Nebraska. As Sheriff reveals, the local community is in uproar. I don't think that bald eagles are endangered anymore. Let me just run a quick check. Are bald eagles endangered? They were at one point, I think. They are not endangered. They were removed from the U.S. endangered species list in 2007 due to successful conservation efforts, though they are still protected by law. And they should be, because they are the American bird. And so these guys came and shot and killed one because they wanted to eat it. That is a crime. So I can understand why people are upset about this. When people come out and say, hey, they're concerned about what's going on, it is an absurdity, in my opinion, that the media and the Democrats act like none of this is happening. You've had reports from a year ago, just about a year ago, of the illegal migrant gangs in Colorado saying, be careful, watch out. Then when the right starts saying, hey guys, look at this, the media then immediately comes out and says, not happening, not true. Absurdity. I think the mistake that people are making here is the pets thing. As if to imply that Haitian migrants are like breaking into people's yards and stealing small dogs and cats. Maybe that's the case. I don't know that that's true. I've not seen evidence of this. So again, maybe I'm wrong, but I've not seen evidence of it. I have seen evidence of locals complaining to the city that Haitian migrants are camping on their lawns and they're eating ducks. And there's a this is funny. When unwanted migrants start killing our pets to eat them and illegally poaching federally protected birds with no consequence, and they put themselves in the alt-right. And it's this viral photo of a guy carrying a goose. Now look, don't know who that guy is. Don't know what's up with that goose. But look, I think it's fair to say when locals keep making videos about Haitian migrants causing problems, there's a problem going on. If you want to get super specific and post these pictures of like AI photos of Trump rescuing ducks and cats, it's funny, I guess, you know, but I just gotta say, man, it's a wild time. A wild time. That's it. I'm gonna wrap it up there. Next segment's coming up at 4 p.m. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, become a member at timcast.com to support our work. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. For everybody watching live, I will now jump to your super chats. And of course, the next story we have for you is Candace Owens getting suspended getting suspended. She blames Zionists. Oh boy, you talk about Israel. You're talking about, dude, I gotta say, I tweeted Slava Ukraini, and I put the, so here's what happens. As a troll, I tweet Slava Ukraini. Okay, and look, as a country, I like Ukraine. I've been there several times. I have friends who are from there. As a government, it's falling apart. It's chaos. I don't know why. I do know why the U.S. wants to be involved in the war. I don't think we should. I think Russia's wrong for the invasion and all that stuff. I live in the Milk sensitive, right? But I tweeted Slava Ukraini. And the other day, Gilad was on the show, and before the show started, I my Twitter pulled up, and I had an Israeli flag because I'm Polish. And so anyway, I said to Gilad, and I was like, and he said something like, the Israeli, I don't know if he said this, someone else said, the Israeli flag should be in front. And then he said, if you really want to get him mad, you have to tweet, Israel Chai, or whatever. And I was like, what is, I don't know, I asked him, I was like, what's the Slava Ukraini of Israel? And it was like, Israel Chai. And I was like, okay. And he was like, you should tweet that, they'll really go nuts. And I was like, okay. And then I did, and everyone just busted my laugh. I like Israel, I do. I mean, I got questions about their military strategy and all that stuff, but, I gotta tell you, people lost their minds. Dude, that one really shattered brains. Screw off, man. It's so dumb. People are so obsessed with Israel. I said Slava Ukraini first, and nobody cared, okay? And we've given them 200 some odd billion dollars, okay? That being said, on a scale of how I feel about countries, Ukraine gets a 5 and Israel gets a 6. Meaning, like, I've been to Israel, I like it. I think a lot of Middle Eastern countries are they're theocratic, authoritarian countries, and I don't mind them. And I've been to Israel, and I thought it was lovely. But there's a lot going on, and I think there's fair criticisms of that country. So I always just say this: look, by all means, criticize a government for what they do. And a lot of people have serious criticisms of Israel's government. And that's fair. What I don't like is the weird obsession with Israel being responsible for everything else. Okay? Like when we had a guy on the show who claimed the fentanyl crisis in West Virginia was amplified by Israel. I'm just like, what? Bro, come on. It's so circuitous. You are making so many leaps. I argue that the people who think Israel is responsible for everything are basically like those who believe in the geocentric universe. You're looking at the planets spinning and spiraling in weird ways, and you're like, planets just be weird. We're in the center of the universe. When the reality was, we're actually revolving around the sun. I think that's... Let's read some super chats, and then we'll jump into the story with Candace Owens. All right. Here we go. David says about the DOJ, it shows head of DOJ doesn't have full propaganda power. And there are woke and non-woke members in the different departments of the DOJ. And I believe that is true. Like, there are people who work for the FBI and for other intelligence who live and were born in West Virginia. And they're in MAGA country. And they support Trump. The issue is the leadership. Currently, because the administration is Democrat, you get a Democrat leadership administration. So they begin to focus on things that are aligned with Democrats. But that doesn't mean every single... it's an absurdity to think that literally every Fed is going to be anti-Trump. Certainly doesn't mean you trust them, because their interests are only their own. But I think it's fair to say, you see this in industry as well. It's the same inside and outside. And then too, if you look at what Robbie Starbuck is doing, going after these woke companies, many of them aren't even actually woke. They're just doing what they think is popular and safe. It may be that a large portion of people in the DOJ are just doing these things because they think it's what they need to do to protect their jobs. With Trump becoming more popular, you may start to see a shift. And then I'm going to tell you, one of these days, or even when Donald Trump wins, understand this, and this is important. When Trump wins, hoping he does, he's going to appoint an attorney general, and there's going to be a deputy attorney general, and the FBI is going to be the one who runs these investigations. So if and when Donald Trump does begin to investigate people who were committing voter fraud or were just generally corrupt, it's going to be the DOJ. And I don't want to hear none of this. When people are like, right now, saying the DOJ is bad, and the following vote line, and then when Trump wins, they're going to be like, yeah, go FBI, you get him. No. Okay? I believe in equality under the law. I believe right now Like, look, if I see a story of the FBI arresting traffickers, I just say, okay, good, you know what, praise what praise is due. And I think it's important to be wary of that, because it's going to be, y'all will look really silly when Trump appoints his AG and the FBI starts going after people you want them to go after, and then all of a sudden it's like you go from saying a to the FBI to praise the FBI or whatever. So, I don't know, man. I think it's fair to say that the big concern is like the DC Bureau. And, alright, let's go. Waffle sensitive. Why did you get asked for ID when buying alcohol? It's already illegal to purchase alcohol at the age of 21. That's right. It's already a crime. You know, let's get rid of that. There we go. Let's grab a couple more here. Marianne says, hi Tim, I'm from Dominican Republic originally, and my aunt's cat got killed and eaten by a illegal Haitian immigrant. That is something they do. Where do you live now? Crazy to hear. But we need you to make a video. Like if this is happening to you, we need people to come out and say it's happening, and we need like heavy evidence. Bill Bixby says, you're going to watch Matt Walsh's Am I Racing when it releases this weekend? You should do a song for one of the Daily Wire films. Be a great collab. Okay, we have a song coming out later this month. I think it's called Coming Home. And, hey, it's great. So we, Phil Labonte, Carter Banks, and I collaborated on writing this one out. I had a guitar riff and a vocal melody for, a verse, that was about it. And I've had it for a long, long time. And I'd written some lyrics. And the song it's called Coming Home. It's about, the degradation of our cities. The collapse of our once great cities, what they used to look like and what they look like today. Take a look at Chicago and San Francisco and things like this. And so it's kind of sad. But I could never really figure out where to go with the song and how to do a chorus, but with the help of Carter Banks and Phil Labonte, we put together a complete song with a bridge, a chorus, post-chorus, and then Phil is actually, so it's two verses, me singing, and then it ends with Phil taking over. I am honored to have a song together with Phil Labonte of All That Remains, the recording artist, by the way, and to have him sing the finale, big breaking point of the song, with Pete Bott on drums as well, and we filmed this video for it. And so that will be likely on September 27th, I think. Let me check the date. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's the day we're looking at, and so we'll have more information coming up. But it's cultural commentary, you know. It's not partly political, but it kind of is. We don't say anything in it like, you know. It's basically the story is someone. The song is telling the story of coming home and seeing what's become of your town and what it used to be and what it is now, and it's lamenting the fact. And it also complains that the generations that came before us have let us down, and that's unfortunate. All right. Sam Yandel says, "Check, you guys are silly, and Tim, you guys are doing God's work. You question everything, you seek truth when faced with vicious slander. God bless. Thank you all very much. Really do appreciate it." And the Israel thing really gets people going. Let's go. Let's talk about Israel. Everyone loves that, right? All right, Candace Owens suspended from YouTube over Kanye West interview. He blames Zionists. I don't know that she literally did blame Zionists. She said we all know who's behind this, but I think she then posted an image showing like people who are Jewish trying to record her video. I'm gonna start off by saying this: they should not have taken her video down. Kanye West is one of the most famous people in the world. Candace Owens, in her own right, is one of the most famous people in the world now, with the caveat of, it's a big list, but Candace Owens is massive and famous. And they want to have a conversation, they should be allowed to have a conversation. YouTube issued a strike, suspension, and removal of her video. She came to the show for a week, and they removed her from the YouTube Partner Program. Now I'll say this. I think it is fine that YouTube removed her from the Partner Program. I roll my eyes a little silly, but having YouTube do ad sales for you is very different from having your speech revoked or shut down, right? They should not have banned Candace Owens for this. Shout out to Dave Smith. He said, "This is appalling. This is appalling. Where are all those anti-woke, free speech warrior Zionists now? They're probably all thrilled about this because they never really believed in free speech. YouTube should correct this immediately. Silencing speech you disagree with is despicable and makes the world a worse place. Candace tweeted, "There will be no show today or at all this week. That's because YouTube has issued me a strike and a 1-week suspension for my sit-down with Kanye. They also removed the interview as hate speech, as it was mass reported by Zionists. Their tactics never change." So she literally did blame Zionists. Additionally, the video, here's what it says from YouTube. Candace Owens said, "Footage has been removed from the Candace Owens YouTube channel that violates our hate speech policies. YouTube does not allow content containing spiritual claims that individuals and groups are evil, corrupt, or malicious based on their protected group status. Specifically, the video in question contains claims that Jews control the media." Okay. I just can't stand this stuff, dude. What I can't stand about it is the conflation of people who are Jewish with the Jewish people. Like, I'll say that right away. I work for a media company. It's called Fusion. Guess what? I got this. It's actually not a secret at all. The heads of the company were Jewish. What? I don't care. I got to a point where I wanted to report on it. Ultimately, I don't think that the job worked out all that well. But guess what? Here's my question. This may surprise you. But Vice.com was not run by Jewish people. And that's what I can't stand about it. Certainly, there are people in media who are Jewish. But I don't care if you want to point out that the president of this company or this media company is Jewish. I don't care. Just as long as you clarify the difference between Jewish people and people who are Jewish. Then I'm totally like, by all means, okay? The problem ultimately comes down to, in my opinion, that they don't run a distinction. And maybe something immature. When I have a conversation with people about this, they say, like with Kanye West, I'm going to show that who is they, them? And I'm like, the corporate press and Democrat politicians. And he got mad and he stormed off. And I'm like, you can't handle the conversation. Have a nice day. So I made Kanye West on the show. It's like, what, almost 2 years ago? Yeah, almost 2 years ago. Was that long ago? Man. It was a while ago. Yeah, was it 2022? Maybe it was 23. I don't know. Time's flying, you know? But here's the funny thing. I think Ben Shapiro should debate Candace Owens. Because you take a look at how these things go down. When Kanye West comes on the show, and with respect to him calmly, he says, who is they, them? And then I'm like, the corporate press, political elites, and then I think Fuentes said something like, really? You really think that? And I'm like, yes! What? And then Ye was like, I'm out of here. I can't handle this. Talk about, yeah. Weakness. You can't actually stand by what you believe. You guys fall into this rabbit hole, you start believing these things, and you can't stand up to it. Okay, Ben Shapiro should debate Candace Owens. Candace Owens wanted to debate, and I think it would be a great conversation. Now, here's the thing, right? Let me see if I can find this quote. All who watch that podcast know that Ye was calm and filled with love, speaking about the world coming together to defeat evil. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Now, look, she's talking about Zionists, and there's a difference between Zionists and Jewish people. I'm not accusing Candace Owens of having said that. I don't know exactly what she said, okay? It looks like YouTube may be conflating Jewish people with Zionists, too, which is a problem. But, I gotta tell you, here's my view on this. Any special interest group would do the same thing. When she says their tactics never change, this is the stuff that I just can't stand, and it's really wrenching. I don't like wokeness. I don't like this acting like literally only Zionists do these things. Okay? So a bunch of people flagged Candace Owens' video, and it got taken down. I have skateboarders doing that to me. I just can't stand it, man. I'm going to stress it again. The video should not be removed, should not be suspended. I believe in free speech. Actually, I like Israel. I don't know much more to say about that. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Israel, I don't know about it, really care. But, slightly positive view of it. The war is something else. Definitely Israel's starting to criticism the conflict of the war for everything that's going on, because war is war, you know what I mean? But I would say this, and many others too, I think, who are critical of Candace's view, would agree that she should not be suspended or taken down. Now, to be fair, I have long maintained that you have no right to the YouTube Partner Program. This is YouTube doing ad sales for you. It's a great benefit, but if there's two distinct things. Candace, her show is still big. She can do her own ad sales, which will probably make more money that way. That's true. I don't see YouTube as having an obligation to sell ads on your content. So, that's fine. But please, my friends, I'm just. Well, let me read a little bit more what you said, and then I'll give you my thoughts. They say, Owens posted shortly after that YouTube had also demonetized her account, which has 2.4 million followers. Thus far, I've had 0 strikes on my YouTube creators account. I've now been inundated with 3 back-to-back content hits within minutes, plus a deal that I'm now fully demonetized. We all know exactly who's behind this and why. Owens was fired by the Daily Wire for publicly accusing Ben Shapiro. I got one. We're out of discussion. Because we were talking about this last night in the members only show at TVCast.com. Sign up to I wonder again what really happened with Candace Owens that she got a Ben Shapiro. That personal animosity with Ben opened this door to Zionism and Jews and things like this, which led her to increasingly focusing more on that question. Why? For real, why? Here's the question. Candace Owens, I have praised Candace Owens when she was at the Daily Wire, but I thought was great. Talking about the 4 political American issues that, in a way, that I did agree with. There were things that she had said, in her opinion, I was like, that reflected my own opinions, and I was like, well, right there, I'm like, you are correct because you agree with me, right? I'm literally saying my opinions make me think someone is, like, if someone agrees with my opinions, I think they're probably smart. Like, no, right? So she's talking about politics, and she says, here's what I think about this or otherwise, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. That's the correct assessment, right? You're smart. After being a broad political commentator, do you get involved in overtly talking about Israel and Zionism so often? This is why I say I think a lot of this. Again, I don't want to throw Candace Owens under the bus or anything like that. I don't know exactly. I don't watch her show, so I think it'd be unfair to say it's the only thing she's talking about. But I want to say this in a general sense to a lot of the people who only ever talk about Israel and only ever think that Israel, or they believe that Israel is everything. It's just Israel arrangements. Example: my kids publicly Slava Ukraine. I don't really care about Ukraine at all. I don't like that Russia invaded Ukraine. I think Russia is doing well. There was this discussion the other night with Sam, and they said, yeah, but the U.S. says it's power. And I'm like, Russia and the U.S. and they're doing the same thing to Ukraine. Russia lost subterfuge and manipulation, so they resorted to direct invasion. Wrong. That's wrong. I hope Ukraine. However, I don't want to spend the money on it. I don't want to be involved in it. But of course, the U.S. international hegemonic interests favor it. So you can't spell a declaration of war for involvement, and so on and on. But going to this home. But I think what's there is still October 7th. How about that? So now Israel's just like it's over. They're not tolerated anymore, and it's become just brutal. It's war, and war is bad. Well, don't start a war. And then everyone wants to go back to history. I'm like, I don't have any.
Yes.
I'm not going to see an argument. But here's the point. I tweet solid Ukraine. Nobody cares. I turn it on the history.
And I'm pulled.
And it's guys, death threats.
That's a smart people who don't talk about sometimes them fine.
They're like wannabe death threats. The emails, it's like the messages. Yo, people lost their minds over this one. And that's what gets me. And that's what makes me so happy to troll. You want me to say I'm Israel high over and over and over again? I tell you, that's how you make me do it. This is a country that I don't think about. But I've been there. So like a slightly positive view of it. I had falafel I was walking around and there were cats. And, it was cool. Tel Aviv was fun. And I believe they're hard to defend themselves. But I largely just don't care to be involved in that stuff. I think America should be its borders, spends money on itself, and all that stuff. So I have no real interest in flying the Israeli flag or anything like that. But I assure you, the one way to make sure I do is to do exactly what you do. Okay, because you really want, I'll go for it. I'll just say, I'll tweet it again. Don't tell me. I can tweet whatever I want. But man, people lost their minds. People hate Israel. Yeah, and I just, look, man, I think people get trapped. They get trapped in this worldview. It is nuts. There are people who have super chatted this show being like, I will vote for Kamala Harris, or I was buying that. I will vote for Joe Biden if he's anti-Israel. And it's like, well, he's not. But are you joking? You would burn this country out? Yes. Like, you would hate America that much that you would vote for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden? It's the world. It's not interesting. So I'll tell you, again, let me make my final thoughts just to clarify. I don't know exactly what Candace Owens said in greater detail, so I don't want to just do a general condemnation, because I don't know, and I think it's fair to say her show should be, she should be allowed to have his opinions, say her opinions, speak them. And I think, I'll say it like this, man, when Gabe was on my show, and I gave him the tiniest bit of pushback, but I was like, no, I don't think that's right. He stormed off. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it. Nick Fuentes stormed off too. Come on. And everyone's like, dude, well, Nick left. He could have been left. Come on. They never didn't be there. He didn't want to be there. He'd rather be with Ye. They didn't want to have the conversation. The moment I said, I don't think that it is the Jews controlling everything. So we ended up looking up who runs the banks. It's all Irish people. It's just so dumb. Guys, let me tell you, Israel's got a lobby. There's questions about impact. They spend a lot of money. They were spending a lot of money. Israeli special interest groups, the House members of the Squad. This is politics. There are massive special interests spending massive amounts of money. If you want to argue that you might start with FARA, I'm listening. If you want to argue that they're powerful and they're lobbying the U.S. government for support, absolutely, and I'm listening. Let's have that conversation. But the idea that they are secretly in control of everything is just, y'all got to calm down. I think that stuff's silly. Well, we'll wrap it up there. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share it to your friends, become a member at timcast.com. Support our work. We got another segment coming up for you in a little bit, but for everybody else watching live, we will now go to your super chats. And I kind of feel like I should crack open this yerba, which I will do, so give me a second. I have this delicious yerba mate berry lemonade. It's in and then we'll read our super chats. I get allergies in the fall. Like spring allergies, for whatever reason, last like 3 days for me. But then, right around the fall, I don't know what it is. Well, let's grab some super chats. All right. David Molinarolo. Candace's claim that her suspension was due to Zionists is absurd. Google is run by Indian-born Sundar Pichai. Indians don't believe in free speech. Well, no, I think what she's saying is that they were mass reporting her video. And, probably right, I don't know. But it's a special interest group. It's people who support Israel rallying to defend Israel. When, if you, like, there's this dude who's obsessed, the skateboard guy, he's obsessed with me, so, it's so nuts, he's made like 3 or 4 videos about it. And he just won't shut up. It's just, people are obsessed. And so I get skateboarders flagging my videos. And I'm not going to be being like, skateboarders' tactics never change. No, it's not all skateboarders. Most skateboarders are chill. They're hitting us up. They're going to come skate. But this one guy's got his weird little woke army. They call him Weasel. That's his name. And Weasel, that's what they call him. They call him Weasel, the Weasley guy. Apparently he never made it skateboarding, so he lashed out and he got all mad. And he won't shut up. He won't shut up. But he's allowed to not. He can be obsessed with me. A lot of people are obsessed with me. They talk about it nonstop. But I'm not going to sit here and like blame all skateboarders. Skateboarders secretly run. Show. Whatever. Let's go. Amber says there is no more free speech on YouTube anymore. There never was. Maybe before they sold it. But I gotta tell you, if you made a YouTube video where you claimed that, like, Hondurans were all people who were secretly controlling the government and all this stuff, they take that video down too. Right? It's just that, I have to wonder too. Again, not Candace, but I bet there's a lot of people that intentionally break the rules just so that they can claim they were censored for talking about science. Alright. Serling says there's a fundamental difference between being Jewish and being a Zionist. Apples and oranges. Zionists can be Jewish, but doesn't need to be a Jew. And that doesn't need to be, but a Jew alone to be a Jew. Like, there are people who are not Jewish who are Zionists. There are people who are there are Christians who believe in Zionism. And I don't necessarily want to say are Zionists, but they want Zionists to win because they want the whole land to be controlled by Jewish people and not by Islam. But, whatever. Alright, Eddie Jackson says, did you see the FNF podcast yesterday where a border agent whistleblowers and tells everything on FNF border to go on that stuff? The next one we're going to get into in just a few minutes. They're blaming Trump for Afghanistan. And I bring this up because of the witness. He claims there's no military failure for Buffalo. But we'll have a couple more subjects. Alright. Who wants to chime in? And Michael Alanya says, I'm American first, but I'm the only that exodus. We gave billions to Ukraine and Israel, and nothing to foreign people in America. The hypocrisy is crazy. That's not a question, but I completely agree. They complain about the pipes in Michigan over and over and over again. It's a political wedge issue. And they just dump money in the whole country. It's like, I thought what was it, like $50 million to fix the entire public of the city, so fix it. No. $1 billion for war overseas. Come on. This is unjustifiable. I tell you this. The machine state doesn't want to come out and say, we do that to maintain the strength of the petrodollar. But I tell you this, they could shut the whole thing down. $200 billion to Ukraine. How about you carve out $50 million for fixing the pipes in like Newark, Pittsburgh, and some say the flu was already fixed. I don't know, whatever. The point is, then when people are like, why are we getting food for the poor? Why are we fixing our infrastructure? Do it. Okay, so do it. No, they don't care. The machine state does not care about the American poor. It's just, and that's why they will lose. That's why they were in this position where Donald Trump is pulling ahead, because they are not taking care of American interests. There is a threshold where if the machine state were to give a certain amount of money to Ukraine and a certain amount to the American people, then they'd be placated. They'd be like, well, I got what I need. In fact, if they cannot say, I'll tell you what they do. They say, we've got a funding bill for you. The bill is called the Helping Ukraine Win and Helping America's Poor Act. The bill will provide, $30 billion in material military support for Ukraine and $100 million towards shelters and drug programs and stuff. People would be like, oh, okay. Republicans would win over a lot of moderates. A lot of people that don't care about war, don't know, whatever. Oh, but you're doing what for what? You're helping America? Like, it would defang a lot of that argument. They don't do it. They don't. Alright. Neil Ransett said the military is currently failing to fight pirates and minis. You don't even need to talk about Afghanistan. That's bad. Alright. Here we go. Tim Burke says Melania Trump just put out a video on Trump assassination. Should we talk about that one instead? I wanted to bring up the Afghanistan withdrawal. I did have that story. I wanted to bring up the Afghanistan withdrawal because we're on the topic of the White House. Well, we can talk about the Melania video on the Trump assassination. Maybe we should do that. Melania and Trump. I did see it, and we can play the video. I don't know how long it is, but we have it here. Let's do this. Let's talk about this because I think. What is this? What is this one? Interesting. Okay, we got something bubbling up here. Shailene Woodley defends. Shailene Woodley, she's based, I guess. Let's pull this up from CNBC. We'll talk about this story instead of the admin stuff. And let's roll. So we have this here. Let's go. From CNBC, Melania Trump questioned the Trump assassination type story would need to come true. CBC reports former First Lady questioned the official account of the attempted assassination this summer of her husband, Donald Trump. Speaking in a dramatically produced 30-second video posted to X from her new memoir, Melania argues there is definitely more to the story. She refers specifically to the failure of law enforcement to arrest Thomas Brooks before the New York fatal shooting of Donald Trump. Well, we have the video for you. I believe it is here. And we'll play this video. I like Melania. She's very nice. She minds her own business. And she seems like a very good person. Here you go.
My husband's life was a horrible, distressing experience. Now, the silence around it feels heavy. I couldn't help but wonder why the person emotions rest assured before the solution. There's definitely curious and need to uncover each
Melania. It's an order now, MelaniaTrump.com. She questions what really happened. And she would say, I wonder, since the NBC and President Donald Trump's campaign requested comment on stated by his wife, what happened? The Secret Service expects Donald Trump and other former presidents to face intense criticism. Well, let me point this out. You've got the story right now. Let's pull this one up. From New York Magazine. They're gonna let me hit me this one. Let's see if it'll let me. 1 second. So apparently this reporter says she inspected Trump's ear and it was fine. And so we have this one. And look at it. The afterlife of Donald Trump. Blah, 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 blah. Olivia Nuzzi, she claims to have examined his ear. Let's see, he said. He tapped the highest point of the helix. It's a railroad track. He kept it again. They didn't need a snitch. You know, it's funny. Usually something like that would be considered a secret experience. The reason we don't realize it. Yet there was no secret in this case. I felt immediately that I got hit by a bullet. I also knew it was my ear. It's a little bit over here. He used his hand to wiggle the ear right next to him. He gestured inside his head and his brain and raised his eyebrows. It's amazing. And the ear, as you know, is a big ear. He did not feel surreal. Trump had mentioned how unexpected it was. So, since he was so clear about each moment. At Buffalo Memorial Hospital, said he asked the doctor, why was there so much blood? This was due to the vascular problems in cartilage that unfolded. These are the things you learn in education intense math. Okay, can you believe it? You ever see cauliflower ear? A lot of blood, please. And so what happens is when the cartilage gets damaged or whatever, the blood starts pooling inside, and it can harden, it can drain. A lot of fighters just don't do it. They want to say, he can never fully see his own ear. He can never fully see himself as others do. I inched closer and narrowed my eyes. The particular spot that identified with tech was pristine. I scanned carefully the rest of the train. It looked normal and incredible and fine. Ears do not often become famous, but when they do, it is because they have suffered some sort of misfortune. Van Gogh, oh, come on, jeez. Paul Getty III, whose kidnappers cut the whole thing off and put it in the mail, jeez. And now this, the luckiest and most famous ear in the world. If you were the kind of person inclined to make such declarations, which Donald Trump is, you might call it the greatest ear of all time. What is this? An ear had never before been so important, so burdened. She really doesn't want to stop. This is ridiculous. An ear had never been presented the divide between organic force and are you kidding me? Yet an ear had never appeared to have gone through less, except there. The tiniest patch of this tiny sculpture of skin, a minor distortion that resembled not a crucifixion, but the distant aftermath of the suffering. I hate journalists so much. Holy crap. This is why I absolutely hate this stuff. I despise journalism. Okay, now hold on. Real journalism is totally great. Let me clarify. When a journalist writes, I inspected Donald Trump's ear. I could see very little damage to the ear following the assassination attempt. It appears to have healed. There was a tiny mark which looked like it may have been the remnants of a something. There you go. We're done. But holy crap. Look, she wrote 3 paragraphs to explain this. I cannot understand what journalists think they are. Holy crap. That's what they do. There'll be a story that'll be like, Donald Trump survived assassination attempt. And you'll be like, oh, let me read the story. And what you're hoping for is Fairman said, on July 13th at Iraq, a shooter opened fire on a crowd. The bullet grazed past Trump's head, striking only on Grace's ear. He survived. He took his head. The Secret Service watched him out. More information to come as the story develops. That's what you want in this story. But what do you get? What do you get? Go write the story. And not all journalists, not all. But a lot of this garbage, it'll say headline, Donald Trump survives assassination attempt, and you'll go, whoa. And then you'll open the article and it'll go, the air was crisp. I could smell the flowers. But the air seemed heavy. Clouds were rolling in. Donald Trump stood upon a stage. He's in here like, oh, what is going on? What am I reading? Skipping through. And then it happened. The moment we all feared. Not the assassination. No, that'll come late. It was constant. Everybody realizes. So then you're like, oh no, just make it stop. I should stop. Just tell me. Look at this article. Oh, God, did you read this? Anyway, Shailene Woodley is based. Story from yesterday. Shailene Woodley defends sharing Melania Trump's statement after Donald Trump assassination attempts. I am now a very big fan of hers and the new Virgin films are the greatest movies ever made. Much better than Hunger Games. I'm kidding, by the way. They weren't interesting. But shit, it's cool. She defended her decision to share Melania Trump's statement following the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Isn't she also married to that football guy, Aaron Rodgers? Is that it? Hey, maybe they're both based. In an interview with Bustle, the Freeman star was asked if she felt she was misunderstood and receiving backlash for sharing Melania's open letter on her Instagram story. Woodley explained that upon reading the former First Lady's words, she thought this is so beautiful. So this is not about the figure she's put out. I was in circles of people that I deeply respect, friends, colleagues, progressives, very intelligent thinkers, shakers, and movers. And many of them were saying, you miss having a sex and this. Maybe it was a setup. Maybe it's a conspiracy. Yeah, just recall. I was going, have we forgotten that 2 human lives were taken? 2 people died. That is sad. That is devastating. I do not understand how people will speak about something with such passion for death. Agreed! Yeah, shout out Shailene Woodley again. Woodley has pointed out that she only posted the first page of his letter. Has seen things more political. The first page was very much like, look, underneath the political mask is a man, a grin above. Comes home to his children and his grandchildren and plays music. The man underneath that mask is my husband, she said. As for why she said in the first place, she noted that she thought it was a beautiful message of human compassion. She admitted that she forgot about posting it because she has a life and doesn't really know what social media says. However, she found out that it wasn't a well-received gesture. I cannot stand these people. They are so bloodthirsty that Donald Trump nearly lost his life. You know what really grinds my gears? I'll tell you this. Kamala Harris, her campaign that makes it that I was in favor a lot accusing me of advocating for executions of Democrats. It is so the opposite of anything I've ever claimed. It is shockingly defensive. Let me tell you, I have voted that penalty. And I have called for the safety and security of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I have said over and over again, Joe Biden needs to be kept safe. He needs to be comfortable with his family in a rocking chair, watching his grandkids, or his grandkids probably but hanging out with his grandkids and his great-grandkids. He should have great-grandchildren, playing alone, and like the young dog. And just relax. I don't want to be hurt. I don't agree with the death penalty or for executions or any of that stuff. How dare they accuse me of that? Shailene Woodley posts this message where Melania is like, it's a guy, and he's got a family. And she's talking about people she knew were like, oh, yes, these people are psychotic. And we're supposed to, and to be deferential to this. These are the people we're supposed to, I'm sorry, man. They go on social media all day, every day, advocating for death and violence. And then it's Candace Owens who gets suspended. Not that I agree with Candace Owens. What, are you kidding me with this? So I Googled my name, so I'm like, oh, what did I say? And of course, there were all these articles about Melania Trump, and I was like, oh my god, that is now this. Hundreds of articles because I posted a woman saying she's grateful her husband's alive. Really? Well, Woodley was previously an outspoken supporter of Bernie Sanders, didn't share where political inclinations now lie, said her beliefs are pretty well known by the things she has done publicly in the quote-unquote activist world. But added, but until the noise is feeding what I want to feed, which is a world that feels safe and soft and inclusive, that is, that with my people, that is something to work out with my people behind closed doors. Welcome, Montana. It's absolutely insane. I'll shout out to Shailene Woodley. That's basic. I gotta respect that. You don't gotta be, on the right. I don't care if you're progressive, a Democrat, or whatever, so long as you're not crazy advocating for death. But, not my friends. Ruby live from Congress with many members of Congress talking about the debate. We're going to be commenting on the debate with Donald Trump. Very exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. A huge show tonight. So tell your friends, tell your family, tell your kids. We're going to watch, won't be family friendly, but we're going to watch Donald Trump debate Kamala Harris in the lab. And so I hope you enjoy our, we're going to have a studio audience of professional staffers. Not really a studio audience, but like members of Congress will be on the show. We're going to hang out with our staff. It's going to be great fun. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Become a member at tinkercast.com to support our work. And for those that are watching live, now, your chance. And we'll grab just a few more before we wrap up here. Alex Ayala says for Flint, he'll give $100 million. Michigan is just corrupt. Indeed, good point. All right. 467 Sprite says 5 times sending IDF unalived American. Why keep funding? That was what was it? It was American activists in West Bank. Yeah, I've got questions about the Israeli incursion in West Bank, but I also I don't care about this. So I hear the news and it's like Israel did a thing, and I'm like, I did a thing. Sudan did a thing. And people go, yeah, but we're funding Israel. Ukraine invaded Kursk. Dude, I get it, man. All of this stuff is bad. You know, I'm not a fan of any of it. George said the world turning to Israel is all part of the Bible promise. If you want to know what happens turn to the Bible, Israel will not fall. Interesting. Alright. Yoshiaki Koga. They may be addicted to anger. Repeated outbursts make it easier to resort to that anger. A form of reinforcement, both negative and positive. They're addicted to anger. They have to keep wanting up and get their hits. It's crazy. Alright. Sid Miles says intelligence or deep state propaganda. I don't know. It's probably yours. It's even good work. They really do appreciate it. Let's see. Mary F says, I live in Indiana now with my husband and I, who are former lives. Grew up in New York City though. The cat thing was when I was a kid. Interesting. That was a long time ago, huh? Hey, Michael Alanyas, we read that one already. So, listen, we got 20 super chats. If you want to throw in maybe 1 or 2 more before we sign off, got a couple minutes. Maybe we'll just sign off early. Let's see. I think, here we go. William Robinson says, my wife says she doesn't want to be the president. There are a lot of women who say this. There are a lot of women who say abolish the 19th. It's funny, because on TCast.IRL, you have most of the guys are like, no, the 19th is fine. You have women going, no, get rid of it. If you got rid of the 19th Amendment wasn't around, the country would be overwhelmingly Republican. It would be landslide Republican. But women do vote, and they vote very different men. And the fact that you can actually look at the voting patterns of men and women and see how the country would be different is definitive. If men are in don't vote, the country looks very, very, very different. Whatever that means. My friends, tonight is going to be you guys are getting ready to head down into Congress, and it's going to be a blast. We're really excited to smash the like button, subscribe, and share this channel. The morning show has been great. This channel has gotten a resurgence. And it's funny because the Culture War podcast on my original YouTube channel, youtube.com/TCast, has seen a massive viewership now that it is once again back on my own channel. So, viewers are looking up. They're looking up. But you know, it's just important because principally we are funded by members. So become a member at TCast.com. Support our work directly, and we need your support now more than ever. With 56 days until the election, I can only imagine the law there is going to bubble up even crazier. Thank you all so much for hanging out. We'll see you all tonight at 8 p.m. It's going to be good at Perks.
And there you go.
These are difficult times. I can tell you as I go around the country or as I do events by riding, that people are concerned about the state of the world.
Canadians I speak with are very frustrated with their own lot in life, their own challenges that they face, the affordability crisis that they have endured for the last 2 years.
Andrew Scheer drove Trudeau's caucus, and Mark Holland tried to tell everyone that everything's fine, all he really needs is attention to the polls. Straight Mark.
Wednesday, it was announced that Carney served as chair of the task force on economic growth to help craft policies to boost Canada's lackluster productivity numbers. Conservative House Leader and former Leader Andrew Scheer came to Nanaimo to predict the caucus retreat will do nothing to change Liberal fortunes.
It doesn't matter what kind of paint they slap on the Liberal brand. 9 years of Liberal policies have done this. Mark Carney won't change that direction.
So far, most MPs are saying, at least publicly, that the party is unified behind the Prime Minister.
So, Mark Carney, the prodigal son, doesn't return, but it just moves a little closer. And the interesting thing is, all we've been hearing from Richard Freeland is that, oh, well, I talk to Mark all the time. We have conversations all the time. And then you'll also hear that Trudeau's been going to Mark for years for advice. So it's interesting that they have now made Mark Carney a special advisor. So if they've already been using him as an advisor, what's going to change?
What's going to change is he's on taxpayers' payroll now, isn't he? Or is that party payroll?
Well, it's going to be tough to see because I don't think they can like hire him as a government special advisor. Yes, they can. But I don't know if this is going to be the Liberals paying him or
the taxpayer, because the government doesn't have its own money.
If I were to guess, it's not the Liberals. But
we don't.
Yeah, we don't know that, but I'm sure everybody thinks. Anyhow, so it's an interesting move, and I don't know why Mark Carney would do this.
No, we've been racking our brains about this all evening. Like, why would Mark Carney come on to the Liberals in any capacity right now?
Right.
Like, why would he tarnish his name with this Liberal brand that's going down in flames?
Yeah, because anyone who is going down with one is going to be associated with that. So even if he's a special advisor, he's going to be linked to Trudeau losing the next election. The other
possibility is that he's somehow, some way going to run, and but that's, I don't even believe that. It's boggled my mind. Now, some people will say, well, you know, he's really good financial acumen, and yeah, I see the benefits to the Liberals to happening there, but I don't see what's next the party, unless Carney's going to say, well, no, he's from Canada.
Could be, and maybe that's how he kind of breaks free of this caricature, I suppose, that the conservatives are trying to craft for him. That's the one.
So, anyhow, it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. Word is that Carney and Freeland are going to be speaking tomorrow, so we will hear more about what they have to say on the ground. But anyhow, let's move on to Mark Collin, who decided to join National Capitals on Power Play. And if you believe what Mark Collin said, everything's just great.
Congressman, Pennsylvania Governor and longtime Liberal Mark Carney is taking on a new role with the Liberal Party of Canada after a summer of speculation over whether he'd replace Chrystia Freeland as Finance Minister. Announced today, Carney will chair the Leaders' Task Force on Economic Growth. The movement comes as set to address the gathering Liberal caucus in Nanaimo, British Columbia. It's the first time Liberal MPs have huddled together since the surprise and significant loss of their long-held Toronto St. Paul's seat back in June. Earlier today, I spoke with Health Minister Mark Collin just before he left Toronto for that. Hi, Minister. Good to see you as always. Thanks for making time for the show.
That question.
I have questions related to your portfolio, most particularly dental care, but I do want to start off asking about where I know you're headed, caucus over in Nanaimo, BC. One of your colleagues, Julie Dershowitz, told CTV this weekend, quote, given the end of the deal with the NDP, given the resignation of your campaign director and your Republican opinion polls, are you worried?
No, I'm not. I think that my focus is on Mr. Speaker, Canada's health minister, and our government is focused on the same thing, which is making sure that probably before we're focused on government. Look, things go up, things go down. For me, I was there in 04, was over 11, etc. so forth. That was my 8th federal election. You learn to not get too invested in these ups and downs. You stay focused on what you're elected to do. If you're elected to serve Canadians, get things done, things like dental care and farming care. So that's what my focus is, and I don't sort of focus on these up and down aspects.
So he doesn't focus on the ups and downs, but I mean, this time for Liberals, there's been no ups.
It's been a constant down for this last 8 years, and he just wants to pass this off. Oh, not worried. Nobody's worried.
You guys are panicking.
Really? Let's ask some other people, Mark.
One Liberal MP from Quebec says she's heard from her constituents and they want Trudeau to go.
My constituents want to change the leadership. That's very clear. I don't. We were aware that we're going to have a few years that are going to be rough, but I think that the economic situation is turning in Canada.
But privately, Liberals are nervous, especially now, a week away from a crucial by-election in what was once considered a safe seat in Montreal. One possibility the Liberals are reportedly considering is temporarily proroguing Parliament this fall. They're laying out a new set of priorities in a throne speech. But if it can't get support from at least one other party for the speech, the government will fall, and Canadians will be heading back to the ballot box.
So, we hear this proroguing Parliament rumor again. Next week, a big topic. Well, as we talked about on our live stream on Sunday, and you can catch that in the live section of our channel, towards the end of this week, but what that is they would officially end the session of the current government and then begin a new session. So the session closes.
It's kind of like a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the byproduct of that is any legislation that is currently not passed, not completely passed, is dead in the water.
Right. So anything that hasn't received royal assent, it
just stops, it dies. And that's even like, if you have a bill that's gone through third reading in the Senate and it's getting ready for royals, but has not received royal assent yet, it's done.
So it's possible that even though the Japanese thing, because by the way, the Senate is not passed fully yet. So the Inroads Parliament, the Obamacare bill that they worked so hard on, is done. So that'd be actually the team to the Japanese thing. But that could also give Japanese thing his campaign platform back. So that's a possibility as well. The other thing that European Parliament does is it stops any and all investigations happening in committee. It doesn't stop RCMP or police investigations, but it does stop the internal committee investigations. So that's something else that they're considering. Now, what happens after they come back from a European Parliament is there is a throne speech. And after that speech is delivered, the House then needs to vote as to confidence in the government based on that speech. So that's confidence vote. So it's going to be really interesting to see what ends up happening. That's quite the end. Is that going to take an election?
Yeah, it could. If the Liberals are looking to avoid an election and they're no longer in a confidence and supply agreement with the NDP, there's no guarantee that that throne speech is going to be supported. So, if you're looking to avoid an election, this may not be the way to go.
So, from what we've heard, there are many concrete information that there will be a European Parliament. So, we're just going to be waiting and see if that happens. Everybody is shaking in their boots. Because one other thing that we got to do is 5 more chiefs of staff, like for minister, every time. So you have everybody jumping out of the windows of the building that is the because they're just like, I'm not going down anymore. Some of those people have been thinking for a while, and some of those people had just said, you know what, okay, NDP quit, our national campaign director quit, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. So things are not looking great for Justin Trudeau and his Liberals. But let's get back to optimistic Mark Holland.
I think if I were asking you this a year ago, I would totally understand where you're coming from. There was not a persistently wide gap between the party and the Tories. It was not as sustained, not as sustained as it has been over the last 8 months. My guess is that's what's informing Mr. Felix's comments, right? The worries that this isn't a normal up and down. It's been like that for a while. And it also leads me to wonder, or to assume, that because we were governing, don't feel that governing is effective. Is that fair?
Well, I think what these difficult times, I can tell you as I go around the country, as I do events in my life, that people are concerned about this thing now. It's very tough times, and so it's understandable. There's a lot of frustrations there. And what Mr. Pauly has done is leaning into that pressing pain. Right now, it's not focused on choice, it's focused on frustrations with the world at large and understanding the frustrations about the challenges of the country. But when those get focused into a conversation about what kind of government you want to have, what kind of policies you want to have, what kind of culture you want, focusing on what kind of issues, that's one where I feel very comfortable in the conversations that I've been having with people. It's very easy that's a place where that's yes, but I think the focus again is in the wrong place. The focus on goals it's back to that it's got to be up, and that's what my voice is. Self-focus. That's
Right. Oh, it's tough in the world right now. It's tough because of things that are happening worldwide. I mean, how long are you guys going to use that excuse?
That's probably twice as expensive if the location was a little too less angry because either is twice as expensive. I mean,
Yeah, I think it was $8 for a stick of butter.
and people are homes anymore. And it's store today, but it's like an old lady lost her home and she's having to do her
This is the right. Like, these sorts of things should not be happening in Canada. And 9 years ago, before the local guides government, things like this did not happen in Canada.
Well, this is what it's easy to off with. It's quite great because you're going to sit there like renovating and yet you're like, not going to help. And this is all before I'm talking about that. It's probably going to talk about the capital structure of the top of the wall.
Yes, because it's better than someone like us. I did see your point about focusing in as the Conservatives have done on those frustrations. But I'm not sure people are saying this is frustration with the way of the world right now, or the state of the world, as you put it. Canadian people are very frustrated with their own walking life, their own challenges that they face, affordability prices that they have endured for the last 2 years. Don't these polls show something different than you're into? Don't they show that people, when you say you are governing, don't feel that that governing has led to better conclusions for their life? And shouldn't you take something from that and provide them maybe with a different agenda, a bigger agenda, more change, rather than what you and colleagues keep telling us, which is you will continue doing what you're doing?
What we've done is break the country, so we're just going to continue doing what we're doing, breaking the country.
Well, what's worse than that is, break something like affordability, for example. Maybe to having such a tough time buying groceries that children are going to school hungry. And we're going to go, all these settings, card tax, groceries also expensive. What's this? You spend $400 to create a school food program. Like, you're not fixing it at its root cause. You're just slapping a band-aid on things.
Well, it's all about and carbon tax is costing just the trucking industry $2 billion, and that's expected to grow to $4 billion by 2030.
That's insane.
And that's $2 billion in carbon tax that gets passed along to Canadians. So don't be telling everybody that, oh, everything's fine, and get more money back, and don't pay attention to all the inside costs of carbon tax. We don't want to talk about those. So this is the deal. But there's a couple of people who do that. Like this, don't listen. So it's like, don't like that. Don't listen. Don't listen to anybody. Listen to yourselves that know better than not there. Fight or flight quick when it goes to the polls. Well, look, I think first of all, I acknowledge that the times when local government were probably the most difficult times since the Second World War. And I can look at what real speech is out there, at science and evidence, and I look at conservatives. They've offered no policy, no legacy across the board.
Some questions about what you're doing. I must answer that. What that
Take a look at the Canada school job in terms of our
Cut your baloney off. It's science,
You
DC.
can't just slide through those chocolate points with that. She will call you on your garbage.
Well, job creation, yeah. That's the important thing, the defining wrong. And here's the thing. There's a message of wage coming out, and that's wrong. Wrong. What's going on is that there's surroundings this. Interest rates are coming down. And the correct reason why they're coming down is a result of the GDP. So the interest rates are actually coming down. Try to have people that just like sliding it down into a recession.
That's the thing. I had read a Liberty College article, I didn't try to find it for you guys before the description. They were saying that Canada's increasing population has led this artificially over the recession.
So that's what they're doing. If you're only people, like this. I would do it versus the rest of the world. Now that's going to get further time. If you say inflation, can we stop one of the lowest inflation rates that I think it is the lowest in the G7, one of the lowest in the G20, and below the averages of the G20 and these countries. So we're doing very well across the markets. But the question here is, look, it's very easy. I've been around this business a long time.
The question here. What's Gracie Butts? The question.
Better. And I would say to you that whether or not it's on housing, whether or not it's on affordability, whether or not it's on healthcare, depending on cost of what we can do, and I think you have to see it in this as you get delivering results. I think trying to find magic wands, try to try to change the narrative. The way to do it is to get results. The way to do it is to do things like go to global dental care. 650,000 people getting care. Over 80% of dentists now are participating in the program, making sure that we get pharmacare, that we get diabetes medication to people. So these are the practical things that I'm focused on. I'm very comfortable having a conversation in 6 months of your time about how what we've done and are doing is different than just the anger and noise and stuff that they have in the opposition. And I don't think that it was they did job that it's not here, why are they
He's already upset.
yeah, really running everybody so that wasn't anybody's driving. Let's get through it.
He's tired. Tired to see everything that we worked hard for, everything that we've done taken by this government. It's recklessly. A national dental program or a national pharmacare program would be one thing if they had a budget surplus. But we're in a hole, $60 billion this year alone, and still seems to double the debt of every single prime minister before him combined. One guy in 1 years. That's insane.
We pay $40 billion per year.
It's almost $1 billion per week to service the debt. I mean, what is $40 billion by Canadians? This the dental care is what, $4.5 billion?
10 dental care programs.
Pretty much. Or what was the pharmacare program that they want to implement? I think the number was 8.5 or something like that. programs for Canadians incurring such atrocious debt.
Well, this is the problem with global governments, is they don't care. They just think that, well, the next government will deal with it on fire and get out pension. And then the next government comes in, usually conservative, they start blasting them for being fiscally responsible.
Right.
It's like somebody who cannot afford a $3,000 credit card debt gets angry, and somebody takes that credit card away and puts it in the market. The emotion, but well, guess what? So, let's call a spade a spade. The liberals, they are handling a famous, you said, well, the narrative. You have to understand what the narrative is, not. And the narrative is that Canadians, they know that this country is unrecognizable before you guys come. And they're sick of it, and they want you out. That is to start fixing the root causes of the problems and of the problems. 99% are from your government. And the sooner that we have that, the sooner reaching out to them get actual
professors then claimed Professor Catherine Franke had created a hostile environment for Israeli members of the Columbia community after she appeared on Democracy Now! In January to discuss a chemical attack on pro-Palestinian student activists at Columbia. Let's listen to some of that interview with Professor Franke.
With a graduate relationship with older students from other countries, including Israel. And it's something that many of us were concerned about because so many of those Israeli students who then come to the Columbia campus are coming right out of their military service. And they've been known to harass Palestinian and other students on our campus, and it's something the university has not taken seriously in the past. But we've never seen anything like this, and the students were able to identify 3 of these exchange students, basically from Israel, who had just come out of military service, who were spraying the pro-Palestinian students with this skunk water, and they were disguised in tortillas so that they could mix in with the students who were demanding that the university divest from companies that are supporting the occupation of the region. And were protesting and demanding a ceasefire. So we know who they were.
So a number of the pro-Palestinian students who were hit with that chemical spray were hospitalized. After this interview, Columbia professor Franke now faces termination after two Columbia professors filed a complaint against her with Columbia's Office of Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action. She's now represented by attorney Kathleen Paradas and the Center for Constitutional Rights. For decades, Kathleen Paradas was a senior partner at Aspen Golden, and she, along with a law firm, represented Professor Franke. But Paradas resigned from the law firm a few weeks ago following the firm's sudden decision to terminate Franke as a client, saying she was too controversial. They're both joining us now. Welcome to Democracy Now! Professor Franke, let's begin with you. You are facing termination at Columbia School of Law.
It's possible, Amy. That's on the table and has never been ruled out. And in the climate in which we are now living, particularly in Columbia, things that used to be routine and expected are not happening. There's an overreaction.
They want you to see it. Look at it. Look at this. And look at the tail. The tail is, if you measure it, it's nose to tail. And the tail goes through like 3 feet of that dirt water. This is God. A monstrous survival. Oh. That's just what happens. I go to Minecraft, and that's what I see in God's playground. They look fake. They are prehistoric. This is like Jurassic Park with smaller dinosaurs. That is a full-size dino, says Steve Christensen on local community. We don't always have to start with stuff that makes you want to compete. You don't have to start with Kamala Harris or the absolute beauty of this universe, planet in which we live. I had Matt Christmas on yesterday. But he might have done a good job converting me.
It's chocolate.
Got a Sunday show with Block, Matt Block, and does a couple of short, longer format analysis for like 10, 12 analysis about stuff. And he's basically talking about God, whether or not God. I'm sitting there saying, how can you look at that and say that this is just an accident of the potential of the cosmos? Yeah, infinite stuff happens all enough. We're going to get a gator with its microbiome, with its entire evolutionary history, propped up on a little rock that's sitting in a canal, basking, taking the sun. And you get a couple of white-tailed squirrels crawling ahead of you, and then you see another. So, I think sometimes we talk about God, we talk about intelligent design, we don't want to recognize the existence of something above and higher, more powerful than after good afternoon, people. Sorry, we don't need those things start at the sun. It's not right now. It's Tuesday. Was made of a made of Kamala Harris done every life is probably on myself. Me and Mark. We start to imitate the history. It's going to be a stream of if you are blind to that way, go Instagram. Please go to it. It's going to be wild. We're going to cover a couple of issues that are unlikely going to flop tonight, and if they don't flop tonight, some of us fail. If they do not bring up Kamala Harris promising taxpayer-funded, taxpayer-funded transgender care for inmates, and you, I mean, that had better come. I put out a tweet, and I, you know, let me share my tweet. I put out that tweet in the hope that, you know, the forces that are more powerful than me shall see it. Because Elon had tweeted out, Elon tweeted out earlier today this wonderful thing.
Now, this is what we're going to get there. Hold on. Before we get to the video, we're going to get to it. We're going to talk about what's going on. Allegedly, the security in Ohio. We're talking about what's going on in Canada. It's not on the trace of the and apparently we're going to talk about what Zuckerberg is allegedly saying. That Zuck, although he will not endorse Trump, apparently he said in the conversation to Donald that he would never be able to bring Trump to go for Democrats to come out. We'll get there. But before we get there, and speaking of screwy governments that want to take your taxpayer dollars and compel you to support them, roughly, it's general mutilation. But it's other than adults, you can mutilate your body however the hell you want. I'm just giving adults to come out. But making other taxpayers, can you imagine that you have record levels of veterans taking their own lives on a daily basis, where people living on the streets, you have a mental health care crisis in America, you have a homelessness crisis, you have a border crisis, you have an inflation crisis, and you've got Polly Kamala Schurz, like that thing that is giving the absolute ridiculous judgment of her, saying we're going to take taxpayer dollars after we're done shipping 200, 300 billion to Ukraine, we're going to go and get those transgender inmates gender-affirming care that they so deserve at your taxpayer dollars. You're doing it a government that is corrupt and fair. And that's it. You're going to listen up right now. Second for the people of first sponsor. It's no coincidence that we're seeing a surge in new health crises, just as critical decisions need to be made. First, massive COVID-19 spike with 1.2 million new cases reported daily. Then the World Health Organization reported of global health officials. And now we're some of this year that setting up the stage for more planned pandemic, or some people call them pandemics. They're not just coincidences, they're calculated moves to keep up fear and control. Ask yourself, were you prepared for the last pandemic? I wasn't, and I can tell you that much. A shocking 48% of Americans say they don't have emergency supplies ready, according to the National Center for Disease Preparedness. We saw how medical and pharmaceutical industries failed us the last time. They left us to fend for ourselves. You really want to go through that again. It's time to take control. Get your emergency contagion kit from the wellness company. It's packed with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, CPAC, Tamiflu, budesonide, and a nebulizer. The students, they take the rest of them out of the regulations for the life of the kid is at the door, ready for them. Don't get caught off guard and out supporting the market. Be prepared to be proactive. Those www.healthforce.com. If you're looking to hit today, you find promo code going to get $30 off at checkout. Oh, yeah, we'll take a break a little later on after the absolute insanity to come back to our next stuff. Let's start with this. It's finally, it's getting like reality is settled in. The honeymoon bump that they wanted you to believe is no longer there. It was never there in the first place, by the way. I called it, but I got a big call, and I made a couple of bad calls here for the swollen up. I called the Biden big an absolute fiasco that was going to tank Biden, and predicted that, according to where he was at 87 cents to be the nominee, but he's not going to be the nominee, and that might be the most amazing. After he went through, and I'm looking at the predicted betting market. You don't have to gamble in order to find stability in betting markets. When people actually bet with their own money, it tends to be more accurate than when they make, their Nate Silver prediction that whether or not they come through, or you've got the attention when you make the predictions and you get it wildly wrong like Nate Silver has done in the past. So forget that. I'm looking at these markets. I'm saying back in this was 30 days ago, a month ago. They had Kamala Harris at basically 58, 59, so basically a 60% favorite to win. But it's all 50-50 in the ordinary run of things. This isn't the ordinary run of things. And this is not. Reality has come home. And 30 short days later, we were even today, and I predict come tomorrow, it will no longer be even, and it will no longer be Kamala in the lead. The fake media push for Kamala Harris, best candidate since sliced bread, despite possible presidential candidate in 2020. It's over because the internet is forever. It's over because as much as she tries to keep her mouth shut, there's a dirty comment that I'm not going to go to because I'm better than that. I just have to let them not. As much as she tries to keep her mouth shut for a few days where she doesn't do a sit-down interview, even when she does that sit-down, prepared, focused interview with Dana Voss, Dana Bash of CNN, even that was an aspect of that. But the internet is correct. Like, absolutely correct. And even CNN is starting to discover. I mean, let me get you the CNN that's wrong about the conference call. Charlie Kirk, here we go. I won't play you the whole thing because it's long, we don't need to. This is Out Front with Aaron Burnett. Hey, you all remember Aaron Burnett fawning over Volodymyr Zelensky like she had a schoolyard crush? I'll see if I can. I have to pull that up, actually. Exactly. This is Aaron Burnett. So by no means anybody who's not the most sycophantic of lefty fake news media propaganda. Realize the person that's with the fan, because once you realize that you're getting taxpayer-funded genital reassignment surgery for inmates, something's wrong. Listen to this.
Instead, she both wrote and answered in the affirmative when she was asked. And she said she also supported it for federal prisoners. Now, she also said slash immigration detention by 50%, close all family and private facilities, and decrease funding for ICE, and then end ICE detainers with local law.
I mean, these are things that, it would be hard to think that you would come up with taxpayer funding gender transition for the teen migrants, and yet, as you say, it's over expensive. What else, would you want?
How bad is this? Detained migrants, illegal aliens. Some might call it human cruelty if you want to, chop off their man bits or their woman bits. You want to chop off the balls of illegal immigrants that are currently detained and use taxpayer funds to do it. I mean, come on, but you on retreated like this is wild. Charlie Kirk posted this one from CNN that they did a couple of days ago. What did they do?
Your answer here on what that happened.
Hold on, before we get there, Aaron, Williams, we got it. Let's see. Before we get it any further, how much is the $5 footlong these days? I haven't been to Subway in a while. $15? Now you see, this is $5 footlong, we go up to $5, but you have to see Aaron Burnett like gushing over Zelensky, literally punching people. It was worse and grotesque. Look at this. Watch the way she touches her lip.
Something to sort of give yourself that moment.
Look at her hands.
Look at her face. How can I feel? Like this. Or the book. And early in the morning, when there are no sound, this house is complicated. Not people, not nobody. People didn't our sound.
I can't go on this.
This is I can tell you and read it out.
What music do you like?
Oh, I like Facebook. And Ukrainian music. Of course, I like Ukrainian music. Ukrainian that's native to language that you understand how long the music and the words, etc. Basically, I don't understand all the words. I
like it. I'm embarrassed to watch that. Well, I was in, but flying and seating room, sound and getting on the hall, Paula Harris, taxpayer funded, Jennifer University on the field. People are saying, I'm sorry, but like almost skidding, this is so funny, but it's not funny. Well, I did recall having individual trips with top I'm trying to find the entire group. Sky News did a piece on it. You get the clip, then I don't know if they struck the internet of the entire interview, but this is, I believe it was 2019. And I tagged you about this video. But Donald Trump was not only asked about Harris, but he wants to get research. If John Harris is the only side of this quality, I'm going to give everybody the link so you can share this. Here, this 2019, Kamala Harris. It looks like the transgender equality action transform the whole the White House. Transform the White House is what it looks like it's like that. If I take my glasses off, I'm going to do that. No, it's not. This is the people. We started off with the beauty and wisdom of intelligent design. Man, we're going to Kamala Harris.
The client of the attorney general.
A client of the attorney general of the office, that they were standing in the way of surgery
For prisoners.
for prisoners. And there was a specific thing. And when I am talking about it, I worked on things to not only make sure that that transgender woman got the services she was deserving.
We're talking about a man. The transgender woman is a job in the surgery. This is institutionalized insanity. I'm sorry, I used to do this.
So it was really about that case. I make sure that they change policy in the state of California so that every transgender is in the prison may have to have that for the medical care that they desire. And I believe it's not only that I know that I work in hospital, but I believe actually they made the first, if not the first in the country, for us to put that policy in a department of health. So when I was
you guys are like, yeah, dude. First in the country, I have no doubt it was in the country. Roughly, you know, much like there was once upon a time, it's the first in the world to do this on an electrical system. That doesn't mean it's a good idea. It means you're probably out of your freaking board for proposing. Taxpayer funded, gender reassignment surgery for inmates. Get it out. I'm sure. Look, I know that I've gotten it one step removed from Trump, so I'm sure it's getting close, but I don't think it's enough. The likes of little guys that I don't know. It's going to be more because you're going to have a debate with a candidate. There's no stated reality. There's no stated and there's no stated come up with that you can get through your idiotic policy. Period. But if you go ahead and do that, it's nice to do that. Put up there. So, yeah, he said it. He signed it. CNN's reporting on it now. If you press the picture, we may not consider that expression. Maybe it's who knows how it what the scripture looking at this forever, it'd be a good lie to have a good memory, and nobody's got that good memory. It's a good lie. Period. What this is saying. And this is the candidate. And you got the liar, VP candidate next to her, Tim Walz. He won't be there by her side for that. Support her for those hard-hitting questions from Dana Bass. And the only question is, are we going to see nice Trump tonight? Mean Trump tonight? Sassy Trump tonight? I would like to see sassy. But we'll talk about that. So, that's it. All right. It's close. Get into we got Senator says, take off your hoser. I'm not sure what that's about. If that's a word, that we will start a collective style. We are I need you to do the best. Oh, lordy. Oh, my God. Speaking of good simulation, people are thinking we will not regret time. Let's go to our second sponsor of the day. I just have to remind my wife, we're out. I want to sit inside cooking, and we need some more. This is fantastic coffee. One cannot with Rumble, and they're wonderful. Get straight deep. You love the speech. I love my the rare endangered speech. And that's what I was in fact, if you don't know what right now, it's really good to see it. I can't say that we haven't done it. I can't steal the soul here. Monitor. You know, it's wonderful about having the ground that we're going to do. The bottom line, we have to make the level kind of good to kind of molecule. And we also make coffee products that we have the 5 new levels. How many people drink coffee every single day? I know from Christoph last week, Rumble is open to next week coffee. Most of you therefore. The one thing is, Rumble didn't just slap their name on a random brand. The coffee they went all over the coffee, scale them out, and got the best brand coffee out there. The coffee is a little bit mountain, and the high altitude, those are the flavors, but now with the Dutch, this is for all. So don't eat anything else. See, I want to name them, so they have the coffee. And that will taste them. Don't buy the wood craft coffee. Just get the vegetable coffee. And I love it. I'll put this parallel coffee. Get the coffee. I'm doing 755. Not just drop on the telephone. 50% off. The first day, that's what you don't want. If it's not coffee is good, you like the second. You got it. Get it going there. You know what to say. Good stuff. Good fun. Before we head over to the Canadian match, we'll finish up with the people. Interrelated, the tangentially related. Something going on in the legacy. I told a blog yesterday, and I was calling, and I don't want to post this joke, because that's like this terms of content, and you don't have to put our content comment, I get it wrong. But also, there's a example people want to call your first name, and it's just going to psychologically, but I guess there are not legislation daily because it's going to get through various middle America, for lack of a better word. In the Harris campaign, it's by the legislation, this is what they do. They buy temporary lawsuits. What's the replacement? The backlash from the replacement when they go back to the moment that it's literally not the cost of the vote, you do the best by the input very about America, by cost of the vote. So the cost is not the first of the cost. This is your cost. Never mind. And the other question is, what's the reality of the problem? What is that? That is the mainstream timeline so that people run with the fake news, they get discredited for essentially running with news stories that just talk about killing family pets and stuff. But again, going to be response. Ohio residents in a small town in the West Coast have been caused by massive weapons of the I want all the time to know these are someone wants to today, I'm going to tell you the whole picture. A month ago, before the news, the alleged fake news story of the Aston East, of the Dusty East, or Easting show, before that even broke. So, would have been a little bit mad. You don't forget it. I don't get it. I feel bad and I feel more for a time. I forget. Let's try to see what the fuck actually just take stock back there. Appreciate that? That is absolutely mindful. That is mind-boggling. That is very not just Americans from America. That was the 20,000 patients, and that's what you see. I don't know. A betrayal of your elected representatives. This is absolutely absurd. And if you want to find this other than exacerbate racism, 20,000, they can come from anywhere incidentally. You had 20,000 Israelis moving into a town of 15,000 people. You might have some cultural problems. You have 20,000 Canadians coming into a 15,000 town, 15,000 person town. You're going to have some cultural problems. So one of the guys, this is one of off good videos at the end of my blog. Anyway, I see what's going on the street, and you guys sitting up there, up the chairs, I really challenge you guys to get up here and do something. Anthony Harris, 28, you have to be black. These Haitians are running the trash cans. They're running the field. They're responsible for change, and I don't know how, like, y'all be comfortable with this. See how it's talking. And then I get people telling me in my comment section, but there's no evidence for any stories. No evidence except for testimony from the residents of the town. Oh, that's nice. It's like there's no evidence of Donald Trump touching that batshit crazy. Oh, there's evidence, people. Yeah, that cuts both ways. Testimony is a form of evidence. It can just be more reliable or less reliable when the testimony is from a batshit crazy lady that's 30+ years old who comes on national television talking about rape is sexy. Yeah, that's evidence. I just happen to consider it useless, worthless evidence. This guy talking about his experience in the town, a young man with good memory, with contemporaneous testimony about what's actually going on, is good evidence, good testimony and evidence. President Lisa Hayes, former counsel, against the more mindful bullying during the supermarket. They walked apart and the shooter passed through the aisle. I don't know what kind of label you put on this, she said. Perplexed by the incident, I would like to see them have some common respect. Residents mentioned how migrants are crowding public areas, hitting people with cars. Some said the city needs to start giving driving lessons. President Diana Daniels blames cultural clashes with issues. Countries are defined by their culture and their language, not their color. When folks stand up here and describe what is happening to them, they are painted with a broad brush of racism and ignorance. Shame on them. There's one more testimony. It's not escape with any word of example. How about goose? How about cats? As some of that. There's nothing about ducks, geese, or cats here, just about the general public having 20,000 illegal aliens from any country being shipped into a town of 15,000 people. So forget about the culture for a second. How the hell does the infrastructure deal with that? Where are they getting their money from? Are they working? And if they're not working, where are they getting money from? Where are they getting food from? It's like, 20,000 people show up to a small town for a rock concert, it gets things off shelves. It's changing that perspective because I don't exactly expect us citizens to protect me. I want out of this town. I'm sorry. How do we know armed criminals, rapists, abandoning one of the communities that will provide them? Issue after a bus crash killed the son of two. Another record called the general failures to do it. When I am not getting my money back, they had a stiffer and legal patient called Biden or whatever. Not busting this one thing. They're not eating cats, people. So let's not spread stupid things. Get us to the women's guy, people. All days that is back to all those stories, which in this story, I just managed to round set aside those and then we're doing something. It's actually quite important. We've lived through an era where the media censored true information about the undivided laptop story because of the negative impact it had on the Biden campaign. So media and authorities don't get those 51 pathological lying and intel agencies that were there to give us a Russian information campaign. You had media and authorities censoring and denying the true story of the undivided laptop story because of what they knew would be the negative impact it would have on the Biden campaign, that would make the election. You had authorities and social media censoring information on how Ukraine has always been a corrupt nation. Their primary export was human trafficking. You have media and authorities censoring accurate and true information about ways of state for Ukraine, like that basically CNN and not get to take that support. Because of the negative impact it has on the war. You have the media and authorities censoring information. Great stories as a way to pass. They would want to have a negative impact on that. Look the concept is to sell the stories that are coming from the ground about what I'm saying is, he's apparently on his way to Ohio to have boots on the ground of some of the white trucks on the window. Except that they leave your homes and they say, look, this gets some push. I don't think this don't get more to be impacted. And in fact, I think it's kind of cynically bullshit for you to even say we haven't received any reports when I've seen what the residents are complaining about at the city council meeting. So no, I don't think the media uploads when they say they haven't received any reports. Nor do I think that they would release those reports even if they give this because they can protect the negative impact that this will have on the immigration policy. That would be too long. The bottom line is it's possible that there's rumor bringing out serious stories about people eating cats in Ohio so that conservatives who refuse to get this credit. Yeah, it's possible. What's more likely, given that cat solo, there are objective instances of horrible things happening in church of Ohio. I don't trust the media for a bloody second of this. And it's not easy for them to say fake news while they consider information that they've done but as they've done in the past. So that they can then say on debate night that this stuff was they have been for debate. Oh, you believe in fake news? No, those 20,000 cases aside in illegal aliens in Ohio Springfield. Nothing bad is happening. And if you say anything bad and you relate to these stories, you're a fake news propagating race. Even if you have to. But the other bottom line is this could be a two-way thing. There could be a fake news, set up and pick it up, and now anything anybody says on the issue gets to be written off as fake news. Or it could be that lying about it because the state going tonight and they don't want stories. Any one of the 20,000 legal asylum aliens in Springfield potentially legal document. The only irony of all of this, and I can't steal the thought that it wasn't my original thought, it was a flip through kind of a joke, but like, hey, the irony is that even that Canada lose, you know, you took it properly, clean it properly, it's probably a lot healthier than being a McDonald's as described. That's all I have to say about that. I'm sorry to get stuck in about the language.
Your favorite? Fine. How you feeling? Fighting Ollie is just too much. Not. I lied. I've been part of the strongest of spirits. I feel so great. Goodness gracious. I just remembered something.
Once you get across the border, whatever you establish in Syria and that is going to be the defender. But most of the citizens that cross the border and cross Syria,
I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. I feel we've gained an understanding. Understand? I will pound you, silly! Aha! Rocket punch! Rocket punch! I won't go down.
What else was there? We're living in a world where you don't know what you can believe. You have to see with your own eyes. Even then, you don't know what you can believe with your own eyes. And then it's not very difficult to come to conclusions in terms of what's true, what's not. And nobody wants to distract themselves by repeating something that is confirmed not only false, but like wildly stupid. On the last one, people laughing before we go over the Rumble. Over on YouTube. Link to Rumble. Here, I think it's in the pinned comment. Anyhow, I think the link to Stephen Onslaught. So tune in tonight, 8:30. We're going to be live. Coming with 8 Barnes is going to come on. We're going to have an awesome time. Link to, and by the way, it's really they used to say that the replacement theory is a race conspiracy theory. When you bring in 20,000, forget the race for the time being. When you bring in 20,000 foreigners into a town of 58,000 citizens, that is it's not a great replacement, it's a great diversity, which is a form of replacement. And then the fact that the 20,000 from any one country with a culture that is wildly different than Springfield, Ohio, is nothing shy of a basic illustration and an act of sedition might have been the word that I was looking for, but that more applies to the government of the people. An act of betrayal that is intended to destroy the society that they were elected to represent. It is far that concerned. It's a criminal, it's not an unthinkable act of betrayal to the people elected to protect and represent, and if you are actually destroying for the greater global organization that is the broadcast of the world. One minute mark. We're going to save this looking more over to the other side, but let's speaking of the debate that we're going to moderate, not moderating, live commenting tonight. What about you for tonight's debate? How is this debate is worth for tonight's conversation? Here's the link. That internet? No, that's the race by application. The rules have been released for the first and possibly only. Dan Graham's going to be on this. Paula Harris is going to get her ass handed to her, not in the way that she's accustomed to it, and she'll never do another one. She cannot do it now. First of all, just go look at all the people that they have followed in this very time, and go look at what things that are Biden, the Trump, they are idiots. But I don't think that's stupid, that's the problem. They are propagandists. It is not possible to get to this. Some of us on the right are accusing. I have never been accused of this by any president. Twitter. But while the left accuses some conservative voices on the right of the Russian propagandist shows, the people on the left, I don't know who pays them, it's the Biden who's based on or global entities. They are the paid shills. And these idiots coming out now saying, oh, for them, they said the same thing about Biden. They're idiots. And they're paid they are paid purveyors of disinformation. So we try to go into this. It's great to get it. We all show up on the stuff now. That's what we're going to do about that. It's free. It's about you. Only full time. There's no live audience. No one's statement according to the news. I'm not going on the basis that most so, I'm not a big part of I didn't say yesterday that you could come out and hold live to the full live to the competition. Not going to happen. The debate I'm going to do is 8:30. The debate is going to have to come to the debate might be more. This is the big one. There was a couple of fun debate that happened. Whether they use the candidates like Trump or what in the first debate, Trump and President Biden's sites were muted, which is reflected by the Biden. The Harris campaign requested a change to allow open mics. Okay. If you let me finish, saying the limit to ABC Harris, not mentioning disadvantaged by the format, which will first with the vice president. Hold on. The Harris campaign requested to allow open saying that the disadvantaged I don't even understand that rationale. Although the Harris campaign said the Trump campaign insisted on the advice, Trump said about it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What do you talk? I'd rather have it called, you know, the agreement was that it would be the same as last time. But in this case, I didn't like it the last time, but it worked out fine. So yeah, we go fun. The Harris campaign agreed and it has to do it. The National Citizens, the Vice President, and then it's possible that there's one of the comments may be related. There is the box with dumbasses, and if the microphone is jumping up your chin, the group of reporters will get the ring to the beautiful reporter. I don't think it's good. So, the point after is not voting, with the candidates, you want to point out. What's one of the point about the first and the order of the state? Over the chose the last. What is the I don't understand how that works. I have no doubt what the people love and with their much better wisdom. I'm talking. gonna be afraid to see white man and some black women of color that I'm talking. It's very rude. Don't be staring at people all over around the street. Very white man. So yeah, I don't think that is time. I was just the example Real song is about guilt. Real song, I got my own, we might be in a long way. What happened to the now they had it. Okay, that's funny. Okay, did you make that up? That's so we got Good Morning from Adcock. Good Morning is one of the first entries to the world of Captain Ebro, Jake, Iron, and more. We need help with staff. Get yours at billtown.com. And here's one for the people who don't know, like, delicious sauce. Okay, we got also, but I was thinking of we got Sorano Guardians. The city-owned sports sodomy story is quite a reason. It's an absolute tragedy of the article this AI generated. I don't think anybody actually believes the singles kind of stomach pump because you large amount of bullshit in the story. I never believed it. I thought it was just a joke to reflect the bullshit story that was wrong with the baby Vance pleasuring himself to a couch, which was a live story that a lot of lefties actually had true. So I don't think anyone ever actually looked at close. It's up to whether or not the cast of the 20,000 that are restricted. All will wait for Taylor Hanson, the man on the street, to confirm. Right, any calls we know. There's people who are not Asian who have been caught doing things like that. The thing that it doesn't happen because there's been no reports to the police. I don't believe the police. In fact, I think that's kind of be more suspicious because the police is investigating the things that are in fact going wrong, given the stories we heard at the town hall. Alright, so you that side and get ready to launch the other content. Here, from Greg Roberts on unicorn12onlocals.com. They should have a real debate asking you better questions. The press conference format is garbage. Frankly, it was an insult to the I mean, I tend to agree. Not about Joe Rogan for a 3-hour conversation, but obviously Kamala, the brain dead, PI, incompetent, corrupt, half of the hire would never agree with that. And bottom line also, they'll get what they feel. The world will get what it needs in terms of assessing Kamala Harris as a retired scoundrel, failure for her country, and who probably has more foreign country and more interest than to the country that she's running from. And I say that not to deny that she was born American. She was born American, born parents with Marxist ideology, grew up was full of interest in field life in Montreal, public school, publishing, people want small to open from New York. They have to do one top up. Make sure that you watch around this picture and subscribe to those pictures as well. But that's not all. Come to the report, you can't do all the history of the delete laws in 1984, those people that are higher police. From Nevada that served over 100 days. Some judgment, I would love to have inside the organization. Come on over to Rocket Comedy Group, and I'll entire streaming up on clips, entire streaming on podcasts. I've been getting better and more reliable at posting these things. I'm probably on Sunday night to come to Eva Barnes, Walker, Walk Hockey. And that's it, and I'll try to get over to Talk One. So anything on Comedy Tube, I go like this. No, I'm playing it. Hold on. And I think it's going to end it on Twitter as well. So it's going to be on Rumble and Lotus. Now, come on over, and if you're not, I will see you tomorrow with my
powerful, multifunctional. It's a lot more than just the airbot.
Fantastic, fantastic. How's everybody doing? Good. Very first thing I do is always gonna give thanks to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. There's a phone in this room somewhere. I can't see through the light. It's the mainstream media here. If you're here, I want you to hear this. Hear me. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you do in your newsroom. I don't care about your plans and your schemes to bring this nation down with your Democratic friends. Why? Because Jesus Christ is still on the throne. You gotta give your news now, and your satellites, and your 24-hour news. But Jesus Christ holds the whole in his hand, and he holds me into their plan. And what he has for me, you cannot keep from coming true. It may not be the governor's mansion. It may not be any political seat, but you will not stop Jesus Christ who lives in my life. So I do not fear you. Write your stories, tell your lies, tell your half-truths. But Christ is still on the throne because he lives in my heart. And I live for him. I know whatever I need to do on this earth for him, it will get done. So we give him thanks first and foremost. Guys, all these other guys that come out here and talk to you about the issue, we know the issue.
Themselves, lots of steam coming. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So yesterday we had speculation of our party would join the Liberal cabinet today. It's a special advisor for Justin Trudeau unofficially. And then also yesterday we had our party officially accept the new title of taking all of Canadian taxpayers' money under the guise of giving a little bit of advice. And now you have Liberal MPs that are exposed to illegal attention because they're accusing content creators of Russian propaganda, of Russian crimes. We're going to be getting all of that along with some of other things. Welcome back to the channel, welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do encourage you to smash like button, subscribe if you haven't already. You guys really help me grow the channel. And once you're subscribed, if you click and tap that little bell notification, so you should be notified of upcoming videos. And without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to start off with the polls. Still active on the Conservative Party of Canada at 212 projected. Bottom line 181, top up to 34. Justin Trudeau has gone down from the 80s down into 77. And then you have Bloc Québécois at 36 projected seats, and they're likely to go up a little bit because of the announcement of their new, how do you call it? Is it this? Their new coalition with Justin Trudeau, which Jagmeet Singh just tore up. But now the Bloc is like, ooh, did get some of that Trudeau on my lips. So that's very interesting. Then you got Jagmeet at 16 projected seats, poor guy. What's it, 16? I think zoom in here. It's so small. Just like the pews. 16 projected seats. Okay. Yeah, very interesting. And then you have exterminates, and that's a likely possible for winning most seats and even go together. So, everything's looking copacetic right there. Now we're taking a look at a couple other things, but first, Doug Ford slammed Jagmeet as a groovy politician. It said he blowing smoke up Trudeau's butt, something like that. You can't make this up. But it's a like crazy political season with Canada. It's pretty nuts. If you see it back in 48%, it's in fact looks possible. Well, something more important is issues and he's not going anywhere until November 20th, because
and 25 is considered a little bit like voting polls. I've got the taxpayers' money. So my guess is he's up there. So a lot of people are my job has never held as a comment, and I was that another part of COVID, for sure. I look at your COVID, at the ground, where you got like, shoot that off all day. It's bad. So, not out the office.
Canadian alternative social media check that the U.S. Justice Department alleges is foreign Russian influence on they don't catch charges, but indicted reports allegedly central to the threatening scheme to use millions of dollars to influence American public opinion and the U.S. presidential election. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. Now remember that the executive you're trying to feel destroy these people into getting in office. It's federal government says Johnson, Law and Southern, spread the preference pro-Trump.
And have not seen an adversary attempt to influence an American election to this degree ever before.
This former FBI director of counterintelligence says the Russian president will be infuriated in this operation.
And so here in Canada, all the dawned tenant media had like a recent panel of 85 Canadian influencers that attended in Victoria, BC, right, that are extremely accused of so that's actually just politicians, Mark Garrett's making very specific outreach accusations on So first of all, Mark Garrett shared this photo here, and you saw a video of Russian disaster time insane, right? So careful of angelic share the subscription, which is very sworn so let's say that now let's take a look at genuine defending on stock footage.
Video earlier this week. Inaudible. It's for introduction. There was background noise. Yes, video this week where it was in jail. Looking to reach here Sunday. exactly they want to speak with our team. And yes, there's the problem with marketing is that that's something I mentioned to my team. And I said that we should have basically make sure that it's clear that they told me that it's not going to happen in the future.
That video was made was about 2 weeks ago, and there was an image that was raised, a question was raised about where it comes from. That's something I've raised with my team, and I want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Aggressive allegations. You have to take a look at what's going on above and beyond the allegations for checking on the qualifications for this whole process. Like this failure and being asked for investigation ASAP because what's stripping in Canada is care group for 25,000 votes earlier this morning. And then students care about refuses to apply for student loans. The person who has been found to be part of the Russian disinformation. We've been talking about this and now very there's recommendation not go around spreading those types of lies. There has been no evidence that Cat Canada on Twitter has any ties to Russia or Russian media or paid by Russia. If I'm not mistaken, she works for the Catholic Signal, which is definitely not Russian. It's that's a statement in Canada. So you have not tied to Russia at all. And then you have Cat Canada sharing his post here, but Richard Freeland talking about
that actions are collaborative with the foreign powers should be excluded from the nomination process or the next election. The Minister of Public Safety has been today and answered extensively on the report. Our government takes more than 2 weeks and law enforcement is part of this issue as well.
Right, so that's kind of important to the fact that federal foreign interference are still on us, they're still representing the public. It's actually our first priority. Our leaders, federal elected, legal entities, instead of otherwise. Who wants to go specific after Cat Canada? That's how the discussion is probably this way. So you have marketers, most states, that is like I said, that Russian operators, let's call them have never seen my decision on trade despite their attempts to do so. Apparently, I consider votes non-serious. It seems very Virginia to very dangerous territory. You have liberals around the U.S. who are against Ukraine, who automatically support Russia, or by Russia because people this way. That's not at all true. You have folks being idiotic that are really pro-Canada, want nationalist country, focus on solving our border issues, policy issues, healthcare issues, other issues, corrupt focus on Canada. Why does the President of the States always why are we spending all of that money on the white people that have a lot of jobs instead of this switch on actually parents have looked at it's your elections by, you have ties to Russia, my parents didn't block. So he has publicly blocked that man. I finally block someone. I draw the line at foreign government. Brought before committee to answer questions. He's got an entire threat. So he blocked Canada. And then he has other posts here of Trump Canada and Mark Garrison, right? By getting a lot of he got all over the posts that Canada has engaged with Mark Garrison. This is so freaking bizarre. We have, I get that elected officials are good. I think that's awesome. Directly have a conversation with politicians, that all these fellow neighbors that somehow done not one. I can do that on action. This person myself can get a platform, get an audience, where a politician, actors, billionaires, singer, songwriter, whatever, and say, oh, yeah, let's talk about the audience. Yeah, right? And world. But elected officials who are on a government payroll, government benefits, to make these type of accusations from your everyday person saying that foreign governments are paid, that is a long while to say without any evidence to back that up. And it turns out that these figures can somehow help. So this time of recording is a couple of hours old and it has 113,000 views. Black Canada's INT it's Mark Garrison and it's the website that goes to the counties.
Mark Garrison talked to him, and now I'm seeing the lawyer and the attorney. It's supposed to be in the allegations that I'm a Russian agent. Let me walk you through how much, how full of honor was prepared and definitely good and that's better. And because of a best in the place, there's the making part of it. So I don't think these conditions alternate and permanent. But we're not backing down. We're not letting them and when my name their eyes know that someone have never taken it down.
Mark!
Mark! The damage caused by their Trudeau's government when tackling and by extension conversation. There are only 6 independent houses the federal funding about government without fear. And here came from there. It is also about diversity between a dangerous state, and we will hold personally accountable for this. Garrison will only certainly government politicians, claims it was an identity for another place. Did I
on foreign government.
That's hard. Mark, get ready, please.
Studies and this person reads.
Oh! I'm so...
I saw Mark Harris's insane tweet of fake passion of paid and flattery. And I saw her see that she here's why if you Harrison had mentioned no. It's factually false, people fact-checking, prominence, and audience covered in reporting, balance, managers, private directors, electronics, yes, and personal. So, politicians can't state whatever you want as an elected official. It's all free go after everyday people. Health Canada's reputation is not risky, right? How the French user, how the user, how the general public user, and all because you are standing on a position of political authority as an elected official has the power to sway, to summon people puts himself online rhetoric that by Russia, like it doesn't make any sense. If she's from Russia or has lived Russia in her past, it doesn't mean she's a Russian spy. It's weird. I never meet the person off the cat either. I have no cause here or counter signal. I'm just so set up. Politics, they're out like this in the state. Either life for the sake of a series. But Mark Harrison doesn't have 100 million or thousands of followers. The people that follow Mark Harrison are federal employees or are politicians. And now there's a whole bunch of that's brought to Cat Canada that was asked for, that's not warranted, that's off of unfactual bullshit claims by a disgruntled liberal MP. And I don't know what's his job or his hairline. I'll see to look at fashion from out of it, what she has to say about what's going on with all these things that have occurred. Fun joining and Mark turning to
Pennsylvania Governor and longtime Liberal Mark Carney is taking on a new role with the Liberal Party of Canada after a summer of speculation over whether he replaced Mr. Freeland as finance minister. Announced today, Carney is prepared to lead his task force on economic growth, a move that comes as a step to address the gathering Liberal caucus in Nanaimo, British Columbia. It's the first time Liberal MPs have huddled together since the surprise and significant loss of their long-held Toronto St. Paul capital. Earlier today, I spoke with Health Minister Mark Collins just before he left Toronto for that. As always, thanks for making time for the show. I have a number of questions related to but I did want to
I want to talk about Mark Hollandaise sauce. He's so super duper cute and majestic.
No, I think that my focus is on Canada's health minister, and I think our government is focused on the same thing, which is making sure that our people focus on government. When things go up, things go down. I think for me, I think there are morals that go into that. That can go forward, that might be a federal election. You learn to not get too invested in the ups and downs. Stay focused on what you're elected if you're elected serve things, get things done. It's like that with the environment. So that's what my focus is, and I don't sort of focus on the down aspect.
I think if I were asking this a year ago, I would sort of understand where you're coming from. There's not a consistent bloodbath with the Liberal Party and the Tories. It was not as sustained, not really as sustained as over the last 8 months. My guess is that's what's informing Mr. Schwartz's comments, right? About the word is that this is that the Liberal have been done. It's been like that for a while. And it also leads me to wonder, or sort of assume that Canadians, even when you're government, don't feel that that government is effective. But that fair?
No, I think what we've done, I can tell you, I go around the country, big events in my riding, that people are concerned about the state of the world. Very tough times. And so it's understandable. There's a lot of frustration. And when all the other done is depressing and people feel more uncomfortable. And it's good at that. But that's not choosing this direction for the country. That's not choosing the kind of country we want to have. And I think when people take a look at it, Canada phrases what it's with. Canada is in a very difficult global time, doing very well. And that's valid with the important conversation about the closest right now, there's nothing from choice. They're focused on frustrations in the world at large and understanding the frustrations and the challenges of the moment. So one of those things focus the conversation about what kind of government we want to have, what kind of policy we want to have, what kind of folks we want, focusing on what kind of issues. That's one where I feel very comfortable with the conversations that I've been having with people. Very easy to get to a place where I see our way to get schools. But I mean, I think the focus again is in the wrong place. Focused on polls. Maybe this is the fact that rather than opportunity getting things out of the government. And that's what my focus is.
How's days?
We've got some very big things to get down to.
Mark, how's days?
I do take your point about, focusing in, as the Conservatives have done, on those frustrations. But I'm not sure it's as simple as saying it's just frustrations with the way of the world right now, or the state of the world, as you put it. Canadians I speak with are very frustrated with their own lot in life, their own challenges that they face, the affordability crisis that they have endured for the last 2 years. Don't these polls show something different than you're intimating? Don't they show that people, though you say you are governing, don't feel that governing has led to better conclusions for their life? And shouldn't you take something from that and provide them maybe with a different agenda, a bigger agenda, more change, rather than what you and your colleagues keep telling us, which is you will continue doing what you're doing?
Well, look, I think in the first order, I acknowledge fully that the times we're they're probably the most difficult times since the Second World War. But in that, we have to look at what the real solutions are.
And in that, the government has the ability to ease some of that stress off of Canadians right now by removing, instead of implementing, not one but 2 carbon taxes, which a significant amount more stress and costing Canadians way more money than it should. So even though there's a global thing going on, a global inflation, global crisis, the Canadian government can do something about it. And they're choosing not to. In fact, they're making things significantly worse, and they're trying to blame it on everything else that is going on. It just doesn't make any sense at all. People have mismanaged this country, and they can't hide it. Fortunately for us, and unfortunately for them, they can't hide it. They can try to blame it on heartbreak from many years ago, on Russia, or on this and that, but we know that they are competent in their ways to alleviate some of that stress right now. Canada contributes 1.5% of global emissions, yet we are paying 100% of the taxes. It doesn't make any sense. The freaking tax, just like Pierre Poilievre says. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're going to end this video. I'd love to know your basic thought in the comments, what any of the topics are covered. And again, on your way out, I'll do this video as one last time. Smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and see you in the next one.
Hey there, folks. This is Alex with Ready First Aid, and I want to talk to you a little bit about the lineup of first aid kits. So, in many provinces, you have to go in accordance with the CSA, or the Canadian Standard Association, to have the appropriate amount of product in each one of the kits, depending on how many people are on shift or the risk factor of the job involved. And there are 3 different types of kits to depict what is necessary. There's going to be type 1, type 2, and type 3. So let's go into a little detail about those. So type 1, also known as a personal first aid kit, is for a worker who is in more of an isolation and doesn't have access to a workplace first aid kit. So that'd be something for one.
Deputy Singh there today swinging at Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative Party about 22 hours after ripping up the agreement that seen his party prop up the minority Liberal government in exchange for action on policy changes the NDP wanted, including dental care and some aspects of pharmacare. Singh is arguing the Prime Minister is, quote, weak, and the Conservatives are, quote, weak. Here to respond is Conservative House Leader Andrew Scheer. Mr. Scheer, good to see you as always. Thank you for making this time.
Thanks for having me on, Basher.
Why is your party, Mr. Scheer, accusing the NDP of pulling a stunt by walking away from their deal with the Liberals? Is it possible they simply feel it served its utility for them as we're moving on?
Well, Jagmeet Singh has traded his nickname of Selling Singh for Stuntman Singh because that's basically what he did yesterday. He's refusing to commit to actually voting on confidence in Justin. They have a lot of tough talk and some harsh language, very nasty tone when he's talking about Justin Trudeau. But then he was asked a very simple question: are you going to vote on confidence? Are you actually going to give Canadians that choice by triggering a carbon tax election? Then Jagmeet equivocated, he danced, skated, and refused to say that. So that's really hard to conclude what's actually going to change this fall unless Jagmeet Singh actually says, you know what, enough's enough. Enough of the corruption, enough of the high inflation, high interest rates, those way to tell Canadians. But he didn't do that. So that's why we're calling yesterday as 100%, because he didn't actually commit to it. As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to do
But I asked those questions as well, and I took your...
Hey!
Alrighty, good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to the Fillmore video. And today we have very good news coming out of Moscow. Last night we saw the Ukrainian forces launch the largest drone attack of the war on the city of Moscow and also the surrounding airports.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Very large. And also, already reports well that Iran has shipped missiles to Russia. Russia's now in possession of those missiles, and they plan to use those in the next couple of weeks in the Ukraine war. So, as a result of that, we're seeing the U.S. start sanctioning Iran, and things are escalating on that front. And finally, we have another massive piece of news that the Kursk nuclear power plant is currently on a lockdown. Due to the Russians getting scared, the Ukrainian forces are once again approaching that plant. But with that, we're jumping into our first article of the day, which goes to and this is by far the biggest story of the day. We saw a historic drone attack in the Moscow region last night, and like I said, it was the largest one since the beginning of the war. And in total, the air defense forces of Russia claim to have shot down 14 of the Ukrainian drones that came in, and the Russian MOD also reports the destruction of 20 drones over the Moscow region. And in total, 144 drones took part in the attack, according to the Russian MOD. So, take it with a grain of salt, it is the Russians saying this. They love to lie about the numbers all the time, but this is what the Russians are claiming. So, by any metric, this was a very large attack, and Ukraine really did some damage on Russia. So, let's take a look at our first video and see what happened. And right here, you can see, there was one of the first arrivals in the Moscow region. That was a drone that went right inside of one of their residential buildings or something like that. And this was significant damage to it. So there are some speculations out there that maybe the Russian electronic warfare equipment might have interfered with the flight path of the drone inside the building. But that's speculation right now that they're pretty drone going inside the building. And I'll leave that speculation into how it got there. But that's really significant damage on that front. And with that, to our next article, this is Moscow being hit. But for the first time ever, Ukrainian drones struck the Yellow International Airport in Moscow, and it's the second largest airport in Moscow after the Sharon Airport of the Moscow. So significant that the airport until the video all of the ships and watched on the done right now. There are some fires up there. Also, that last night, so significant damage to the multiple Pacific Park in Moscow, and was being dead. It was flying everywhere and getting anything possible fun. So airport was also one of those targets. But with that, we also have some more evidence here of where this was. And right here, we're seeing sort of south of Moscow and right down that comes all the way to our network right here. We're actually getting double of them today. But this one is also the Moscow region and the airport of Kherson. So the point here of this one is that the Russian fell on the territory of but it's under speculation that they directed that or the one of the ones that Moscow that shot down. So let's take a look at the photo right here. You can see there is a fire right there next to one of the planes. So let's go to the taxiway of the airport, which is white bath right there next to the plane. And also the fire that right here inside the terminal there's a fire right outside the airport terminal. That's down here on the side. That's like the bottom of the car. Oh my God, there's a quite a fire right there. So I doubt they'll get on that plane. I'm assuming the flights are probably going to be really hard. That. We're jumping for right back here, south Russia, and it was filmed numerous explosions from drones that attacked the city, and the Russian sources claim 21 UAVs were allegedly shot down. So this is in Bryansk, so which obviously outside of Moscow. So let's take a look at this explosion. So this appears to be a gas station, and right over here is a big explosion from the ground. You can see the people ran back inside the convenience store of the gas station, and they're currently pointing and screaming at the drone blowing on the side. So another attack on some target over there near the gas station. Not sure what that was, but it was one attack. And so this goes to next up, and we're going to stop just a little bit and talk about the ballistic missiles that were sent to Russia by Iran. And right here, of course, we see the U.S. has confirmed that Iran supplied ballistic missiles to Russia and now it's sanctioned all. And according to the U.S. Secretary of State, these ballistic missiles will allow Russia to they also put in the second Russian receivership for 200 years. Not one ship whatsoever. That's why Iran has been so delivered to the Russian Federation. And right now, they're used a lot of Russian in the next couple of weeks. So, not whatsoever. We also received some more so like I said, not good. They're going to be used in a couple of weeks. Right now, it's what's going on in the coast. But the problem is, I don't know what's possible in the United States. And also, they said we're not going to protect our land. So, there's a sense of well coming. So, I'm not sure there's going to be a lot of that. Because Iran's all over the city. That is supposed to be so I'm not sure if you think about that. Also seems about Russia told a bombshell statement that the Russian security council so Moscow has signed a new bilateral treaty with Iran. So this means that Russia and Iran are tied to each other. So not only have we sent downfall, but also Russia and Iran are developing ever since not good whatsoever. I think the U.S. will do a one-one second but the kill down the coming below is either toxic country is of course I'm sure that it's very well that they have to do people going as well. Over that, well, let's start to go ahead and secure to war once again. You know, that's how we go to the Russian country negotiations and like brought up. On that South Korea now says that I don't
This deal with Justin Trudeau, an agreement that seemed relatively latest gains.
The Ukrainians began asking for advice.
What is it good for? We all know the answer to that question by now. Peace. What benefit? Well, there's less children, less suffering, less trouble and despair, less realization of God, prophecy from the Old Testament, less hell on earth. But that stuff just don't make money, does it? Victorian England, one of those names that you may not know, let me know in the comments in the chat if you do, is a key player when it comes to international diplomacy and was one of the most significant voices when it came to brokering peace between Ukraine and Russia. These persons know how NATO works, knows where the CIA bases in Ukraine are buried, and is one of the people that knows why the war in Ukraine and Russia continues and has to continue. It's not a weird person. You'll remember that there was a moment where our former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, went and he's well known as the GM, well, it's the first time of Christmas then. The Victorian Treaty, and elected, all it meant, no more war, no more rubble, no more death, no more confusion, and Jimmy Munger doesn't pray for that because conflict illegally, let me know in the comments in the chat, is just sent over and kind of, I don't know, stumbling block and back jobs. No more distribution of weapons from the West. Politics look like Joe Biden and even Kamala Harris in all the sure Joe Biden actually handling the debate, or sure Kamala Harris really opening fire on Starbucks country. But the truth is this, apparently the behind the scenes statement, like what people no sport, no people go along and no that these are women, which historically you can hear her outline and group with not just the book and answer her because there's sufficient evidence to show exactly how geopolitics and the people of war work. Let's have a look at this together.
There was a story in the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett that alongside the Israeli to the there was a second amendment of the officials around Prime Minister was that stopped it. The United States of Montana the value of resident of higher Kaiser the Georgia last 2000 for the India that was some kind of box of the local and the ignorance of the war
comment in the chat and a point really worth researching on this is that all students work for work, he's worked for a farmer, he's worked for a man, one way or another has to have his every situation in their life that the kind of candidates that we have to examine, we're looking at, well, I'm doing this, so, why can't you just come up with this conclusion? No, I want you to get your design, no, I want you to do a level, a large moment before the man perhaps the company from a further life with the company later. How much of that sort of there is? Victoria Williams was by young children in the wall. what their territory at that time, which was not occupied with many schools, 24 so now there is the pilot, the man, our own field for the tornado, diplomacy essentially required managing to deliver information and more permanently misinformation in the state that will stop the people that will hear it from shouting violently and in insidious words poured like poison into corneas in ear. It is the function of the diplomatic faculties on the basis of Victorian Union to not only obfuscate the truth, but to plant deep toxic lies into the mind of the listener. That's what I think, that's what I see happening. Surely, a diplomat's role would be to negotiate these treaties, to get out there, water Zelensky and Putin and run claims to a business of doing worse. Stand there to them and say, hey, listen, we've got another peace solution. Are we all together the inhabitants of planet Earth? Are we all surely bound together in a contract of love, unity and oneness? Again, I don't see Raytheon turning a profit from that kind of kumbaya backtrack.
And it became clear to us, and it became first clear to others, that Putin's main condition was buried in an annex to this document that they were working on.
Sorry, this is like an anecdote about his grandmother's sewing kit. Buried down there, within my grandmother's sewing kit, down among the mud and the yard, was a clause saying we'll no longer be able to purchase artillery, weapons, or missiles of any description from Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and Boeing. And we thought,
and it included limits on the precise kinds of weapon systems that Ukraine could have after the deal, such that Ukraine would basically be needed as a military force. And there were no similar constraints on Russia. Russia wasn't required to pull back. Russia wasn't required to have a buffer zone from the Ukrainian border. Wasn't required to have the same constraints on its military facing Ukraine.
This is one of the worst and least profitable treaties I've ever had to discuss. To tear up. You are not signing that, Mr. Zelensky, over my dead body. Now there's a piano, there's your penis. Now get to work and do what you do best, which is what I tell you. And playing the piano with your penis, which is, yeah, let's face it, it's quite a good skill. I'd like to see Chopin do that. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. Air Force has claimed that heavy EMF exposure zone reduces the volume of people with imaging devices and Wi-Fi within confined spaces. I think that's amongst, but all of them phones, everyone's staring at their devices. It's important to protect yourself if you're undertaking such travel from EMF. Imagine sitting on a commercial flight, every single person there, smothered in Wi-Fi, being above all that stuff. You might as well be in a fuselage made of electromagnetic energy. The Centers for Disease Control Prevention classifies airline crew members as radiation workers precisely because of this fact. Airtech, as you know, probably are a big partner of CMC. They're the only scientifically validated EMF detection solution. And that will come around here. Suck up those sweet little problems. AirTech uses EMF modulation technology that is trusted and used around the world. Go to airtech.com/pages/Russell-brand. Use code Russell30 for 30% off. That's code Russell30 for 30% off. Give yourself the advantages that these devices represent. Thank you.
And so people inside Ukraine and people outside Ukraine started asking questions about whether this was a good deal, and that was at that point that it fell apart.
Who watching this right now doesn't want for the people of Ukraine what you would want for your own family? Peace and autonomy and freedom. Who wouldn't want that for the Russian people, or the people of Israel, or the people of Palestine, or for the people in Taiwan, or for all the people in the world, the people in Syria, the people in Korea, the people in the United Kingdom, the people in the United States? You can see that we primarily want peace, but we, whilst imperfect, while flawed and fallen, while capable of error, would consensually arrive at positions of peace, magnanimity, and ease with one another. You see how important it is that the media continually reminds us of our own malevolence, failings, and darkness. Do you know that corporatism keeps us fed on vile food, bad ideas, poisonous medicines, and hopelessness and despair, loneliness and loss, where kindness seems like a far-flung and distant notion scattered on the wings of a history that blows only one way. The centralism, the technological feudalism, all blurred along only by the neat, kind, neat-clipped words of globalist bureaucrats who'll tell you again and again that they're here to help not only you, but people more vulnerable than you, people that you hate, even if you don't know that you hate them, you would surely hate them. And doesn't it remind you when you see a figure like Victoria Nuland advocating for more death of Russians, more death of Ukrainians, and as far as I know, more death anywhere coming to a nation near you, that we must indeed take back power. We must indeed do whatever we can do to disrupt the machinery of globalism. For whilst it may wear a convivial and grinning mask of kindness, behind it is something far, far darker, and you could see it easily in the bureaucratic words of Victoria Nuland. Surely this is our clarion call. Surely we must awaken and oppose now. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and chat? Remember, like and subscribe, particularly if you're watching it outside of our beloved home on Rumble, where we can be sure that our message will reach as many people as possible, because that's what Rumble stands for. Heaven forbid you're watching this on one of the global conglomerates that benefits from the throttling of the kind of truth that we need to hear and share together. Do us a favour, share this stuff around Luria. Thank you very much, and if you can, stay free. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flow, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video. If you want to, then become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
And that's what you hear as you think through a very experiencing it about a family having a private conversation about folks. Hi, Maria. How did you take time? Well, I have. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so actually, I was at work serving this family and I was sitting there. And all of a sudden, out of the mom's mouth, I took a trigger word, non-binary, and bigger food. Oh, and what discussion, and my ears are turned on. Let's do this. So basically, the mom was trying to explain to dad what it meant to be non-binary or gender fluid. And with the minister boss, the dad responds in the same way that every guy that looks like a woman and says, you know, I understand where it's coming from, but if you're biologically a man, let's get you home. And then I stand on the side. And because so it's the running. Relative from a different congressman that is a racist and Republicans are very upset with the national issues that have been recovered into their state parties. So this is racist. It's tolerant. It's really good. And it's an individual of, not only my countries, but Canada, France, and of course, historically, they're black, they're poor, for something to understand, they have to explore and continue all the time. Yes, I think it's very difficult because the black, because they are hatred. Especially in Ohio, see it that way, doesn't exactly fit Mexican borders. White supremacist white state is poor, it's
what I do on a daily basis, I have fun. I see what's going on in the streets, and I see guys that see like on every day, it's like, you're not here every day, and I'm broadcasting this, it's like, you're just sitting up next to me. I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. Some people are running into trash cans, they're running into buildings, they're running into Okay, so the car's in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, I'm comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. They got a bunch of people on the bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that just has been, like, FaceTime this morning at the welfare office that really got done something. And it's nothing but interference over there.
Temporary protection status for over 100,000 migrants globally. That is why also, starting in our administration, we gave TPS temporary protected status to Haitian migrants, 55,000, and then more recently we extended temporary protected status to over 100,000 Haitian migrants for that very reason, that they need support, they need protection.
The Maritime Lobby is reporting that Kamala Harris is expected to the debate by practicing hating or agreeing. Who reports yet whether it's this time?
Ladies and gentlemen, the real president of the United States. What about the people experience it? What a great show this would be instead. Yeah, an absolute idiot will run the show.
That's, of course, the great British confidence the best in the business and stayed in character there for 2 hours for that Kilkenny episode. Look it up. Thank you later, Mr. Williams. 2 British welcome like this. Naturally, the museum is due to be proud trans team third. Tipton in Rhode Island and watch this country same rational behaviour as destroyed a castle. And here is that scientist claiming off on sick leave due to injuries caused by transphobia harassment.
School teacher and obviously injury, performance, job-related tasks, workplace, transphobia, opposition, pipeline. This is a topic of the conversation, particularly like the rest of the like gender identity, sexuality, homophobia,
Good luck, kids. Now it's some things to more by by the other sections of the media. Social media is something that I learned from
Thank you.
And the lessons did not end there. Once we had a rally paper, the school farm, benefactor and line.
One guy saying we should pull out a tornado, right? We should not jump into the that basically the yellow light to keep on our Taiwan. I mean, a lot of our bonds in the impact, and it is inevitably really Donald Trump. But the fact is that right now, strong national security, one party is and the other party is expecting supposedly forced by that to know what get out of the fight. And then I'm going to somehow like this very
incarcerate the opposition. And guess what? It's not me. Like, he didn't commit to the economy, immigration, and so forth. If he can do that, he's going to be in great shape.
I think so. I think this aspect is key because the more Kamala talks, the tougher to get yourself into. And the whole difficult was all tough. Straight himself, it would be fantastic. The Kamala lines were really that Kamala Harris is pretty today, but come to the gates and amazing opportunity. No record with this guy, my favourite first neighbour. What do you think about this? Is this a sign that she's taking it deadly seriously, or a sign that her campaign is a little run by hands?
Why did Kamala Harris is extremely strong? I mean, Nate Silver, who runs 538, is probably America's foremost political horse race prognosticator. Essentially, the best statistical analyst we have in terms of is in liberal leading Kamala Harris talk, you make an immediate propulsion. I mean, it's a boiling on water. The woman, she's just not likable. And she's obviously being profoundly terrible as an actual leader. You know, she's been vice president of one of the worst institutions. I mean, the Republic, the president of the United States, out at what was going to be Iowa. I could go on. But she's trouble. What's that? Is that so I'm not surprised that she's going on stuff, your or whatever they are. But six of them is high for her. I thought higher than the dollar something like that.
I think this is things that have the post. Everybody prefers that polls because they really support really with it. That's the only 95 choice. The story probably means that I don't know. Numbers is pretty expensive. The choice that I think the comparison of the music of the person called African-American literature is destroyed, but Protesters had a point. This is the type of history they are empowering this Western audience today, waiting in Israel on the day of the politically boosted taken hostage and then executed by Western customs. And this is the street where the other New York City that has been reduced by 8 then that is the right for It's something to call it people, feel the space, Victoria for their public library. Cases of violence and CCTIA contract destination. Not only will children have grand fees, time, but large fees, actresses such as Leslie, like Rachel, and young aspirers in the arts or programs. People are satisfied for the arts if they identify as she, he or gay as part of a new program being worked out from public libraries in Victoria. Understanding in Cobra, sports and preferred pronouns are for children of all gender language and of the pronoun mothers, kids or mothers very useful as part of the agreement toolkit. Victoria language will also have books on gender diversity and promote grade 3 sport and events. So-called hate speech. And you know, this conversation happens before the UK latest Baptist strategy that this will be arrested for very reason. Robust ideas about youth migration.
In Russia last year, 400 people were arrested for the sex One example I give in my show is there's a young woman from Liverpool, Chelsea Russell. Her friend was killed in a car crash, 9-year-old, and she wrote the lyrics of his favourite song on her Instagram. And it's a rap song, so the lyrics contain several instances of the anger to the Russell. People now killed people. 500 hours community service on the farm. And for a year she was on vacation on the table.
Saturday, the Biden administration was putting pressure on social media platforms, Facebook and Instagram. They tweeted satire. But the regulation did not stop there. Zuckerberg also was notified the FBI about a Russian misinformation campaign involving providers. Also, Facebook and other social media clients found evidence of press stories about providers. Laptop including the Biden cabinet. Turkey business dealers when Rise author, independent journalist Michael Schellenberger wrote the Twitter file story exposing censorship industrial complex. Michael, introduced by Zuckerberger, not a few people disturbing. But they crossed the line into community with evidence.
these laptops and stuff like that.
That was all it was. It's allowed to be prosecuted by the FBI. It's criminals and they should be prosecuted and potentially incarcerated for very serious crimes.
And the media, the bulk of the news is concerned about whether that they spread this story without looking into anything that should be mentioned. The lifelong Democrat who donated around $400 million of his own money back in 2020 to fortify the election for the Democrats. Despite him making these admissions, you've still got the leftist media ignoring or questioning his evidence. The Atlantic was one of the outlets to question Zuckerberg's motives and pretend this was just about clamping down on rampant COVID misinformation. What's it going to take, Michael, for the bulk
Yeah, I'm glad you said about the Atlantic. It's been one of the biggest outlets in the United States. I think they're having so long list of comments already. Why do you think that have been suspended over the past 7 days? It's hard to do. And our coach led. As far as I've seen, that was done during hires leaders would be unceremonious. This to be available unless they were starting to back up on the Green website. That man, Morgan Chen, will conquer alternative again with accusation that actually that day, canceled on the top of Morgan. I'm right now holding this extra know that they're helping box. Second part of the walls, they also counts. And that man handle for some weird reason, basically like a spicy street postcard. That big man last night in Arizona's just got strikes not that long ago. Last night, Arizona's got 3 strikes a day. Arizona's sponsor. Financial analysts are right now that fight should someone consider physical gold and silver help protect the funds about these important games. No more is going right option for you, help you take the first step toward protecting your wealth. They either give you $5 or information that needs only 5 pages of detailed information. All you have to do is text the word ordering to 50505. Learn how you can help physical gold and silver into an IRA or 401k. Origin precious metals are back into the long gold that's $155 using $60 plus clients initially. You got $15,000 in gold and silver.
text forward 5055 or visit offers.beyondgold.com/program. It's coming out of Kevin last night. Panasonic suspended the YouTube apparently over the Gay West interview that violated their speech policies. What I find very curious about that is, now, wasn't that interview done forever ago? First and foremost, I want to, the actual story. Thus far, I have had zero strikes by YouTube account. I have now been ended that contact strike in just minutes, plus email now that I'm fully demonetized. All know exactly behind this lie. I actually don't know that. Yeah. Email 149, all legitimate. I assume maybe they were clips of the review. And then also, it's apparently community guideline for their YouTube content. I'm essentially fully
It's a rare breed of suck a lot of cock.
I know it's this situation. Obviously, Trump is with disrespect. He's not convicted of anything. He's not charged with anything that fully demonetized. You see, Dave Smith is saying, well, first, she writes, well, Schultz gave more law this week. That's because he was now issuing a striking a public suspension from the sit-down with Kanye. They also abbreviated his hate speech. This was an ass or Zionist. She can't know that. Okay, so I'm not gonna, we're gonna try to be fair and balanced. Dave Smith writes, symbolic, we're all these woke free speech warriors now. I'm well thrilled about this because I never really believed in free speech. It's immediately silencing speech that is despicable and makes the world a worse place. We'll end up with a situation of competing basically right up to the election for someone who allows voices to silence. I have a lot of concern for example, Tim Pool's channel. Because, well, he has some guests on there that would be kind of inflammatory, and with everyone being banned where they are, there's Richard's defense of it. I disagree with 99% of what Anderson says. I don't defend the right to say it. There are full free speech people who disagree with you, or you're full of it. YouTube is a private company, and can monetize her fine, but suspending her from posting is X. I mean, look, again, all who watch the podcast we gave, calm, filled with love, speaking from the world. I don't know exactly when that interview will come, but what I think is very curious is the timing of all this. The election in less than 60 days. And it's on to the Supreme Court, suspended and monetized. A lot of people say, well, if you just monetize, that doesn't really matter. Well, it's my suspicion that monetization is led directly to stop the world. Why would you do so many videos that they can't make money as a video and we monetize or disincentivize people from publishing content in the first place? You just can't assume people can be buying full-time employees for salary. Okay, I've got, I don't want to say what it's many tens of thousands of dollars a month just in staff. Intro, you come down from graphic design, work on publica.com, probably costs $40,000 a month by that. And if you monetize it, I would have to pay everybody summarily. Because there's just no, I mean, yes, I have, not growing, it's up and growing, but it's still, until more people embrace it, until they continue to grow, you can't just be a flat outright, place. That's why I keep talking to this at my locals.
I want people to sense by looking now before I get monetized, before I get people why I still talk to them. But here's what I can say, minor stories. But I know it's not a perfect app. Nothing really is. But it's getting better every day. Don't please download Rumble app and follow some just mix it in. I'm not saying to leave. I think you should just be big. You have Netflix, you have, you know, all these other NFL packages or whatever. Just think of it as another place to do content. We'll support your content creator there. Show them my live streams. Live, 8:30 Eastern. Live reacting, back checking the tape. We're going to have probably a bingo game, probably have a drinking game, and you know, what's different about my stream is I actually use my live chat. You don't have to super chat, double rant me to get my attention to hear from me, get some interaction back and forth with me. So, I mean, I just think that hopefully more people will continue, you know, to do this, to give alternate type of platforms and option, because until more people are willing to deal with a few hiccups, we can't fight back against this. You see a lot of people basically celebrating this. Candace Owens' suspension from YouTube Partner Program demonetized. It took 19 days after Candace posted nothing will be hitting. Nothing hidden will not be known. I replied, how engaging did God makes her regret posting this? I mean, I don't even know what is going on with this. You know, I mean, I don't know why anyone would celebrate this. You have every right okay, to not watch things, right? You have every right. And a lot of people don't. I know that Candace has kind of gone down a little bit of a rabbit hole, so to speak, but like, okay, just don't watch it. I think that the purpose of demonetizing people is to get them to not produce content. It's to purposely hurt their business, because now she, unfortunately she married a rich guy, but it wouldn't happen for me. You know, and then you have Candace Owens claims YouTube suspended her after an interview with Kanye West. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's probably what it was. You know, Kanye has been saying some pretty spicy things. I mean, I think that's pretty relatively undeniable. You know, but I don't think that it's, to be honest with you, I don't think it's a result of a mass recording. Because mass recording might take a single video down, but it isn't going to make YouTube make the decision to actually fully demonetize your channel. This is somebody who had millions of subscribers in independent media, and they were really embracing the platform. Will she promote her Rumble? I remember I had to make a video calling out, saying, hey, why don't you have a Rumble page? Looks like she does. She's got 96.4 thousand followers. You should be telling people to follow her there. She can use her logos to self-fund. You know, until we can convince enough people to say join our local, or whatever creators have, Tim has his website, whatever, we are still beholden a lot to revenue.
Huh? What's my defense fee?
Writings on the wall. Business will be at minimum monetized, and more than likely shadow banned. And then anyone else will just be outright banned. I've been talking about this for years, literally, and over those years, sites like Rumble have gotten better. Download the Rumble app, follow it. Download the Rumble app, follow Candace, follow her if you like. You have content creators that, don't toe the line. Tell them they better be on Rumble, they better be promoting it. I'm never going to leave YouTube unless they force me to. But I'm always going to promote all tech. Rumble, Mission, Odyssey, whatever's out there, if there's a new video platform out there, I'm going to be on it. I know one day, as good posts as I tend to be, that will suddenly be viewed as some sort of far-right business. I'm just taking my voice away. I don't know if there were specific comments, but if it's just a single video that's monetized the entire channel, I would argue that's probably more than some of the things she's been saying on Twitter and some high-up
powerful people and not liking that. Off-platform behavior is likely. Why people from the program? I don't know. It's just my best guess. Important to tag. I hope you enjoyed this video.
Hello.
Get the flat iron cheese you love without the lactose.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said before the break, trouble in New York. Live picture there over the Midtown Manhattan skyline. You see there the Chrysler Building, smack dab in the middle. Well, this is what we are learning. The FBI has raided the homes of at least 3 top New York City officials closely connected to Mayor Eric Adams. Also, I'm putting up this post on X from our friend there, Fox 5's Porter McKay, saying a law enforcement source telling Linda Schmidt at Fox 5 that several NYPD executives, including the NYPD Police Commissioner, were asked to turn over their phones immediately to investigators at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of New York. Investigators will also be looking at emails. Well, I have just catch up with Fox 5 New York reporter McKay about what is going on here with officials there at the NYPD and connected to Mayor Eric Adams. Search the homes of 2 aides in the administration of New York Mayor Eric Adams. In addition to security, the home of the NYPD commissioner also sees one of the leading the conversation right now. A friend there, Pat
Mark Garrity, who's so stupid.
FBI raids and seizures, more and more of these New York officials being swept up in this. What's going on?
Massive operation here, and the FBI raiding the homes of these homes within the students, media Eric Adams, talked about documents, stress, cancer, and questions about the FBI raid on his home in Harlem, and he's here to tell you where she runs. It's argued about this one for the administration faced abruptly retired from the NYPD in 2014 and returned to speak up against after they were out in August in 2022. Additionally,
More Garrity. More Garrity, please. Oh.
A spokesperson for the NYPD did not detail this said, the department is aware of an investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York involving members of service. The department is not cooperating in the investigation. On top of that, FBI agents also raided the home of a people aged 16%, which is facing multiple lawsuits and allegedly violating the was facing a separate investigation for the fight City Hall Chief also released a response that quotes Investigators have not indicated to us the main focus and targets of any investigation. The people of law enforcement, the mayors have repeatedly made clear that all efforts that ensue need to follow the law. Alex today has students leaving City Hall, sexual criminal reporters, but they are cooperating with federal investigators right now in terms of paying for anything that they might do themselves that they would consider to be criminal. Andrew?
As because I think in any other city, in any other administration, the residents of that city, the voters themselves, will be talking about this. This will be in the press all the time. Do you know this is going on?
Yes, and the first investigation is involving these five members of those states. And the investigation involving is possible ties to the Turkish government and fundraising. They say that those are separate investigations, but they say to bring all five of these people to this administration and to that there is so much going on behind the scenes and constructing trust in public finance is just so important. It is a shame to see something like this happen. On top of that, Commissioner, for example, that must be
Where this story stands right now, is the way it happened, and the seniors happened. Don't know what it's related to. And don't know if there's any devices coming, right?
This cancer database that you saw there at the top. It's so much, but with confidence charges, the FBI,
the great Gerald Steve Donald Trump's own family board, Trump, who has been ready to run for the moment. But hey, it's finally here. Yeah, it's battle royale. And I it's a young burger.
They didn't go by it in 2018, except for the fact that they can't do COVID, and they're actually now public mind, public space. So one song in an interview, 18 minutes and total speaking, and all the insiders and she really knows this issue. Kamala Harris always feels like we're in the best place right now. So we're people that who's been working for 21 months and they go, let's be back to people, I'm going to
somebody who is watching this body weight right now, and who's like shaking like this. She seems very nervous. She's really engaged. Yeah, for easy development with the mics turned on. Get a box to stand on, I guess, have no skin. They didn't have a fight. They're trying to fight for all of those things. And now you hear them doing lines. Donald Trump is a big, long-range statement. It seems like major nerves out
and play that role. But also something that I think makes people a little like, well, what is the guy you're talking to? Because he's been the White House for 20 years alongside Joe Biden. And the things you're talking about in Trump are the things that your Department of Justice actually recognized and really taken out as a political opponent. I think that's a great message to the cause for people. Articulate any sort of point on anything, and that's what Wall Street are they trying to really the thing. And when I am sure many of them
South, well, at least you live in the South, right? You live in North Carolina. Your family's from North Carolina. It's like family in North Carolina. You're so proud of that. Love that. Some people were speculating maybe you'd run for Senate in North Carolina. Who knows what the future will hold? But you're a proud Southern girl. Yes, Kamala Harris grew up in Quebec, Canada, in a very easy, beautiful, rich suburb of that foreign country. And Kamala Harris somehow has given the audience that she's speaking to, gets this very southern affect in her tapes speaking. It's very strange. We have like a very short clip here. True. I'm sure you grew up with people who talk just like this. Do you usually Kamala Harris will use this accent during the debate?
Michael would say, like he talks there.
So we've all seen it. We've all seen it. What do we have out of Kamala Harris having suddenly this like foghorn leghorn, extra and gone with the wind accent? Any separate accents about the
Gosh, I hope so. I hope we get a shot at that one. You know, this is the authenticity that I'm talking about. This is the authenticity that the American people really don't like. You present yourself as you are, and for all the criticism that Donald Trump has received over the 9 years, there is one thing on which you cannot knock him. He is authentic to the core. You cannot get more than Donald Trump. He's transparent to the core, and you're never going to hear him coming up with a weird accent, just depending on where he is and to which audience he's speaking. It's ridiculous, and it's very pandery and really gross to people, I think, to see this. And so I love the whole items there whenever she actually breaks out this weird accent and say, like, do you guys buy this? Is this positive to you? No, because I know it makes you feel like someone's just faking it to be around you. We all know people like that. We really don't like people like that. So, yeah, let's hope she breaks that accent out tonight and ready for it.
Yes, it's much about her. Yeah, here doesn't know who she is. It's as much as how little she thinks of her audience, how much she's right, how insulting it is that she thinks people are so stupid they lie. So it's not President Trump, Kamala Harris is a total wreck leading up to this, but President Trump gives insights to how he's prepared for this.
Yeah, I mean, look, Benny, he's been out there constantly in front of the media, and I think the way you prepare to deal with questions that are probably going to be very tough questions is you take tough questions and you take them from maybe
will question you who are not the friendliest. And we've seen Donald Trump in multiple circumstances doing those press conferences 90 minutes long, taking questions from anyone and everyone. We've seen him sit down to long-form podcast interviews where he really gets to expand on his thoughts on a multitude of different subjects. And of course, he is doing the traditional debate prep. He is actually studying up on who Kamala Harris is. He wants to make sure he exposes her because, let's face it, this is probably going to be a 3-on-1 situation. Likely ABC News is not going to go out of their way to be nice to Donald Trump. I'm pretty sure they'll probably be a little bit nicer to Kamala Harris. The best we can hope is that they're honest, and I would say I'll give CNN credit where credit is due. That June 27th debate, they were very even-handed, they were very fair, and that's what the American people deserve to see. But knowing how we probably have to approach this debate, Donald Trump has gone into is realizing we likely will have to expose Kamala Harris for a lot of the very radical values, a lot of the very radical stances she's taken on things, because I don't think ABC News is going to call her out for it, so it's incumbent on him to do that. He's prepared tonight to do just that.
Any details on what Trump wishes to talk about tonight, or any messages that he wishes to put forward? Obviously, there's very strong comments on January 6th, on abortion. These are things that really stuck with people. Some of them, if the Trump, you told us before the last debate, Trump was going to be calm, cool, collected, magisterial, and he was. But even he couldn't stop from. You didn't beat Medicare, you beat it to death, and I don't even think this guy knows what he's talking about. Can you tell me what are the one messages? Probably going to be the only debate. Yeah, probably going to be the only debate. So what's the message?
Well, I think Donald Trump's more debates. Traditionally, then you have 3 presidential debates. Given the fact that he wiped out their first candidate, one knockout punch in June 27th in that debate, we would like, as the American people, to see Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on the debate stage 2 more times. After tonight, I think we deserve to see them hear all of their policies and what they want to do for this country. He's very happy to do that. I doubt we're going to get that opportunity with Kamala, but, I think it's about comparing and contrasting 2 different presidencies and administrations. With Kamala Harris in the White House right now alongside Joe Biden, wherever the heck he is, probably on a beach somewhere, falling asleep. But nonetheless, we have the opportunity to see both administrations and how our life is. He has to bring people back to when he was president, remind them about the things he did, and remind them who brought you the suffering and the pain that we are in right now. Why would you trust Kamala Harris to do anything? She is the one who said she was the last in the room for Afghanistan. She is the one who decided to vote for the $1.9 trillion spending bill. She's the one who's supposed to secure the southern border, and it has been an utter disaster. He's going to have to compare his presidency and how life was under Donald Trump versus how life actually is under Kamala Harris. And I think you're going to hear a lot of that tonight from him. Again, because I highly doubt that David York and Lindsey Davis are going to go for it.
So, just in closing on this topic, Laura, you said that Kamala was practicing for a quit. She said she's preparing her comeback. She wants her I'm speaking. Oh, yeah. Yet it's President Trump who actually most likely did it first. Old Diesel and asked what's the most famous debate moment of all time.
Well, that's awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you're doing jail. So it's like... What's the probability of getting that?
I hope we have that. I hope that for people out there who don't know Kamala Harris, they're able to truly appreciate how wonderful she is, how dangerous she is for this country. But yeah, I hope for a Donald Trump moment. You know I love a Donald Trump moment. And he didn't even intend it to cause the June 27th debate stage with Joe Biden. But he got it. He got that. I didn't think he was what he said. Okay, on something like that coming out tonight. I sure hope so. I'm ready for it and waiting for it.
There's a quickly about lawsuits
that real work of the RNC is so important. And what we talk about on the program, and what we try to return is the cornerstone of something new that the RNC is really making now, and fighting upstream, getting victories. Talk us through some of the victories that in small hours.
Yeah, well, this is the most important thing. When we can never. Welcome to That Curious Cat. My name is Krista, the unapologetic purveyor of truth, justice, and common sense. So, is Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau globalist and totalitarian reign coming to an end? Let's dive into that a little bit. But before we do, thanks so much for stopping by. Be sure to like and subscribe, and please do share your comments below. I am incredibly intrigued what the consensus is from all Canadians on this particular video and your thoughts on the politics that are coming up in the scheduled 2025 Prime Minister election in Canada. So let's dive in. Well, according to Research Code, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau now holds a massive lead in a category that he would probably prefer to be trailing in. When asked to pick the worst Prime Minister in Canadian history, 38% of Canadians said that Justin Trudeau was the worst. Really that surprised anybody to start me. I actually would have thought that that number would have been a little bit higher. 38% positive agree with considering the lengthy list of Prime Ministers that Canada has had. So the fact that 38% think Justin Trudeau was in the list does not come as much of a surprise. Does it come as much of a surprise to you? Consensus seems to be that after 9 years of reign, most Canadians are fed up with the Trudeau. Everyone but himself that would see which is very comical. Justin Trudeau seems to think he's the second king with an ego so large that humility evades. Here is a video of Sophie, Justin's estranged wife, gently pointing out the importance of humility. And as you'll see, Sophie's words go on deaf ears for Okay. Despite Justin Trudeau's self as a grandiose person, many Canadians are united in their disenchantment with Trudeau. Since becoming Prime Minister in 2015, Trudeau has run Canada into scandal after scandal, all of which seems to be kept widely on the down low with the Liberal media, such as CBC, the government's pocket, was uncovered for his recent borders. The records are out there, including all the federal interviews, spearheaded by the Attorney General, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, and the RCMP, as well as what has been uncovered by independent journalists. And I say independent journalists because we'll get into the details a little bit later, but most of the Canadian mainstream media is now in the pocket of Justin Trudeau. So we'll get into that a little bit later. So anything that has come out that hasn't come out from documentation from the Attorney General or the CSIS or the RCMP has typically been reported by independent journalists. Thank God for that. So let's just get into it. Whether it's foreign bribery scandals, foreign meddling in Canada elections, deeply unethical contacts with foreign governments, the Arrive-Can scandal, and most huge, including several other serious financial irregularities in the government contracts to friends, acquaintances, etc. that they were out of. Never used 1988 Emergencies Act to stop the peaceful, freedom of public protests during COVID.
any truckers coming in from across Canada with their beautiful semi-trucks, Mack trucks with Canada flags plastered all over. They were fancy castles. People with Canadian flags. It was incredibly peaceful. However, Justin Trudeau mentioned, again, never joined the 1988 Emergency Act to stop it. Again, that was during COVID. And that ranged from, so Justin Trudeau's enact of the Emergency Act resulted in anyone involved with the protests, anyone involved with the cause, somebody the person Windsor, which had a always going in Ottawa, and it's $10. Yeah, for them to as well. And it went as far as charging others with federal crimes and even threatening jail. You know, a few of those people are criminals already, which is incredible. So if you know how she is, those guys happen right now. Canada's reputation for growth has been routine as a result of Trudeau's handling over the past 9 years. A lengthy term, many Canadians would rather what they do, myself included. So let's take a look at this. According to a Business Intelligence article published in January 2022, Canada dropped to a score of 74 out of 100 of the Transparency International's 2021 Reduction Percentage Index. No country has seen a bigger drop in ratings since 2017. The article continues with Transparency International notes how top scoring countries such as Canada have proven to meet the challenge of increasingly organized network corruption, which is not measured by this particular index. That as a result, these seemingly clear countries are enabling the routine cross-border threat, even if it may originate from other places further down the CPI. Aside from several ministers resigning over Trudeau's measures, including just yesterday, many are starting to wake up to the beautiful standards of Justin Trudeau and his government has reflected on him. And it's been intense. The York Region Police Departments, they've recently come out with these staggering results in increasing violent crimes under Justin Trudeau's government. Admittedly, these results really shows us that Canada is no longer a safe place to live. Which really breaks my heart. As a Canadian, that breaks my heart. Let's take a look.
Over 5 years,
The trend in violent crime is a major concern and will continue to be 2024 and will continue as we move into 2025.
It's crazy stuff. I mean, I don't know about you, but being Canadian, I've never seen ever in my life in second one receive ever in my 10 years. It is sincerely scary. A 400% increase in car charges. What can you imagine? It doesn't take rocket science to figure out that stuff. And aside from the standard increase in crime, the list of damage at the hands of Justin Trudeau and his Liberal government goes and on. Let's get into what that is. Whether it's inflation, increased taxes, soaring unemployment, unprecedented debt load, out-of-control invasion, often violent and dangerously fueled protests, resulting in extremely different strategies, taking up with major city streets for just about a year since October 7th. Let's take a look. Aside from that, attacks against free speech, the sentiment views as protected in Canada's federal rights and freedoms, the declining and strained healthcare services, the lack of housing, including housing crises, seeking regulations of the idiots in Twitter, every single leader in the world thinks that Justin Trudeau's is going on. How about you? I struggle with mounting illnesses, increased drug addiction, and deaths owing to addiction. Let's not forget the fact many diseases that Justin Trudeau of recently closed hospitals. Increased division and racism. Most Canadians with a high and down. I can't speak for you, but if you're anything like me, I've certainly had one. And we're certainly not afraid to make our feelings known. Here's just a glimpse of the learns. Let's call it learns because I found that pretty funny. That's just for those who see our blade. Take a look at this.
We will continue with the conversations up here. Not bad.
I mean, did you just see that crowd when UFC came to Canada? Crowd screaming at Trudeau. I mean, that's unprecedented. I mean, that does not happen. Canadians don't particularly have such a for their prime minister. If that gives any indication to what we're dealing with Justin Trudeau and his Liberal government, I don't know what does. Outside of that, even an Algoma steelworker took the opportunity just this past week, I think it was last week, to confront Justin Trudeau and get some answers. Take a look at this.
We got donuts over here if you want to thank you for your hard work. I could bring something like this here. Okay? It's the 25% tariffs you just brought in from the Chinese steel to help you out.
That's going to keep my job, yeah. Yeah, what about the 40% tax, I'm saying, and I don't have a job here.
The $400 million investment in that car?
Yeah. I think you're going to be here for another year. We won't see you around for another year.
Yes, that's what elections are for.
That's great, that's great.
I look forward to everyone that's essentially right to vote.
Yep.
Basic choice. We're going to invest in you and your jobs.
I don't leave you for a second.
Dental care? You know anyone got dental care?
Yes, I paid for it myself.
Okay.
We're like 3 years behind.
Covered?
Yeah, we're 4 years behind family. Every time we go for a dental visit, it's costing me about $50 in the pocket per person. But I have a good job. You're not really doing anything for it, Justin.
Actually, it's a happy million if you can have a dentist.
Probably like Missy Bird that does this for work.
No,
words with the same way, but
the other guys are, they got the donuts. Excellent.
We won't see you around in another year, he said. And I don't believe you for a second. We'll eat that with a and let's hope. And he's up to here, the damn dental work. Dental work seems to be the resolution for everything for those world. Now, does this intense level of vitriol shock any of you after 9 years under Justin Trudeau's rule? There's no question that his actions over these 2 terms in office seem more reminiscent of a totalitarian dictator than a democratically elected official. And that shouldn't necessarily come as a surprise. Let's take a look at Justin Trudeau's own admission of his admiration for dictatorship. Just have a look at this.
The level of admiration I actually have for China. Their basic dictatorship is allowing them to actually turn their economy around on a dime.
The level of admiration that I have for the dictatorship in China. Are you kidding me? Sincerely, are you kidding me? This parade of disillusionment with Trudeau doesn't end there. I could go on for hours showing you, but I don't have enough time. However, let's move on to the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, has now officially ended his coalition with Justin Trudeau and Liberal government. Canada's new Democratic Party has ripped up a key agreement with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's local government, citing that Trudeau is too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests. I've got to say, I find this incredibly correct. Considering that many groups who agreed to support the local party after the local NDP win in 2021 are making equal to shield from conscious votes that would bring them government, which most of the media really wanted to know. I'm so ready to take Bob and Jackie and the NDP's scrutiny, but in any event, it is clear that Jackie now has his eyes focused for himself. It is made for the upcoming election between himself and the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre. Take a look at this, because we all know what's going to happen. Just take a look.
Today, I notified the Prime Minister that I ripped up the supply policy. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class. Justice Trudeau again and again. He will always create corporate people. Liberals have let people down. They don't deserve another chance. There is even bigger battle ahead. The threat of Pierre Poilievre and conservative from workers, retired young people, Asians, families, even us, don't get more big corporations as well. The fact is, liberals are too weak, too selfish, too beholden to corporations to fight for people. They cannot restore the hope. They cannot stop the but we can. The next federal election, Canadians will choose if Pierre Poilievre's Alex
Beautiful. Beautiful. Sticky beard. Full of filled with jizz.
Together, we can and will stop conservative cuts. We can deliver relief and restore hope. Fix healthcare. Build homes to afford. Stop price gouging. It's always impossible until it isn't. It can't be done until someone does it. If we're together, nothing is impossible. And we won't let the power of done. Every corporation, wealthy CEOs have had their government. It's the people's time.
Given his sudden and his part, I do have a few thoughts. Now, I was expected, but these are practical thoughts. I mean, it could certainly be a means of distancing the party from the intense vitriol direct from the presidency was unelected business. However, there's also no strategic that I citizens themselves. There is a by-election in British and a seat that Jackie needs, a seat that he cannot risk losing without impacting his pension, seems to be a great excuse for why he would. So the timing of this sudden separation from Trudeau and Liberals does feel a little bit sketchy to me personally. Canadian polls show that Trudeau's local government popularity has plummeted recently. So it would certainly be a smart, strategic move for Jackie to disavow Trudeau and the Liberals and protect his populace election. But can Canadians trust Jackie to maintain the separation from the party once that by-election in British Columbia is over? I mean, we've seen a lot of that, and it does seem to me that they came to pressure from the party. I don't necessarily feel that I trust that entirely. It tells me that it shouldn't. Now, the news said that we need to withdraw of support from the government seems as surprising even the CBC, which is quite interesting to me. Now, Brian from some media, he was one of the real leaders ahead of all other parties. And clearly, CBC did not appreciate that. They did not appreciate not being able to know before anybody else. Take a look at this.
But this really kind of changes the conversation that's being had on Parliament Hill already, even though this has only been out for about an hour. So it'll be very interesting to see what the Prime Minister has to say about this subject.
That'll be very interesting to hear what the Prime Minister has to say. His office found out 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes to 1 o'clock Eastern Time. 12:47 they found out this week after so the Navy Patrol is flying off to
Now, I suppose it's bound to get under the CBC skin to realize that they were the last to know. Such surprising gesture today with the government, considering their commitment to remaining neutral for all these years. And don't forget, this is the same CBC for $4 billion per year in subsidies to investor but most things seem to be involved these days, be it their partisan reporting of liberal agenda for conservatives who feel, oh yeah, this is not a bill, of which the public sees straight through, and they had or their employment.
But that's what we got to do to sell it at the limit. And then on food prices, well, food prices, I think we got to the CBC. I think the CBC comes from the fault that the only stuff that I just want to with that view, I think that everything is broken. After 9 years of being
the news of the parties of partial liberals has quite Mr. Trudeau was with responsible news later that day. This is something to discuss or request a election. But let's take a look at what they say about it. No longer have the support of the people who parties carrying goals and conservatives on calling for an election is trying to send people to the list.
Thousands of kids across the province, and we're making investments that are helping thousands of kids off the table across the country. Most of this stuff happens. These are the things that rather than the second, we talk about the happening years, we talk about the cost of rent, housing, we talk about the environment, the accident. It's going to be focused on that. I lose focus on politics, but I will point out that I really since this is focused on now, the legal for things that's every time over the past year, rather than focused on politics.
A fabulous focus on dental plan and school lunches over politics. This is here. Dental plans and school lunches over politics. Interesting choice for a position is living through tatters. After he has ruined everything that makes here. So this might just be my personal opinion, but I doubt it is. But clearly, in subpar lunches for kids in school don't quite cut it. Especially considering the state of Canada after moves under Justin Trudeau. I'm crazy. Doesn't work for me. Seriously, could anyone be more full of shit than Justin Trudeau? She is more concerned with climate change and inequalities than he is in business. Or God forbid, what the Olympics have been screwed for, which is the only question. And his precious dental come in. Honestly, if I had to watch one video of Justin Trudeau ask about the economy in Canada, about the state of unemployment, about the housing crisis, about immigration, about crime, and inequitable responses. Well, we've got a great dental plan. One more time, I really for the love of all that's good, get this correct. The growth of a driven dictator and out of our government state. That's unloved. And although making this separation would appear to be a good one, I got to express at this point, they'd certainly get back in my good graces if the NDP party pushed for a snap election, as the Conservatives is fighting for. Therefore, just do it all the time will come. Here's a bit of advice from America's Cover Club. So many of you, I know, watch the podcast on YouTube, a brilliant guy. Here's a little bit of advice from Tucker on how to handle Trudeau in Newfoundland. Let's just take a quick second.
I asked, like, is there anyone in the country who supports this guy? So, I mean, I know I've never met him. I felt like it was probably pretty well, but I don't know him. Is there anyone that takes him seriously? And then everyone was voting, and then I know young people take it very seriously. They love that. And I thought, there's really no one that gets back. And that's by pointing out what a absurd political is about. Someone particular statement that you should dislike the government or his government's ability. But before we do that, you should dislike him until you can't breathe. Seriously. The guy's like, show up for the Tea Party when no one else is. They're across the party and they're Justin Trudeau. And speaking as sort of global voice, they're going to prospect. Hey, that's my first piece of advice. My second piece of advice, once you've done that, which is very effective, and I know it's not the Canadian one, it's such a broad society that is more than that. It's getting us very seriously, not really consider the perspective. But there are some perspectives that aren't, in fact, perspectives. There are. And that's the main thing that I want to say, and I've said a lot of is that you should recognize what is happening. This is not a political debate to which you've been invited to participate. This is a destruction of you and your culture and your beliefs.
I gotta say, sadly, at one time, I was one of those women that Tucker referenced just there. I'm ashamed to say that I voted for Trudeau, mainly because my family and I have voted Liberal our entire lives. But I gotta say, when it comes to Justin Trudeau, it was more than that. There was also an added je ne sais quoi when it came to Justin Trudeau. When he hit the political stage, there was something a little bit more to it. Perhaps it was his youth and gray hair. I mean, he did have good hair. And it did seem to be reminiscent of a newfound JFK. You know, there was a lot of talk about that. And I think that just kind of went into everybody's psyche that Canada has our own President John F. Kennedy. Or perhaps it was the fact that his father was Canada's former Prime Minister, Pierre Trudeau. I mean, who knows? But what I can say is that it was all packaged in a masterful seduction. A seduction that I, myself, fell for. But let me tell you folks, the Emperor's new clothes are plainly transparent. The overwhelming record of state in Canada after 9 years of Trudeau couldn't show us that more sincerely. Now, I am hopeful that any Canadian that watches this video takes the time to watch this will also take the time to research the many items that I have outlined. I outlined a lot. And trust me when I say, before I did this, before I listed all of those things, I did the research. I have seen the documents myself. Had I put those in this video, we'd be here for 3 hours. I could not do that. So I am reminding you to take that initiative and research these things for yourselves. As I said before, it's all out there to be viewed. Like, it's in the public record. Some of them is a little bit hard.
Don't let a divorce take everything away. If you've got something worth protecting, like assets, it's just it's time to bring it to a false world. It's been just as like trying to this There's now one writer who says TBI, that is corruption, tied to corruption action. Tied to national corruption to our files, he says, and
So what you see is that these guys were investigating bad stuff, so it's not determined bad stuff, and they took his investigation on this.
right, and as you see, of course, they're trying to update him as charged with corruption himself. As part of this. So it's huge shots of this in his own words in church.
I don't think the chief chocolate many regarding Kennedy River investigation, raiding our police department and my personal residence. They changed and received evidence regarding corruption. They began looking at charges of corruption last month, so they took all of our files, but they were unable to complete the case. The case that we've been working on for past over America. They have success in the mortgages, stalking money, human trafficking, narcotics trafficking, and many other crimes. We have police across the United States talking to state attorney generals, senators, congresspeople, and numerous law enforcement officials throughout the United States. We've identified a major corruption that spans lifetime. It involves the rich neighbors of time and investment companies and fraudulent mortgages of homes in the United States. It really is the United States. Services in relation to 70 fraud that has created a geopolitical shift within our citizenship. It is a multifaceted attack from a foreign actor service to a foreign army of individuals, families, states, and public politicians to protect the life. We have even told this in case in a foreign state and other the world that has taken our files and our lives. It's really important to us. It's time that we the people come together. It's time that we stop allowing ourselves to be segregated together. No matter what works too hard, what for you, or what we do to do hard, you understand. We need to stand together and hold the name and demand accountability of all of the citizens. It's time for the corruption to stop and for us to set our country back so that we may be able to good hands for our children and grandchildren because if we don't stand up and do this, we will no longer have to step our way together. I'd like to send a special thanks out to Mark Simpson. There's very good articles that Marty will read at liberty.com. go on to something exactly. So what exactly is the WikiLeaks conspiracy? Well, watch how Channel 5 and all of those big investigations into numerous things, like the research revealed the insurance system, which additionally, the political forces from both parties are involved while searching negotiations. As a distant unlikely podcast. Involved in
And the TBI, the investigation, swoops in. It's a side. Also, ultimate harvesting and radical harvesting. Started so much more this. So these are followed up this. Meanwhile, the Biden portion of the child predatory laws that the Biden should go on. That's what wanted to be a problem for people to have access to their South Carolina. International child pornography. Yes, there are national laws children made as of 14 and above have sexual intercourse. 10 countries have similar national legislation. Our national sexual relationships that's all, therefore unadult. Children have so there's also those desires just shut down the conversation with the way things work. So one of the things that we do can tell us why we're going to post things in children. It's just like kids, like trans, politics, we get
That's the point of no return on this. We're not going to get rid of it. It's not possible. Everybody's like, we need to get a handle on this problem. We need to do something. But nobody does this. That's the opportunity space for the timing necessary to build the right. With the help of industry and academia around the world, the Semantic Forensics Program developed hundreds of analytics and methods to help organizations and individuals protect themselves against the threats of manipulated media. Their work has systematically written down developmental risks and paved the way for a new era of defensive against this mounting threat. Now, we're calling on the broader community to take what we've started and bolster the fixes that needed to defend authenticity in the digital world.
Okay, so the broader community, that means you, they want you to supplement and stand because they say we can't distinguish between fakes and real videos, so we have to fool us with what we stand and we say. News, internet, entertainment, text, audio, images, video, it's what's being called large-scale automated disinformation attacks, are supposed to be detected and then able to tell for this tool. Now, this was told by DARPA, U.S. Defense Department, and Advanced Research Projects Agency. The prototype is already in the works and it constitutes years 37.2 hours. Butter, you might see something, and there's something they don't want you to believe, so they need to tell you what to believe and what not. But of course, we know that this would be a drag of what we post to just in face misinformation. That's how this works for us, but I'm going to say that the U.S. government has a track record on disinformation. Can you think of a time when they warned us about disinformation and actually served to protect us? Anytime, yes. Okay, the COVID pandemic? No, they told us that they want to suppress it. Right, they told us the vaccine would stop the spread of COVID, and they wanted to suppress otherwise with disinformation.
No, I was just working on it.
Take a money point. Project Laptop, well, it told us that was just information turned out to be true. Russian election in 2016 campaign, they spread that disinformation that was theirs. They created, right, this was just disinformation that led us to vote a certain way. Disinformation, Russian influence on Twitter, the Democrats created that disinformation. They warned us about something that was disinformation that ended up protecting us. I thought about the whole if there was an AI fake, would I be upset about it? If it wasn't actually, I'm sure I would feel more comfortable with my life. Sorry, that's a tangent. Anyway, would you? If it was like not.
I really figured out because nobody had my image, so how the fuck would that be the video?
Right.
Yeah, there's really images anywhere, and you're full of so yeah.
There was a kid who took his classmates in middle school and made fake pictures of them. They were all really except they were someone did that to another because I don't know exactly how his name was like something right there. So sorry, I didn't mean to take you on that tangent. That's what my comment. Okay, so again, the US government says that they're putting out disinformation, even though they've never helpfully informed us about disinformation to protect us from anything. And they consider it to fix the problem and keep no harm. So only use this for. What I worry about is that they'll take real images and tell us that that's fake. That's straight out of 1984. So you see, let's say, philanthropy paid got the U.S. to agree to Ukraine for another decade, which you didn't say. And we can all get upset about that and say, yes, we don't want to do that. And the U.S. government will say, no, that's just that too, right? But they are going to tell us what they're seeing, what we are actually not true, and we've seen it happening already.
Well, I mentioned about this thing happened. They start going after things that are out there. All of the countries say, yeah, smart people are going to integrate this software. There's hundreds of thousands of people out there that are going to progress AI as perfect. They're already behind. They will never catch up. They can't catch up. It's just going to make it harder and harder for AI to be effective.
Right. Now, one part in this video that sort of made me think is the part that says, well, everyone agrees this is the problem, but no one wants to do anything. And so they're making the case that, well, someone's got to do something, and someone should be the government. I'm going to let Thomas Sowell, an economist and speaker, and one of my favorite conservative voices and authors, the last word on when someone says the government should do something.
When people say things like, the government has to do something, I think, if you ever study what happens when the government does something, compared to what happens when they don't do anything. And for 150 years, the government of the United States did nothing. There's the Great Depression of the 1930s, the government did more than it ever done before in its entire history. The stock market price occurred in October 1929. Well, 2 months later, unemployment peaked at 9%. And then it started declining. And by June of 1930, it was down to 6.6%. That was when the first government intervention took place. And within 6 months, it was in double digits. And it stayed in double digits for the entire decade of the 1930s.
Okay, so even if we were to collectively agree that someone has to do something about deepfakes, I know who I do not want to do something, and that's the U.S. intelligence community. So let me mention this tool of mass surveillance that we pay for. We have our next hit. We're going to talk about sabotaging peace agreements in Ukraine as people continue to die there. We're going to talk about the 9/11 Commission report and all of the lies therein. So it's a TV show this week, but first,
Chad said,
Governor Johnson says reporting unemployment in schools is children, garbage children.
Oh, okay. So I'll tell you where that report comes from just then, because that came from a recent, who was that? 300,000 missing children, unaccompanied minors. This wasn't a
Yes, right. So, yes, whistleblowing inside the Department of Homeland Security. And eyewitnesses essentially said that people who were responsible for these children. I'm the Department of Homeland Security. I'm sorry, to me, it's one of the most important stories in America right now. To not care how high this goes and to which government departments are facilitating this, which NGOs are making billions of dollars off of this, whether it's the Catholic Charity or others. It's the best choice.
Okay, I'm just going to turn my laptop around and show you that this comes from the Department of Homeland Security. You can look at this report for yourself. Dated August 18th, 2024. Called Management of ICE Minors that are all unaccompanied migrant children, and it talks about how they are sexually insecure across law enforcement and everything about it. So we give them a little finger for saying that is what do they call it? Unsubstantiated?
Yeah.
Okay, middle finger to you for that comment.
But then we welcome all people, you know,
Here we go.
Actually, no, actually. I don't remember to get some control, so if you're saying this kind of stuff, we're good. Okay, we're going to listen to this here on the show that infuriates me.
We need a middle finger emoji or like
the middle finger emojis.
It's pretty good. We'll work on that.
I just imagine, I can just sit there with better. I think what you did was better. And than we've seen this. Yes. Anyway, okay, we got more to get to here. Yes. All those things. There was only 5,000 different studies. They chose, 67 to look at in the 60s. They left out all of these other studies about it. No, that's okay. But I want to talk about the future. So control is by rewiring with Russian ships on the coast of Florida, full-blown wars with Israel. And every prepper needs to have a radiogardasil. It's the only FDA-approved drug to treat radioactive fallout. Defense had it until now. That's by the Department of 5G. So the only one in the world that has a supply of radiogardasil. And it's emergency kit with potassium iodine, sulfur, microcapillary, arsenal to protect yourself from this radioactive threat. So go to 5G3.com/redacted. Use the code redacted to save 10%. I have a radiation kit I want to wear in my house. Sure, that's 5G3.com/redacted. Use the code redacted. You should always be curious about how it's don't worry about anything. And every day, by the way, the United States government has the largest stockpile of it, and they don't let other people get a hold of it.
determine that maybe you're a scholar. Started
I was being so funny. I just forgotten about that.
It's overseen and organized by that reference.
Self that you take this is the question that I apologize. She says this has to be they identified that show that we because we were in the US, it was just basically is what she's saying. So what I don't know the language that it's very much it's the US state so yeah, the state that's not really at least basic ingredient and that's what I've been talking right. It was she was caught on a phone call discussing the phone and the government changed that because the return to Russia and she wanted a war which was Russia and the U.S. Constitution and the terms of the fire were on a phone call discussing this legal plot and she said that we're not a war to Ukraine and Russia because the government has fluid thing and how the UN has fluid and
that's exactly what reports will happen to the US Assistant Secretary of State US Ambassador to Ukraine Alliance extend the Sixth Circuit online
I just think in terms of the process moving ahead, we wanted the moderate Democrats together. The problem is that it's not about the big guys. And, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych's populating on all of this.
I think the guy who felt the economic experience, the governing experience,
they don't know a lot more politics in there. What they are discussing is overthrowing Ukrainian President Yanukovych, which happened, so that they can install a pro-Western government in Ukraine, which happened. This legal plot works. That works what? To be disqualified for politics instead of continually getting promoted because she has a lot of blood on her. And after that coup, in which the U.S. did install a U.S. public government in Ukraine, it was the Ukrainian army getting enraged to kill, bomb, and torture anyone who is pro-Russian or ethnic Russian in the Donbass region, which was in Russia then took over that region in the war we've got now. Again, it's not only for local from Putin's whims. Instead, there's 5 mayors of those regions to Russia to come and protect them, but they have done for Crimea in 2014. The Russian party raised interest in their lives and they say it was unprovoked. And Ukraine has been sacrificed inside Russia to get that land back. Tortures, the torture one, left. And the news that Ukraine was about Russia started to sacrifice they reported over and over again that justifying that that's true. So
fact, in January, whistleblower from the Ukrainian negotiating team said that even pop champagne over his deal that never came to me.
And that is the negotiation part of the complete successful because actually opened a lot of the campaign. Yes, because it was completely successful negotiation. But the
families of this died since and think they almost didn't have to go to the war. It was almost a peace agreement, just how much of a victory that was it for Roosevelt. Now, this was Roosevelt and how many people have died since. Now, the numbers are all over the place, but we think we can be sure they're teaching that Roosevelt that were thrown at this war in order to get that territory back up on their back, but they were tortured and murdered. And so, they're fighting dirty. They're not actually trying to get that region done. And because of this time, they're done everything. If the first region inside Moscow, or nothing at all, is want to provoke an all-out war with Russia. But now Russia said that it had a plan to start the attacks in the Kursk region, and that's exactly how Russia has been very effective from Ukraine's weapon stops to stopping them in their tracks and where they can find whatever they're triggering for distribution of many reports for the late side of the weapon. Now they are getting weapons. In the last region, which is usually the fighting there, Russia also invaded the Korean territories. Control of these regions because it is going to change those people. And there's something like that inside Russia, which has but they did not use their weapons to attack Russia directly. And Syrians and everyone was watching. They're fighting to do this. Has no president to babysit. That's why they're playing dirty and attacking civilian regions. They've always attacked civilians western region, and that's what they're doing. Think that they're attacking civilians in Russia. They're about apartment complexes. Overnight, they expect providing they do not. So, let's stop them about to do this. They're not going to stop that from segregation. Responding to this report that we sabotage these. The person who posted it on X from Monstrosity posted this saying, despite this fall apart. They don't care. Ukraine could have had peace. They didn't. Stop it for our own gain. We can do it everything. We care. We get it. And follow the rest of it to make sense. And the promise of this war is to exact that. What we want. It was necessary.
it's not actually right. So, yeah, we would absolutely apply that. But we're not controlled by anybody. When we start with one, it's just better what is the band beyond it, which is whatever it is. So, what we will cover all of that. There's a lot of channels that are taken down right now because of election. Obviously, the powers in a certain area out there. Those channels are sensitive. A lot of times, the content is getting worse and worse as we get into the election. So, thank you to our audience on Rumble. Thank you to you guys on YouTube as well. And thank you guys on X. So we appreciate you guys supporting us here.
for subscribing to our channel. If you're on this list, we talk about the 9/11 Commission report, which is called Long List of the 9/11. Number one, we're honoring the victims of 9/11 is to tell the truth about what happened that day. And we're covering and promoting the evidence of hijackings, the buildings, those involved. Today we're going to the 9/11 Commission report. And then after today's show, we're doing an interview. I won't say live, it's not live. So after the show ends, automatically it should redirect you to what I just did with Kevin Ryan on the failure of America's failure sensitive on that day, how seriously But first
we want to tell you all our friends over at American Finance because interest rates are starting to come down. That the rate of flooding inflation is terrible. So such trading is not simple. All American help you going to break this cycle. What they do is teach you to change out and get people out of leverage and that's the fun. Equity companies leverage and that's what we're all the time. The big leverage and all and they don't want to say, okay, we're done. Leverage their assets call them right now, 866-869-8434. That's 866-869-8434. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/redacted and download the report for how you can learn this. Again, we're not telling you to do it, we're telling you to learn it. Because once you learn it, you can make an informed decision on whether or not this works for your family finances. So again, visit AmericanFinancing.net/redacted.
You know, most people believe the official narrative of what happened on 9/11 thanks to this book, the 9/11. Yes, that's how most bestseller. A lot of people read this. All the remember like to see a plane maybe not going to the Pentagon and what actually went into the gas station. I'd like to see that. That would be interesting. It's interesting. Why did he get out of the report? Video of the incident that he destroyed? Failing to investigate crucial aspects like insider trading and hijackers showing up alive later on. Did you know that? And his claims to have found no evidence for certain central points. Like thermite material discovered in the dust on 9/11, by the way. More than 7 in the report. That is Building 7 collapse after. Let's talk about it. Okay, guys, we'll go through all of these here. Many of them documented by David Ray Griffith's list of 115 lives. Others that I've added as my own research, and other investigators who redacted these documents. All of those here. This is not a there is evidence outside of suspects involved in inside the city and simply responded to only had a system of Al-Qaeda off inside the city, but they had a system of Al-Qaeda Israel 6 times. Over 5 years. What makes it decided to arrest him and Al-Qaeda company arrested 5 other people who were only for over 7 years. And they took off like an hour. Really necessary to document the events. Evidence that are still alive. They're still alive. I'll tell you, they're searched by the Parliament of Slavic Clemency on Flight 11, the 30 transmitted on the tower, the British prison. Still alive. Conviction of evidence about Muhammad Atta, such that alcohol, drugs, and black witnesses. But that's intentionally not evidence for protecting systematic business. It's the opposite of that. I don't see that. Obviously, the opposition is the evidence of unused. The parents have flown around and thinking about it. But I fly a plane. You can fly a small plane, you know, when you jet airlines. 72,000 but this guy turned off. This is my evidence of slightly speculating that the whistleblower is totally completely to fly to that. That's left out. The ambition of the fact that the beginning of flight manifests we know how it means. One thing is why the flight manifests. Dust in these 9/11 report. The omission of eyewitness reports, including live reports of CNN on camera. There's no airplane at all.
After the fire fires and wind, an eyewitness who said it appeared that Boeing 757, the American jet, landed in the very second Pentagon. So this is a very generous the plane that they have built.
The minor clue that was from my photographic perspective, no evidence of the plane having crashed into the Pentagon. The only site into the actual part of the building inside, and then there's also the only block. It's small enough that you can pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections or any sections. People are nothing like that anywhere around. The tires were crashed into the side of the Pentagon, beside the collapse. If you look at the pictures of the Pentagon, you see that the plans of all collapse. That didn't happen immediately. It wasn't until almost about 45 minutes later that the construction was completed. Exactly like radio is exactly the finishing of the rest of the facade did not collapse until 30 minutes after the stroke. This is the 5 minutes. And the picture for it is down to about 7 minutes. That's it. With that Larry Silver, his comments have been 7 minutes. Silent outside the Pentagon. That's what that is. The military this is very security cabinet. And it addresses the process of the Pentagon, which was completely confiscated by FBI, which did not show us the images of what was going on. That was the flights out of the why. The original Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld wanted so the World Trade Center buildings and the ability to find some holes the fact that because Building 7 had been evacuated the last the rapid removal of steel that might still be alive in the rubble under that steel, makes it all in place. The incident made to the United States small visual fire somehow collapsed. Building 7. Those eyewitnesses are one hour to report. You know, consider the fact that even the hypothesis of the collapse was caused by fire beside the tower. There's a fourth tower that also has smaller fires that somehow collapsed first. Why is that like that? Why not this time? Consider the fact that the collapse was being powered by that of Building 7 and somehow not being consistent with its suggestion. So many more questions. NORAD's response to failure of the defense system lack of transparency that operations were Al-Qaeda. What is Al-Qaeda? What is it to do with Al-Qaeda? The evidence of to explore options experience topics. So it's so much out not only the fact that all So this is part of our coverage. And what we're going to show you're watching this on YouTube, there's a function that will shoot you directly to our live if you're watching this on Rumble, we'll also launch some videos and that's exactly how it's displayed on X as well. So you should have it there. So, X. We're raising video over there on X as much as they can. So, anyway, subscribe to us tonight. We'll have live coverage of the movie on the Gummy Plus members. So, if you're on the Gummy Plus members, you'll come to that audience. So, hopefully hundreds of people join us and enjoy the
I'll make it pretty relaxing. I know that. Some of these are educated for stags. Yeah. All right. You can provide some alternatives. I thought we'd break it down also
watch that and television. Guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
I've
story. And that's one of these things. For example, the military in Florida, reporting, that's people study it closely. I'm happy to go through those stories with you to talk about why we're going to do that and what the final story is. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get a picture of this. Where's the official story that we have for? I think this is kind of the first story. When we tell the story, and what's called NORAD. And NORAD is military agencies. And so, I should have said that the college university is just critical to these two agencies. And there's remarkable facts about that as well that we should discuss. But basically, they told us in the end that the military was not notified about the planes until after they crashed. They had 8 minutes notification on the first hijacking, but from the other, second, third, and fourth hijacking, we're told by the Maryland Commission that the military was just never notified until after the plane crashed. And that's, of course, why that's remarkable, as you mentioned earlier, is that we were told by the military and the FAA previous to that, for a period of 30 years, that the military had been notified about all these planes. They had actually got notification on Flight 175, the second plane, 20 minutes before it crashed. They got notification about Flight 77, the third plane that crashed. 13 minutes before it crashed. And they got notification of Flight 92, that crashed in Pennsylvania, 37 minutes before it crashed. And so, just thinking about this, if you know the normal police can't find that they're waiting to do something that's scrapping from two airport stations. And these are unfit jets that's now at 19 miles per hour, so they could have reached the first 8 minutes. And the others from the Pentagon and that city, those are something that the Mexican front is also 20 miles per hour. So they're pretty easily caught up with hijacked aircraft. So for 2 years, people were wondering, they were why these military jets never caught up. And just to put it in perspective, the military has planned on aircraft, aircraft, 129 times year 2000. And Scandal used 67 times the aircraft in 2001. It's essentially no problem. So the problem was that it almost 2 hours. It's understandable over the stars. The military didn't intercept any of these 4 aircraft, despite all of these notifications. The plenty of time that it takes to catch up. So, that this came from Philip Zeltman, the director. People don't know that he's a professional filmmaker. And he wrote the outlines of this report before the investigation began. So this is idea to come up with a memorandum that basically said, well, you can't explain it to someone that's Congress because they were going to know that they were never going to cause, so therefore they're not. And as we said, the contributions to that sector shows that they're involved the entire time. And with phone breakings and communication breakings, I've been in contact with the FAA through anything. And basically, the procedures are like those hijack on some support
they hold up. Automatic, what the students even necessary, automatic response to an FAA order. The intercepted them scrambled. And that was the example of 9/11. And that's what the people can see. There are other evidence. But the official thought, you know, is it's not too high, but the military said, you know, it's the purpose of trying to hide that piece of the story. What's the purpose of that? Well, one purpose is that if you take another picture of 20 minutes on 1275, 40 minutes on 1277, 47 minutes on 1232, they should have been able to catch up with their second jet. So if they had done that, and then caught up with the second jets, I would say high-level impact airlines, they would have been able to, as they had before, look into the cockpit procedures flying the planes. This is an important point in light of research right now, because a lot of people believe, including myself, that the planes were actually remotely hijacked using technology that existed at the cockpit and practice that year, leading up to months of 9/11. So, the SF jets that actually provided us, they would have seen the flying flights. Now, there are a couple of reasons why they did. One is that the aircraft flying to New York City were actually the interceptor jets were intended to form a holding pattern out of the atmosphere. So instead of flying directly into New York City, they flew in a holding pattern over the Atlantic. They don't in that order, but don't go to interceptors in that way. But there were interceptor jets out there. They were scrambled. They were told not to hijack the plane, but instead, they were out of the holding pattern. They know that it would stay in the holding pattern and not intercept. Yes, we do. We know that those reporters containing the Air Force headquarters and these and the Northeast sector NORAD. And so it hasn't been explained exactly why that happened, but we do know that happened in the base orders. The other is that they were holding didn't go towards the center, where the jets that were launched for placement and so they were actually sent out in the wrong direction. Those orders were actually changed after loss and scramble heading to Washington. Orders to the cities that allowed them to go. And then we were asked to provide a small fraction of the students, so sometimes students, like these are jets that doing multiple times the speed of sound, but yet they were asked to provide sunshine students, so they were flying in the wrong direction at a fraction of their absolute speed, and they weren't going to catch up. They weren't going to get to the area because of these orders that, you know, all of that vulnerability doing with, with the story that Warren just wasn't notified until after this crash anyway. But, you know, it's not really a believable overall story, but what's most comforting is that the military guarded their home, all these military officers and lines, those people don't understand it. It's just like that. It's that. And one book published in January 2003 called Fear War Over America. Published by the Air Force itself, by the Air Force Public Relations Office, which included hundreds of military people. And this book was reviewed by all the top military brass. And it talked about how the military was tracking these planes and how it was intended to seek out some of them. But all of that testimony was thrown out the window. All of that whole book. All of that was thrown out the window. Because this was kind of ultimately said, they were documents, they were very tracking planes. So they're all lying. All the columns in the United States military, they're all lying.
have any whistleblowers come forward to their face and confess to this and say, look, I'm not lying. I was scrambled that day. I knew about this ahead of time. I had to speak up in 17 minutes, 47 minutes to hear about this. Why are we branding this?
Well, officer testimony previously, it was on the record. And in some cases, on the congressional record. So the general who's in charge of NORAD was General Ralph Everhart, commander of NORAD, commander of U.S. Space Command. And he gave testimony in the U.S. Congress in 2001 saying they had documented evidence, documented notification. It's like on 175, a documented notification of the hijacking of Flight 77. This is on the record, congressional record. And as you probably know, lying to Congress is a felony. It's a major crime. Right? But he never was called out for that because he went along with the 9/11 Commission account. So basically, the 9/11 Commission, after stating this concept that everybody had been lying or just terribly mistaken in their memories for a period of 2 years, they did a little negotiation with the NORAD personnel and got them to agree to the idea that, yeah, they were just so terribly mistaken and they weren't tracking any planes. But, you know, it's not going to be one of them, in my opinion, it's going to be a whistleblower, although in some cases maybe a lower level person. There were exercise intelligence agents who were tracking exactly the planes, installing them in the documentation. But if one of them wants to come out today and state that yes, they didn't definitely tracking the planes, that would be great. But at this point, I'm not aware of any that have actually done that.
On the record testimony from Congress is powerful enough. That's powerful enough. You also talk about that there are such indestructible characters that were brought into the FAA obstructed the response. So there was not only sort of whitewashing this testimony, but there was a cover-up of the response and not only that, but the enemy by putting up roadblocks. Talk about some of the roadblocks that were thrown out there in this investigation.
Yeah, actually, there were two really questionable characters brought into that FAA before 9/11. The first one was David Slime, National Operations Manager for FAA headquarters. So this guy was on his first day of the job, if you get me. It's his first day on the job. He had previously been a lawyer on Wall Street. So we trained him in there for a couple of months, and then they put him in this job. First day on the job was 9/11. So National Operations Manager for FAA, right? And there are a lot of people who get that. No, you can't make this up. So really, there are all these people in this business, tons, decades of more experience. They're in the same office, but they're not going to take over all the shots. So at 8:15, he was calling about the hijacking of Americans like that. And for some reason, he was 30 minutes later before the inside NORAD. Right? Allegedly. Although the FAA had already communicated a memo to the commission that they had breaches, communication breaches with NORAD all along. This guy, he's stalling, right? Somehow he's stalling, and he ultimately used the excuse that he never got the request to authorize a court request for military assistance. It's just absurd, right? Because it's an automatic process. It was automatic 129 times in the year 2000, 67 times in the first half of 2001. And suddenly there's always this hesitation about whether we should notify, whether we should request or authorize the request to request. It's crazy. But this second guy at the FIA who was brought in 9 months before 9/11 came from being the commander of the Joint Special Operations Command. You're not aware of what that is. That's the military's covert operations command. So, special operations, covert operations. He was running those, and he decided to become the FAA's hijack coordinator, which, again, is an unusual change of job. But when he came in running, according to an FAA intelligence employee, whose remarks are on the record for the General Kahneman, General Kahneman began conducting over-the-top exercises that were, quote, close to the 9/11 plot. Right? For the months before 9/11, he was running exercises that were basically mimicking what would happen. But more importantly, on the date of 9/11, General Kahneman was missing. You know, this is the role that the 9/11 Commission said was critical in the communication between FAA and NORAD. This hijacked version of FAA to contact somebody in the military who was actually the Deputy Director of Operations of the National Military Command Center. And that guy was missing. Right? So, General Kahneman's missing, but Mr. Morgan, they never even asked him about it at the 9/11 Commission. You know, this is sorry. Right, we already this is the most critical role in communication that they and NORAD. And it's just like, I guess you said later that he went to Puerto Rico, what's available. And nobody was identified as the contact. So, most critical role is not that critical on the day of 9/11. But yeah, this happening, this communications to NORAD went to Winfield, Monica Winfield, the general at the National Military Command Center. He was also missing. And, you know, in an element certified state, well, you find out when you look into it, the entire military community is missing. So President Bush, if you're not aware, was at an elementary school, right? Reading kids in an elementary school. The Secret Service was not protecting him. He was there for 35 minutes after the attacks began. Highly publicized him. So the statement helped every picture by just sitting there reading contact with their children. The Secretary of Defense was the next line in the military command, and she went missing as well. After he didn't know anything about what was going on, he said, until the Pentagon was attacked. At which point he went out to the parking lot and tried to help people with stretchers for more than 30 minutes before he was contacted. It's incredible. These are incredible stories, but they're true. And the next person in the chain of command is Hugh Shelton, who's the chairman of the Joint Staff. And he was out of the country for about a year, just mysteriously. And then, you know, he went to a monarchy. He was also out in Canada and was out. Everybody was out. Just for that morning, for those hours. So that's another big reason why things didn't go very well. One of the more important reasons was that there were military exercises going on 9/11. And they actually not only made the events, but they instructed the response. So you may be aware that before 9/11, a couple of years before 9/11, there were 28 hijacked exercise scenarios that the military practices. And about a quarter of those were suicide missions into high-level targets. Right? So people don't hear about this very often, but if you research, you'll find out that the information is there, that the military practiced this. And they practiced this on 9/11. It's an exercise called Vigilant Guard in 2001 that was practiced on 9/11. It had been going on for a couple of days, and on September 9th, they had practiced a hijacking for a suicide attack against the United Nations building in New York City. This is people watching the World Trade Center. This is 2 days before 9/11. On September 11th, they were conducting similar hijacking events, in which they were simply simulating hijacking into the live air surveillance system. So they call it SIM-over-bomb. They were simulating injections for confusing people who were exposed to responding. They all thought it was an exercise. And their testimony they showed it. And we thought the exercise was very relevant. And the evidence shows that the simulated injections can continue until after the attacks. Definitely disrupted the response.
So you have all of these high-ranking members of the military, the chain of command, gone, missing. All of the folks at the FAA missing, gone. You have these simulated attacks being injected into the
run on that particular day. It seemed like the perfect, and then you have what many believe, we on this show as well, with the experts we've had here on the show, that these aircraft were remote controlled. They were not piloted by these morons. They pilot assessment. They didn't know what they were doing. With precision, absolutely not. So these were remote controlled aircraft being manipulated on that particular day, and that's why we don't have jets scrambling to get close to the cockpit to confirm that these pilots are not actually piloting the plane. It all seems, when you look at Occam's razor, right, all of these things point to a massive, massive cover-up, no?
It definitely does. And, you can see the different ways that the 9/11 official account is false. And they all look very much as if it was a cover-up. You may know that in the 9/11 Commission report, they didn't even mention some of the major events that happened that day, like the destruction of World Trade Center Building 7. It didn't even show up in the report. But the testimony of the 9/11 hero William Rodriguez on the FBI whistleblowers, these are critical testimonies that never showed up in the report. And this cover-up of the air defenses is really had to come down to, well, everybody was just lying. They weren't tracking the planes. And I can say that 2 years after the 9/11 Commission report came out, they justified this new account. They tried to justify this new account through an article in the magazine called Vanity Fair. And you may remember something that they called the NORAD tapes. So the Soviet found some tapes, some tapes that somehow explained away how they didn't really know about it. The communications failures were the big problem. Well, this reporter, he'd gotten privileged access to these NORAD tapes that apparently NORAD didn't really know about. Right? So that's what happened to the But, they said they tried years later to justify it, but really, they never came around to the explanation of why would all these people be lying in order to make themselves look bad. So if you think about it, that's exactly what it is. If they were never notified, they were just such that we were never notified. How could we possibly have intercepted the jets? But that's not what they said. They said, yes, we were notified with 20 minutes notice on Flight 175, 14 minutes on Flight 177, and 47 minutes on Flight 93. And we were tracking these planes in detail. In detailed testimonies with generals, colonels, and people who, they just wouldn't expect to be lying, right? Any reason, particularly for a reason that makes it look bad.
And also, I remember, on that day, news stations were reporting about the flight over Pennsylvania. And tracking it in real time, right? It had gone missing. Where was it over Pennsylvania? So even news reports, even if you want to discount NORAD or being notified, right? Even like NBC News, the Today Show, and others were reporting about this flight, so they would have been fully aware of this.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And not only that, air traffic controllers were taking notes. So FOIA released documents showing that air traffic controllers were writing notes about him and Flight 93 having been hijacked and where it was going on the Ohio and Pennsylvania border long before it crashed. So, why would they all just create these fictional accounts that
right.
It makes no sense whatsoever unless psychologically you really need to believe the official account, which is the case for a lot of people. It's just psychologically, I think we really need to believe the official account. So whatever way they do that, they're willing to accept.
I think there's a cognitive dissonance out there, whether it's on the assassination of JFK, or you want the official stories in one particular way, one shooter, you don't want discussions about a conspiracy, which we now know verifiably is the case, whether it's the assassination attempt on President Trump, or the 9/11 attacks. And so it's unbelievable to me that the American populace would sit back and say, that's okay, so this 9/11 Commission report left out critical testimony on purpose. FBI whistleblowers, others about these pilots, use all sorts of critical information purposely left out of the 9/11 Commission report.
or you purposely didn't interview individuals or ask them critical questions. That's all missing from the official 9/11 report. And I remember at the time when the 9/11 report came out, it was a bestseller. Remember the 9/11 Commission report in bookstores? It was billed by the media as a page-turner, thrilling. And it's bestseller. Bestseller. So there's a lot of hype, a lot of media pushing up this official fake narrative of what happened that day.
Yeah, they also know that you remember a comic book version of the report. So they thought they could sell it, but you have zero. We try to make it as simple as possible and push it as hard as possible. But the bottom line is that most people, the other citizens, we don't have time to dig into the research, into looking into things, and looking at the credit-changing accounts. They just see the 9/11 Commission report, and they either support it or they don't. But, they don't need a comic book, they need facts, and really, given the impact of 9/11, people aren't aware. Nearly 5 million people were killed in the wars, indirectly and directly. As per Brown University's Cost of War project, nearly 5 million people died in the wars that were justified by 9/11. And additionally, there was an authorization for the use of military forces. Basically, the authorization for the president to start preemptive wars whenever he wants to. Presidents are usually sensitive. Joe Biden needs to proceed it. He's on the 24th. Joe found Iraq. Decided to start the versus in 2001. So these things, the mass surveillance, the torture, all this goes back to 9/11. It changed the world in really negative ways. It changed our lives and ability to remain a free democracy. So people are going to be looking at the information and see what we're doing. And what we likely to see going forward in the seconds of the box. Really, that's the drive. I was drive. The complex that is fully controlled. So all of this combines with fully controlled. So the manipulation of our government, so it's the US dollar, we don't have $85 trillion in debt, and with $5 billion still, they're at the ruins. So, why it is called the place. So, what's the point of that? This awareness about this. Express eyes, what are you hoping? Well, that's the question. I don't believe in another commission. I don't believe another government commission will get to the bottom of 9/11 unless it's a foreign government. There's a possibility because citizens of many countries died on 9/11. But what we're trying to do is establish an accurate account of what happened. Remember, one of the reasons I think that this and the folks have to that already. And we begin to get that's the problem as quickly as possible. So that we don't allow the government to, incorporate all sorts of oppressive measures that will be ruthless for decades. Don't recognize that. So awareness is important today. Recognize national that's the highlight.
But every riot is my guess. So much for all the research guests always by them. Thank you.
Others may not feel the LA lights up. I think it's working on Cincinnati.
Yeah, Sleepy Joe, Mulder and Stubborn. The whole big election system. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening now. I understand yesterday they're bringing up Russia again. What they've done for years. Never found anything. But they should be looking at China. Iran. Lots of other places. I haven't spoken to anybody from Russia in years. We know that, but it's a scam. But it all goes back to the DOJ because we had a trial today. It's an appeal of a ridiculous verdict of a woman I have never met. I don't know. I have no idea who she is. She wrote a book and she made a ridiculous story up, put it in her book. We're now appealing to the student. We had a completely hostile judge, appointed by Clinton, one of his friends with Clinton. Getting married, decided over the marriage ceremony of one of the lawyers on the case against us. And when said Judge Lewis Kaplan, angry man, he was so angry. I went to the trial. I've been in a lot of litigation over the years. I've never seen such anger. Or wanted to throw one of our attorneys in jail. In jail. Nobody's ever seen anything like it over nothing. I've never seen such anger, but all of our judges, we had a brilliant judge, and I think a very fair judge in Florida. I think we have another judge who's very fair. I just asked for fair. I don't want anything different from anybody else. I just asked for fairness. And another judge, a couple of judges that take the fair. And then we have other judges that I think are all things. I think the system is a disgrace. The case that we met on today, and then we're going to talk about job numbers, which are horrible, by the way, really bad. And you know that. You won't report on it, but the job numbers are terrible. We're going to talk about the appeal today. A great appellate lawyer go down representing us. And I think John did a very good job. A matter of minutes to speak. It's a very complex thing. It was a setup, a big deal. They had, and this is, and before I start, I have no idea who this woman is. They have a picture from, they say, about 40 years ago, a picture. And the picture depicts her and her husband on a celebrity line where I was the celebrity. I've been a celebrity for a long time. And they were shaking my hand along with hundreds of other people. Nobody even knows where it is. The problem is she doesn't know the date of the picture. She didn't know when. She didn't know it was in the 90s. Even further than that. There's no idea when. And people do that because you don't want to give a specific date and then you find out that Trump or whoever it was a deal. So they tend to do that. They take long periods. So it's just like, hopefully this didn't look at that time. But this is a disgraceful case, and disgraceful in particular because it's about a former president of the United States who's now leading in the polls to be the president again. And this is being worked with the DOJ, Department of Justice, as on all of these cases. They all come out. Atlanta, Bonnie, that control, Department of Justice, nobody did that. The case with Judge Ed Lawrence, most overturned judge in the state, that it's very close because they sent you a team I call it the Department of Justice, because they're using the Department of Justice to rig the campaign. These cases are disgraceful. Now they're more brought, for the most part, in front of very hostile
Republicans get 3 or 4%, like downtown Manhattan. These are very hostile judges, like hostile like you wouldn't believe. Judge Kershaw, Judge Gordon, Judge Kaplan, all of them hostile areas, and very, very hostile. Very bad thing in this case, New York. Very bad thing for New York. Businesses won't come to New York. Here's what took place with Judge McGraw. I can tell you that. And probably the rest of them also. In this case, the wrong woman she said something in the book. That's when I first heard about the White House. And of course, I denied the story. This was not true. I have no and I never met her. Now, I don't know about it. She was taken 40 years ago. Everybody was celebrity life, so I don't think that counts. But as far as I know, I never met her and never touched her. I have a particular interest in any way, shape, or form. Her husband was a music John Johnson, a really nice guy. She played a horrible thing to her, I have to say that.
Oh, Marky Poo.
Justin Trudeau was met by a very angry protest as he got his office this week. This happened another protest when he arrived to British Columbia. Also tonight, Canada is Mark Garrison. After the Liberal Party put out defamatory statements saying she was stealing from Russia. Well, apparently, Mark Garrison is now being sued. Also tonight, Canada makes investigative asking questions after the two met on a plane just a couple of months ago. Also tonight, Jagmeet Singh is going full populist, and it's absolutely freaking hilarious. You won't want to miss tonight's report. Stick around. Start tonight's report. Are you guys fed up of the bias of the mainstream media? If the answer is yes, smash the subscribe button because I'm going to tell you the news the mainstream media won't. Welcome to your Tuesday report. Fun show here today. All you guys are asking me, Web, are you going to live stream with the news tonight? The answer is yes. Today you're getting an episode of the show, and you're getting a live stream. So it's the story you'll start with Justin Trudeau, who is retreat in British Columbia right now. Yesterday was five protesters outside of his office as he wanted his SUV on his way to his retreat. This is true. This is part of the brand. The haters. It's crazy here. Hold on. See that? Yes, the
these days for Justin Trudeau. Having a crowd of protesters just screaming at him and having him smile and do this little wave. I mean, this is par for the course. And after Trudeau got absolutely blasted by protesters, friend of the channel, Greg Assad, went to ask for the protesters. Well, also in front of the channel, how would you rate it today's performance?
It's like a job little guy. You just make a really good team. This is the job we do. This is what we do. We're very good at it. This is what we do. This needs to be done.
No, but they're
It's a standard every day. It's right. It's not the fancy. It's just a regular day. So yeah, we need to be perfect. So yeah, we get there. You know, but you got the dust cut off, you got cut back. It's just a regular day.
So that whole reception was for Trudeau in Ottawa, but Trudeau got on a plane that day and flew out to British Columbia for his Liberal retreat. And guess what? He was met by more protesters at his hotel. That sign behind my head. There is the Queers for Palestine. This person here, is this person on drugs? What's funny about all this is one thing I observed is that saying take care of masked people, this guy here, they care, still wearing the open mask, and still using it's down bad. These days, it's just Trudeau's down bad. And speaking of down bad, Mr. Down Bad himself, none other than Mark Gerritsen, is getting sued by Canada for a super defamatory tweet about her yesterday. On yesterday's show, we covered this tweet here that got Mark into hot water. He says he finally caught someone on here. I draw the line and foreign government pay you to engage with me. Basically, using Canada being funded by Russia to mess with Mark. Absolutely crazy. Mark needs to study this. This person needs to be brought before committee to answer questions. Well, I got a big update for you guys because a couple of hours after Mark Gerritsen put out that tweet, well, apparently Canada doesn't want to be accused of committing treason, and announced on X last night is suing Mark Gerritsen.
Justin Trudeau's deputy government House Leader Mark Gerritsen just crossed the line, and now Trudeau is a lawyer and a journalist against baseless, ignorant, and trivial allegations that I'm a Russian agent. Let me be one thing clear. Not a single letter has been turned from Justin Trudeau and the lawyer disaster record, and because of the death of the president, here is the Canadian verdict. July 1, it was suspicions ultimately to be subpoenaed by Parliament. But we're not backing down. We're not letting one of Canada's most notorious liberals drag my name in the mud simply because of the truth. Neither I nor the County Signal have never taken a dime from the media or the Russian government.
These accusations are not just false, they're reckless. The damage caused by Garrison is serious. He used his position in Trudeau's government to attack me, and by extension, the county signal. We're one of the few truly independent outlets in Canada to take the federal monies in order to reveal news about Trudeau and his government without fear. And Garrison hates us for it. In an emotional outburst, we made a dangerous mistake, and we will hold listeners accountable for this. Garrison will almost certainly use government orders to defend his indefensible actions. We don't have any title of taxpayer cash to light on fire, so we need you to stand with us while we take Garrison to court. If you stand with us, please go to suegarrison.com to donate to volunteer fight. That's suegarrison.com. Thanks.
There's no fizzy in this box.
One thing is for sure is that Canada and the counter are all playing around when it comes to defamation. And after Canada released her statement, well, Mark Harrison is officially panicking and backtracking and trying to take back what he said. We're Mark Harrison here saying, okay, my language may not have been that clear. I find Canada's content. He tagged the wrong account, by the way. That's not Canada's account. This is alarmist and deeply offensive. We posting this and stuff every single day. The Press Progress report of the video of Katrina with North Southern and Press Progress's report of the video alleged connection to a Russian influence campaign. They use Press Progress as a source. It's really alarming. I'm not interested in interacting with people find that kind of division. So I'm wondering what is her connection to that mess. I think that Katrina herself was paid by the Russians. That to me didn't sound like an apology. And quite frankly, I hope he still gets sued because his language accusing people of treason is no joke. Few moments after releasing his pathetic statement, Mark Harrison is voted in after being sued for defamation and spreading disinformation. Mark Harrison has been spreading more disinformation on X. He's moved this the biggest clown there's ever been in Canadian politics. Our next story tonight is on the topic of Canada here. The country was doing yesterday at the Liberal retreat and she ran away. But who remembers the first time they met on a plane? This year is from April, so 5 months ago.
I just landed in Ottawa to inquire to relate to my followers on Twitter and share everything.
Now, the fun part about that video is she has no clue who Cat Canada is. What I guarantee you she does now is Cat Canada had some questions for her yesterday, and Christia went running.
Hi, Christia. You should be It's Franklin from Christia. Can you call me? Are you still in April? I'm not talking. Christia. On Twitter, she called me a Russian alien. You have to Gary, can you just answer one question? Your MPs are defaming Canadian citizens on Twitter and now they're backpedaling. Okay. Easy to condemn defamation.
She just rocks away. The little penguin from Batman.
Have a good night.
Well, one thing is for sure, she didn't know who Cat Canada was on that plane. But she definitely knew who she was, yes. In our next story tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about these latest political ads from the Liberals and the NDP, where the Liberals are so bad at what they do, trying to attack Jagmeet Singh now, that they're actually making Pierre Poilievre look like the greatest opposition leader of all time.
My message to sellout Singh is this. Break the costly coalition with Trudeau.
Several days later.
Yesterday, I notified the Prime Minister that I have ripped up the supply and confidence agreement.
Never take advice from Pierre Boyce. Now, the reason that ad is so ironic is because they're basically telling people that Pierre Poilievre gets whatever he wants. He asked Trudeau to do something about stolen cars in Canada. Trudeau is doing something, apparently. He told Trudeau to build homes. And now Trudeau's building homes. And now he's demanding Jagmeet Singh end this coalition. And of course, Jagmeet Singh ended the coalition. But the real star of the week in political ads is from the NDP because Jagmeet
Fuck
Singh
you, libtard.
that is going full left-wing populism, and it's the cringiest thing I've ever seen. Just look at him zoom out of his face. Look how they're going to zoom out of his face. This is deathly cringe.
It's always impossible
until it doesn't.
It can be done until someone does it.
Okay, why is he zooming out of his face? People say Trudeau's a narcissist, but this is like Trudeau levels of narcissism here. There's no difference between him and Trudeau.
If we are together, nothing is possible. We won't let them tell us it can't be done.
He keeps zooming out of Jagmeet's. This is so narcissistic. This is not good.
Don't let it force the gift. You've got something worth protecting like assets, well, businesses or investments. Protect it offshore.
It's always impossible until it isn't. It can be done until someone does it. It's not the same size as Obama 2.0 or some kind of like Martin Luther King character, but I'm finding it corny as hell. In our last story of the night, it's been 2 years since Pierre Poilievre is now the leader of the Conservative Party. And after this fair stupid success 2 years ago, I showed up to the Conservative leadership race. I thought my ticket, but my minutes, the bullshit looking into getting a press pass. I have no idea how I pulled it off. I was basically a parody account on Twitter, and they
they still gave me accreditation. But the real story of me wanting to get accreditation is because I knew it would upset Rachel Gilmore. And to this day, she's upset that they gave me accreditation. It's one of my favorites. It's the reason I keep it right there above my shoulder. And it's because I hope my neighbors, Rachel Gilmore, watch my videos. They know the best patch above my shoulder is something like this small form. And the reason this moment is so special to me because this was the launch of the Blood Reporter. When we got that press pass, I stopped doing parody and I started reporting on the news. And this is what gave birth to this YouTube channel. And for our last clip of the night, and to celebrate Pierre Poilievre's 2 years of being a conservative leader, I'm going to show you guys a video from 2 years ago where I was on the floor when he got announced as the winner. And as you're going to see, the crowd went absolutely wild. It was one of the best moments ever. Let's go!
Right here, we're about to get up to the results. Nous avons un nouveau chef.
Moment was so amazing because it was the first time that I was really feeling hope. After years and years of Trudeau and COVID and all of that crap, I finally felt some hope as a Canadian in this moment. For a second, just look at my excitement here. Let's go! See, one thing is for sure, I truly felt hope at that moment, and the whole point of this channel is because I want to save Canada, but I can't do it alone. We need a leader, a political leader, and I truly felt in that moment that we finally had our guy. And 2 years into Pierre Poilievre being a leader,
Turtle, the turtle. What a creepy.
So definitely tune in at 8:30 tonight.
No, not.
So just tell me in the comments, guys, what did you think of those Trudeau protests? Do you guys enjoy seeing Trudeau get trounced like that wherever he goes, or is it getting a little old? Tell me in the comments. Also, Mark Gerritsen getting sued. What do you guys think is going to happen in this lawsuit? Is Mark Gerritsen going to lose money? Is this going to get dismissed? I really want to know what you guys think in the comments below. If you guys want to support me, you already know how to do it. Like, share, comment, buy a membership. I am going to be streaming the debates tonight, and I cannot wait. Double P, it is the outro. Watch the live stream tonight. See you guys later. In Pope Francis XIV Eastern Bus, now including a free trial. Embark upon a new adventure. Runs near and far. Rise up against their time. And join the fight as the warrior of light that rekindle the fires of hope. Play now at ff14-freetrial.com. On the Paramount
BC United throwing in the towel just weeks before British Columbia's general election should serve as a serious wake-up call to Canada's political left. However, some may still not be catching that signal, thanks to the legacy media's failure to report on how BC United turning its back on freedom and conservatism played a key role in its party's demise. Let's talk about it. Drea Humphrey here with Rebel News, reporting to you during the tail end of my vacation. That's right, I do get some time off, but when I do, I'm still here talking to you sometimes, and that's because news never gets vacation, does it? Especially not in British Columbia over the last week or so, where just a day before I hopped on a plane to get away for a little bit, big news shook up BC politics. As many of you now know, BC United's party leader, Kevin Falcon, suddenly suspended his party's campaign from the October 19th election and encouraged all who had been supporting his party, including his then 23 MLAs, to get behind John Rustad and the Conservative Party of BC.
But what became apparent to me as I crisscrossed the province and heard from literally tens of thousands of people is the number one major concern that they had, and that is, Kevin, if you guys don't do the right thing and be the adults in the room and help bring together that free enterprise, center-right, common sense coalition, you are going to help elect an NDP government. And all of you that know me know that there is nothing more important to me, my children and your children and grandchildren, that we not give the NDP one more day in power than they absolutely have to have. And that's why I made the decision that I made as leader of BC United to suspend our campaign. I will be withdrawing our candidate nominations, and in cooperation with John Rustad, we will work together to assemble the best possible team of MLAs and candidates that can serve the best interests of British Columbians.
The news comes after failed merger attempts between the two parties and the Conservative Party of BC consistently destroying BC United in election polls for months. But it still served as a massive wake-up call for many on the left, like the governing BC NDP Party's Victoria Beacon Hill MLA, Grace Lohr.
For the last couple of days, I have heard from so many people who are feeling a bit turned upside down by BC politics this week. New donations, support, volunteers from folks previously supporting other parties. People who don't see their BC in a party that denies the climate crisis, has committed to getting rid of Sojin schools, and it's running candidates that donated to the trucker convoy. I have also heard from parents and family and friends of trans and gender diverse folks who feel extremely anxious. Don't forget, the BC Conservatives tried to introduce legislation to limit the rights of trans kids to play sports.
That's right, Lohr. Come October, there could be a new sheriff in town. But on a side note, do leftist politicians have some sort of weird form of Munchausen syndrome where they enjoy making gender-confused kids believe society hates them? No. The BC Conservatives didn't try and pass legislation seeking to limit trans kids from playing sports. I was there reporting at the legislature when they introduced the Fairness in Women's and Girls Sports Act. And when the NDP government, of course, shot it down before its first reading, it was a woman and girl-led initiative, proposing that women and girls be protected and have their opportunity to excel in their sports without biological males impeding on their ability to do so, like is currently acceptable and permitted under the NDP's centralist government. But that's far from all that's being permitted that many think should change. You know, perhaps if the left wasn't so hell-bent on canceling citizens they disagree with and allowed them to freely express themselves without fear of losing their careers or being accused of spreading hate, then Grace Lohr would be less shocked to learn that many British Columbians have had enough with her party's radical progressive ways. She even had some in her own comments reply to tell her why they will no longer be voting for the NDP. Some who gave similar reasons to why conservative Nanaimo MLA candidate Gwen O'Mahony, who formerly served as a BC NDP MLA, and Chilliwack cultist Lake candidate Alia Warbus says that the NDP's policies no longer represent them either.
Things got very extreme in this province. And I should know that because I'm coming from the progressive left, okay? And I would say the party is squeezing out any kind of piece of common sense or sensibility that's left with a lot of the members. So there's many of us that have moved over and have joined the Conservative Party. It can be a very hostile place. If you do not toe the line, and if you do not agree with the ideology, then you are called a bigot. You can be canceled. They take lead in shutting down people's Facebook pages. It happened to a long-time New Democrat that I know, all because he was speaking out on issues pertaining to women in sport and self-ID laws, those kind of things. They were excited when his Facebook page got deleted. You're shut down, and it is a toxic situation.
I really felt that some of the socialist values that are held within the NDP that seek to separate us as a society around US LGBTQ+, around education in the school system, and I think also around sort of the war on drugs and decriminalization, I didn't understand the issues that well. And so to me, I was taking things that people were saying at face value and saying, hey, look, it's as if you're against these communities. That's not the case. It's not about being against any one person or any person that's in the margin of our society. It's about doing what's best for everybody. And when I started to dig into the issues and do the research, I started to understand what the conversation, the narrative was actually about. And it's about doing what's best for all people and not putting any group ahead of each other.
The Conservatives catching up to, and even in some cases slightly surpassing the NDP in election polls, suggests the NDP really is losing the plot. Whether it's the power-hungry NDP being the last North American jurisdiction to let go of nonsensical COVID jab mandates against healthcare workers, or David Eby's refusal to join other premiers in imposing carbon tax that BC has to follow, our soul-gouging house and rent crisis, or like Gwen O'Mahony pointed out, allowing citizens to grab free crack pipes from hospital vending machines. Crack pipes they can put to good use by smoking hard drugs alongside elderly patients at their favorite care home. And yet, with all of that madness and more being normalized in BC's NDP, it took the BC United's collapse to finally awaken some of the left to the fact that the political pendulum is swinging. And if they don't reposition their grip just right, they might be just about falling off of it. Of course, I blame legacy media for much of their ignorance to what many saw coming a long time ago. With the help of their censorious allies in the state and social media, the legacy media built such a sad echo chamber for the lefty lords of the country, who are now scratching their head as to what exactly could possibly be the appeal to a leader like John Rustad, who had the audacity to be interviewed by big, bad, far-right extremist Jordan Peterson, whose dangerous crimes include encouraging men to be present and hard-working husbands and fathers, and for all of society to be informed, critical thinkers. The nerve.
The number of people dying in British Columbia today on a daily basis, waiting for diagnostic services or surgery, is comparable to the number of people who are dying from the opioid crisis, and nobody's talking about it.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
So is it any surprise then that leftist media is also failing to inform the public about some of the key catalysts to the collapse of BC United? The media is primarily attributing the fall of BC United to pressures from businesses. The Tyee has gone as far as to call Falcon's defection a threat to democracy due to special interest groups trying to control the election. Now, to be clear, I believe that all MLAs and their parties have vehemently supported or remained silent about tyrannical COVID measures and the catastrophic economical social turmoil they caused, which in BC's case was clearly all of them, lost the trust of many of their pro-freedom and conservative-minded constituents. It's just a few, like John Rustad, who've done a better job than others at trying to mend that breach in trust. But the first nail in BC United's coffin that further separated the party from its conservative voters took place back in 2021, during the party's leadership race. That's when the party, then called the BC Liberals, rejected the leadership bid of Aaron Gunn, who will now be happily running with the federal Conservatives as their candidate for North Island Powell River. But flashback to 2 weeks after Gunn announced he'd be running for the BC Liberals and started making some traction back in 2021, the prominent Conservative documentarian was nonsensically accused by the BC Liberals Leadership Election Organization Committee of being against reconciliation. Even though their only Indigenous MLA running for leadership at the time, Alice Ross, disagreed, publicly stated that Aaron should be allowed to run. The NDP-like rhetoric used to give Gunn the boot left many of the party's pro-free speech members wondering if the party was actually the right-leaning party it once was thought to be. And later, when Kevin Falcon ended up winning the leadership race, such concerns were only heightened, which leads me to fatal error number 2, the underestimation of the BC Conservatives and the exiling of John Rustad. That's the kicker that's led to British Columbia basically now having its own Trump versus Hillary epiphany, especially if the Conservatives overthrow the NDP on October 19th. So how did the Conservatives find themselves in this popular position? In 2022, the BC Conservative Party essentially came back from the dead, seeking to become an actual Conservative alternative to the BC Liberals and the NDP, and to restore common sense into BC politics. The BC Conservative Party
Bark. Jerry poo.
Minutes, which I definitely don't recommend you do ever.
Spoiler alert, the same thing's going to happen this week. They're not actually going to come up with any solutions to solve the problems facing Canadians. All they will do is double down on the same failed policy that caused so much hardship.
That's the thing about this Liberal government, isn't it? They never actually give you what you want. They just tax you harder and give you something and tell you that that's what you want. And then you got to run the question and say, support you, we're giving them all these things that they want. We're focused on Canadians. The last time we talked about doing like that, we'll go on.
After the carbon tax, you're going to have to charge the residents. Remember, that's the deal. You can get satisfied with the carbon tax. These plans quadruple the carbon tax. They effectively put out shocking stats showing that Trudeau's carbon tax costs the economy, this is the trucking $2 billion. And that will rise to $4 billion by 2030. That's $4 billion. That's transportation costs really dumped on consumers. And there's literally anything that has to be shipped in Canada, trucked from one part of the country to another, costs more because of just the carbon tax.
Let's also not forget that with the carbon tax, that means that every single thing that is manufactured in Canada will also be increasing in price to make up for it, which means that our trading is going to crumble. Because why on earth would a country pay even more dollars, possibly to the tune of billions, just to have a Canadian product when we can just get it from China? Additionally, I'm willing to die on this hill because Lord knows, like many of you, I have researched a lot. Climate change health is 100% BS. There is no climate testing. That's not real. That's not happening. And if you really want to look at how factual that is, there's nothing research out there to support it. Even in some publications from NASA, they're completely against what mainstream news and governments are telling us. Oh yeah, and also, even if Canada was completely wiped off the map, it wouldn't make a dent in global emissions. No, not even a dent. But truly, nothing is better in this Other clip again, in which you're talking, when the media gets their time for questions, you can completely destroy them with nothing else but absolutely what is now known as radical extremist views, or as I like to call it, a little bit of common sense.
I believe that is just a smoke and mirrors feeling. At the end of the day, Mark loves the same policies that Trudeau has imposed on Canadians. They're basically the same people. Every country believes that they know better. They're hardworking. They believe they know better how to spend their money. They're hardworking. They trust the Canadians. They believe that the carbon tax should be increased. They believe that that football should be given preference over law-abiding honest. They are basically the same thing, and the results won't change in the next. The results for Canadians will not change. Well, let's take a look at why Canadians are angry. They're angry because policy causes so much harm. They're angry because every time they go in the grocery store, they're angry because when they go to the mortgage, they're looking at 2 or 3 times the payment that they had. So that's why they're angry. So it doesn't matter who the leader of the party is. It's the policy that cause the hardship, and that won't change after this issue. It won't change after this whole session. As long as the Liberals are in power, like this generation of
Okay, takes me again. Just reminding you that if you like this content, be sure to hit that subscribe button. If you like the video as well, that helps you show it to more people. Or you can share it if you feel like this is beneficial news.
Just like what Mark Carney said on the carbon tax, it says it serves its purpose. He loved it. It wasn't the same policies. It wasn't the same policies that taxpayer-funded drugs. They take taxpayers' money to fund the drugs going to our communities. There are reports of many police associations across the country, police forces across the country saying they're finding government-produced, government-distributed hard drugs in the community. They're seizing it. So Justin Trudeau's drug policy is causing the country. Mark Carney supports that. Mark Carney supports all of these extreme policies that have caused so much hurt to the country.
Where do you support prohibition in Liberals do?
No, well, first of all, that is a decision just for Justin Trudeau to make. He'll have to explain to Canadians why he wants another week of summer vacation. He'll have to explain to Canadians why, as they've been working hard all summer and working hard in the fall, why he's not going to. But again, at the end of the day, as long as Liberals are listening, they are all doing the same thing. They are all doing the same policies. No one's talking about undoing the damage. And that's a point I just want to reinforce. It's not that this government has failed to respond to external threats properly. It's that they caused the problem facing Canadians. They've caused the inflation crisis with their massive money printing war. They've caused the cost of living crisis with their carbon tax and they've caused the climate chaos crisis by the dangerous and often the very same day that they were arrested in the first place. So all of these problems facing Canadians will not go away as long as the Liberal Party power, and only common sense conservative government led by Pierre Poilievre will ask the tax, fix the budget, build the homes, stop the crime, let Canadians have a high quality living.
Thank you. And that is pretty much the nail on the head right there. Not representing what by definition a Liberal Party means. The Liberal Party of Canada has immense ties to the WEF, the World Economic Forum. It has immense ties to some very shady people in politics and extremely wealthy global elites. And it isn't just Justin Trudeau, if everybody around him, everybody involved with him, look at the Liberal Party want to do. They'll see a lot of democracy. They want to completely control how everything you see online looks. Now, they say this under the guise of making sure that Canadian content gets prioritized, but we all know that that's and also, who owns the majority of the Canadian content requirements and the majority of Canadian content won't be kids, that they will be prioritizing with those dollars. Bill C-18, the Online News Act, and that yet again was supposed to be good for Canadians, good for all people, making sure that they're all getting paid properly for the content that they're creating. And what has that turned into? An intense media monopoly, not being able to talk from certain types of news, not being able to post news, and really no Canadian content creators or Canadian outlets did it. And of course, we have Canada and Harvard actually trying to call it the supplement Canada as a country and actually fight for fewer in terms of our emissions and how much that actually contributes to the global atmosphere. What has that led to? Well, higher costs for absolutely everything. Poverty. You want to know one of the quickest ways to have a green-friendly planet? Reduce poverty. Not to mention how much it hurts our industries like natural oil and gas. Still have yet to be provided with any alternative for reducing emissions. So that's interesting. They also want digital IDs and vaccine mandates. Well, if you've read the Book of Revelation, I'm sure you can come up with your own theory as to what exactly that means. My personal favorite was 36, that is the hate speech legislation, which allows for the government to completely overregulate what you do and say online. And the bill itself doesn't actually define what hate speech is, which is a very grave concern. And well, now this could end up exactly like today, where people are doing saying something controversial, not something outright legal or illegal. And that's just a small few of many of the things that the Liberal Party is interested in getting involved in. What kind of attention do you think that's going to produce? I'd love to hear your thoughts and comments down below. That's a Blaine, and I'll talk to you next time.
Just one thing. Suck a lot of cock. Yeah.
Technology simplified design to create magic in a kitchen. Again and again. Petite, powerful, and multifunctional, it's a lot more than meets the eye clock.
Now there's this video. You may have seen it. It's been going viral.
It would make your baby cry. It would make your babies cry. The thing is so ugly, it would make your babies cry.
It goes hand in hand with a piece of what I can only call propaganda that the Liberal government posted on their official.
But you know what? But you know what?
Breaking all content using a lot of logic, a lot of common sense, and if your eyes were not already wide open to what is going on here, I assure you, you will be very awake by the time this video is done. I'm Jasmine Lane, and as always, I would love it if you subscribe to the channel. It means the world to me. And if not, that's fine. I'm not a dictator. But if you want to help this channel grow, also like the video, as that helps it to show to more people with the YouTube algorithm. And comment your thoughts as we get through this down below. I think especially as we get to the second half of this video, you are going to have a lot of thoughts.
But it's so ugly. What the fuck are you doing? Just kill that shit. Burn it. Ugh. So disgusting.
$400 million investment market.
I think you're going to be here for once a year. I'll drop the business.
That's what I said before.
That's great. That's great.
I look forward to everyone except for
Yep.
it's a choice. You're going to catch them doing your job.
I'm going to have you for a second.
Dental care? Dental care?
Yeah, I think we'll just all behind. Yeah. It's possibly like 50 or $1 per person. FBI. You're not really getting close to
There's been a lot of response to this, and a lot of people trying to convince us online with a lot of liberal entities that are designed to promote the liberal message. For starters, one of the things I've been seeing is that this man, he's a conservative guy who went there on purpose to spread disinformation. However, it turns out that while they were saying he looked like this man, his name is Jeff Dalrymple, how do you pronounce that? Turns out that the man in this video was tracked down as a field worker. There are several social media accounts to verify that, and Jeff himself has actually reached out to independent media saying, yeah, that video, I actually don't really think that guy looks much like me, but okay. Additionally, you've had a ton of people who have been saying he's doing these sports for something, and he's fine, and that's such a high bracket. So there is actually a 40% in terms of what for this is depending on overtime that he works and whatever, then yes, he is absolutely very good. And if you've been wondering why it is that Justin Trudeau seems to not really have that many public appearances, especially with the opposition here, Paul Yet, all over lately, this might be why. In fact, people found that Justin Trudeau is the worst prime minister ever voted by Canadians. But I do want to point to things here that, again, I've said this in past videos, the left does very well in these passions as a weapon against you. And I think it's really odd that Justin Trudeau would have said, oh, what about dental care? Well, to qualify for the National Dental Care Program, which very few offices are even opted into, by the way, you have to be making a combined income of less than $90,000, which obviously, if you were working at a steel manufacturing plant, making above 50 times. He also mentioned he had children, and has a wife who also has a job. So Trudeau is saying, oh, we're going to put this thing. It's like, do you know that he doesn't qualify for that? And then you have men say, oh, you're like my neighbor who's lazy, who lives the same life that I do, but they just don't work. Really steps into something I talk about frequently. I did a video on this not terribly long ago, which I will have in this one as well. Forced government dependency.
Sure.
Absolutely does create laziness. For Trudeau to say, oh, you know, most Canadians like to stand up for each other. Yeah, for sure we do. However, there's a very big disconnect when you have people, you know of people who do not try because they don't have to, and then you are punished as a taxpayer for their lack of trying. And they don't try and never will try because they don't need to, because they get those government handouts. Even look at the amount of people during the pandemic era who left their jobs even though they didn't need to because they got that free government COVID money. People are very quick to do what is easy, not what is hard. And when you have government handouts like this, it really does go well with my thoughts on forced government dependency and the type of society that the government really wants to rule over, and that is people who are not capable, people who have no drive, no motivation, people who don't care, people who are essentially NPCs roaming the earth because everything is taken care of with the government when it comes to the welfare system. That is supposed to be there as this backup for you in the event that something really awful happens in your life and you really need it. But what we see instead is generations of people who are choosing not to work. They are choosing not to do the hard thing because they know that the government is going to have their back. And what that creates in turn is a society that is completely weak and a society that is very entitled, and we see this all the time. So I've seen a lot of people who are harping on this guy, calling his neighbor lazy, but at the end of of the day, I get where he's coming from there. You should not strive to be lazy because the government is going to help you out. You should strive to have a goal, and you should have a mission and a journey that your life is going on and that you are aiming towards so that you can find happiness in the world, because people who do not have those things are not happy, and people who are not happy commit crime. They're cruel. They make other people around them unhappy, and that should be the last thing that the government is trying to enable. Now, on this same note, as I said earlier, the Liberal government posted something that I can only describe as propaganda about their new national school food program. You gotta watch this, and then we will talk about it afterwards.
So, over 20,000 videos were shared over the last year.
I'm able to perform better in my classes. I'm able to focus more in my classes. I don't have to worry about feeling hungry during the day because I have more than enough to eat during lunch.
A national school food program. A program that will feed up to 400,000 kids more every year and save the average two-child family from $800 a year in grocery bill.
YouTube Premium is ads reduced and it's a gap altogether. One subscription, 2 ads. Try 1 month free of charge.
I said this at the start of this video. They use your compassion as a weapon against you. A national school food program. You think, wow, good on you, government of Canada, for providing this. Oh, you're saving the average family $800 in groceries. No, you are not. You are inflating the cost of groceries and putting us in a position so that we cannot afford to feed our children, and then we're coming in here as a savior. You're saving the day. This is why you should vote for me, because you can't do any of these things without us. But the reason why you can't do any of those things is because the government has been for years to screw you of your ability to do those things. My mother would have been so humiliated that I publicly stated that I was hungry and I was really in school because my family was do this skinny and manipulate the children that they're doing, but everybody is forgetting the fact that the reason why we exist for things like this is because the government wants to be our hero. This is exactly how communism works. North Korea, as an example, what did their government do? It came in and said, you know what, we are going to make sure that you have enough money for X, Y, Z. You don't have to do this anymore because we're going to do it for you. And the people who have struggled and working so hard said, oh, thank goodness. Okay, flash forward to today, and look at what that has turned into. That's what these world leaders want. They want the ultimate control. They have that God complex. And the thing about this that is so upsetting is the fact that while watching it, it's so beautiful, great. Why is it that in Canada, the government has to feed our children because we can't afford to feed our children anymore? And then they're touting that off like it's a good thing that we no longer make enough money to afford the basic necessity of life, aka food. Do you think the National School Food Program is the start of something great or something cool? Let me know your thoughts down below. I'm Jasmine Lane. Please like this video, subscribe, share it to your friends. I will talk to you next time.
Most people forget the idea of food to college. Nobody is born, nobody richer. So those who love that idea initially, like 15 years on, our first cricketer, she promised us to be popular where there's no injustice. Everything is going to be controlled by the government.
One of these means that one of your favorite songs in the background. While you are waiting up all that next foreground. Try one, my fruit. The country is facing some political uncertainty after the independent deal with the neoliberals. And for more on that, the story tonight by Federal Conservative Party leader Dan Boyan. Mr. Boyan, good afternoon. Thank you for taking time to speak with us. Let's start with this. Look, the wheels are in motion globally. We've seen Toronto St. Paul's flip. Are you ready for an early election than coming Prime Minister?
Yes, we need a carbon tax election. After 9 years of Trudeau and NDP Liberals, everything costs more. 2 million people line up at food banks. 1 in 10 Torontonians are relying on food banks right now. The cost of housing has more than doubled to the point where 2/3 of young people believe they'll never be able to own a home. This was not the case before Trudeau. Crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are rampant in our once safe streets. And now Trudeau and the NDP want to jack the carbon tax up by 300%, all the way to 61 cents a liter, which will grind our economy to a halt. But the good news is that common sense conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But we need a carbon tax election to get there, and that's what we'll be pushing for in the fall.
Okay, along those lines, Mr. Bolliak, you're going to push for the end of this carbon tax. I'd like for you to elaborate on some of the other issues on your platform that you say will save Canadians money. I'd like some concrete examples, please.
Sure, build the homes. As you know, after 9 years of Trudeau, housing costs have doubled, and Canada now has the most expensive housing in all of the G7. And why is that? And the reason is that we have the fewest homes per capita. And that's a little strange, given that we have, by far, the most land to build on. What's the obstacle? It is government gatekeepers that block building permits and tax home building. So I will require local governments to speed up permits, free up land, cut taxes and bureaucracy to build 15% more home-built homes per year as a condition of getting their federal funding. Cities that meet my target will get a building bonus. They'll get, the municipal government will get more money if its bureaucrats are quickly and affordably approving more building. I also have 6,000 federal buildings, thousands of acres of federal land to build, go back to trade. You need boots and not seats to build the homes. And, you know, there should be hope, because when I was housing minister, the average rent in Canada was only about $950 for a one-bedroom, or $1,100 for a two-bedroom. So I proved that we can make housing affordable, and that's what I'm going to do when I'm Prime Minister.
Let's talk about financing. But this last weekend, we had a range in the city, in which Fatal 1 was only 15 years old. And, you know, when it comes to that of these insurance, the suspects, insurance, what is your plan to restore safety, not only here, but around the country?
Yeah, this is another big problem we didn't have before Trudeau. Gun crime, violent gun crime is up 120% after 9 years of Justin Trudeau. The problem is that he keeps releasing violent offenders onto the streets on automatic bail, parole, and house arrest. The bills like C-75, C-83, and C-5 are the worst criminals. They get released automatically. Here again, BC Vancouver, to give an incredible fact. They had to arrest the same 40 offenders 6,000 times in 1 year because they keep getting released on automatic liberal bail. I will repeal that release, and I'll bring a new law that says that rampant career criminals are ineligible for bail, parole, probation, or house arrest. Second is we're going to secure the borders, because 99% of the shipping containers that come in are uninspected, and that's where 85% of the guns that do crime come from. You know, it's not Canadian gun owners who are very much law-abiding. They have to go through a lot of screening, testing, and training. It's not gun owners that are doing this. It's gun criminals who are smuggling in illegal foreign arms. So I want to scan every shipping container at our 4 biggest ports, bolster our international fight against international crime syndicates that bring the drugs and the guns in, and we'll pay for it by canceling this ridiculous gun grant that Trudeau's promising when he wants to confiscate hunting rifles. It's not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle that's causing the problem. It's gangsters and gun criminals. Let's block them at the border and lock them up in prison.
I have to ask, yesterday you issued a challenge to the CBC. Vote for a carbon tax election, and with all love and respect. Call him sellout Slim, he mispronounces his name. I've got to get him on your side.
Well, I'm not trying to get him on my side. He's on Justin Trudeau's side. I'm on the side of the people. He has said about the Canadians. He signed on to a costly coalition with Trudeau that doubled housing costs, taxed your food, punished your work, unleashed crime and chaos in our communities. He did that without, by breaking the promise he made that he was going to be a voice for workers, and he did sell out. And what I'm saying is, stand up for the people who voted for you. You vote for a carbon tax election, so the Canadians can choose a common sense conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. So we can again have a country where hard work earns a powerful paycheck that buys affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods.
And as we wrap up, we just spoke with Mr. Singh a few minutes ago. I left an open-ended question for him. I'm going to do the same for you. But I'd like to hear something that we've not heard you say before, or really hit home. What is that?
Something that you never heard me say before?
Right, throughout this process.
Yeah, I think one of the things we need to do is get more of our immigrant doctors and nurses working in the system. 20,000 immigrant doctors, 32,000 immigrant nurses that can't work because they can't get a license even when they're highly qualified. So what I'm proposing is that we do in the professions what we did in the trades 72 years ago, which is to create a national licensing test so that newcomers to Canada can take the test, prove they're qualified, and we can get more doctors, nurses, engineers, and other highly qualified immigrant professionals earning powerful paychecks and relieving those terrible wait times in our hospitals.
So thanks, Philip, so reporting here carefully. Thank you very much for taking time to speak with us this afternoon. We really appreciate it. Even though it's on the Skype, we promise next time we'll be here by this video, okay?
Well, me too. I can't wait to see you in person for a coffee. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you. Here in Canada has a very clear bias towards Trudeau and Poilievre. We have reporters that are always, historically, have been providing softball questions to just Trudeau and its how they very upset. But on the other side of the spectrum, we have reporters being really harsh towards Pierre Poilievre. And she has touted his very, very well. Very high doctor. Political world here in Canada by being the wizard on history. We see this every single day that the House of Commons is in session and the debates that go and the Liberals walk circles around them. And as many times as
reporters treated it as strike did not get and also failed just as many times. But now we have breakfast television shows, morning television shows that are commenting on this type of behavior. And it's really unfortunate they don't see this type of bias. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. They can choose when they actually support good and when they support Trudeau, and then it's just very, very. What we're going to take a look at today is sit for breakfast television and going to consider. I think it's a positive conservative. I'm going to go and say that. It's safe for breakfast television is a positive conservative. But be afraid to come out fully and say, I endorse Pierre Poilievre and I dislike Dutch Bill Liberals for what they've done, but that's what makes me know that today. Welcome back to the channel. We'll get back to the other video, everybody. Before we get into it, I'm going to take a look, smash that like button, and subscribe if you haven't already. Go to the Workday channel. There's a spread for my this action channel, and I'll share it if you guys get this channel, same up on the others. But I have just turned on channel membership here on this channel. YouTube is actually running this like super interesting promo where everyone who joins this channel membership program, they actually match it 1-for-1. So that's super interesting, and that's just another way of supporting the channel. If you've ever been thinking about doing that, that would be a phenomenal time to do so. And without further ado, let's get into this video.
There are many reasons I love New Brunswick. This province has so much to offer. People here work hard at their jobs, to build their businesses, to raise their families, to care for each other. But right now, New Brunswickers are facing challenges like never before. Finding a family doctor, daycare spot, filling the tank and putting food on the table, getting to an emergency room that's open. I'm Susan Holt, leader of the New Brunswick Liberal Party. I've spent most of my career working with technology companies and local businesses to help them grow here at home. And I'm a mom to 3 amazing girls. It's never been more clear that our province needs new leadership. Leadership that listens to you. Leadership that cares about you. Leadership that you can trust. Our team is ready. Let's go.
Let's go! Let's go!
That will fail your mission.
Let's go!
Here's how. A software bill of materials shows you everything inside your applications in minutes. You'll be
Because she's gonna tax the fucking shit out of you.
automated policies enforce security.
She do approves more taxes for you.
Is safe for production. Then continuous monitoring does regular checks for new violations, flagging you with actionable alerts. Join the thousands of customers who already use Lifecycle to scale enterprise software supply chain management. Sonatype Lifecycle, from development to build to release to production. Control open source risk across the SDLC and achieve digital transformation.
So it felt like longer ago. So last Wednesday, that accident at the border took place.
Yes.
Where there was the vicious car accident with the Bentley, and no one in the moment knew what was going on. Not you, I, or elected officials, no one. So I'm following that like everyone else has happened. And question period begins 2:15 in the House of Commons tonight. And Pierre Poilievre, who's up, depending on which poll you look at, anywhere from 12 to 15 points up in the poll on our current Prime Minister, gets up, as official leader of the opposition, and would like an update. Fair question. The second point Pierre Poilievre raised was he said, according to broadcast reports, this was a terrorist attack. I was following that story and in one of the rare moments, we all kind of did the same thing. Right? There's no one who went. The only outlet that was reporting a terrorist attack at that time was Fox. I know that because I was fine at the moment. So Pierre Poilievre got up in question period and cited this report. Now, the next day, in an exchange with a Canadian press reporter, he was asked if that was appropriate for a member of the official opposition who's tossing around media reports when really Justin Trudeau and his cabinet were learning on the fly what was going on. The scary was that's failing.
you think it was responsible for you to call yesterday's explosion by the Beagle Bridge terrorism when no U.S. and Canadian officials said that was the authorities said that was the case, and when the New York government also said there was no evidence to suggest terrorism?
That should be wrong. You're CP. Okay, so CP, by the way, CP, just for everyone's knowledge, did have to make 3 corrections for falsehoods that they put into a single article. I think that might be unprecedented. I'm actually thinking about checking with the Guinness Book of World Records to see if there's ever been a news agency that has had to issue 3 corrections for patent falsehoods that they hit. They actually made it one single article and now you've made yet another falsehood in question.
We went on the site, the CTV report from what you were breaking in the housing market. You can be an hour into the report at that point. They did another 20 minutes after that. But in the moment, again, this is a Fox News report.
But I understand, first of all, so if you want to be taken seriously, you can't sit on national television and both the guys. I think the guy here on the right has a good brand of his own squares and sides, but his city is full on the bridge. And look,
Okay. Good God! Oh! 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 Oh!
In the moment against the Fox News report, and I understand someone who wants to be prime minister of the country, they don't want to see the Fox News citing themselves. I get that. But that's how that played out. I would like first.
I'll start by just saying that there has been over the last few years consistent attack on media. And right there, that question was asked. Instead of addressing the question itself, it goes on to attack the agency. With Canadian press, if you don't know, they fuel a lot of stories here throughout the country with amazing journalists who vet everything. And if there's a retraction that needs to be made for any reason, there is no hesitation. And I think what that exchange shows is that there is this pressure or this consistent narrative that the media is putting out falsehoods on purpose.
the media is putting falsehoods on purpose. There is not a single Canadian out there who can say, I am happy that grocery prices are around, that gas prices are going up. I'm happy that we haven't had these wages in a very long time. And I'm happy with how high our interest rates and inflation has become, which overall we would be happy with how the government has managed this country. Not a single freaking person in this entire country can say that. You want to know why? It's the media. Falsehoods. The media, every single day, she's doing her job and regurgitating what the general public is saying. That, actual crap, this country has gone down the toilet. It is so expensive. It is so poorly managed. But that's why you have all of these failed policies, all these failed social programs, all this horrible, horrible deficit spending that's going on. So the media isn't doing that. There go. So de facto, they are putting out falsehoods. It's where the media, if you're not addressing something that everybody knows is happening, that everybody knows is going on, you are part of the problem. And that's why people are so fed up and so pissed off with the media, is that even though they don't every single day or every single week mention how difficult it is for Canadians to survive day-to-day in this country, that is only reported. That's not the reality. And ignoring that makes you complicit in this liberal agenda and liberal failures. And that's why people are freaking pissed off. Part of it is
this whole fake news situation that we've been hearing about, ever since the pandemic began, it's just something that's being fed, and I don't agree at all. Obviously, as someone who does news every day, I know how much we do try to check and verify things before they're being said out. So I'll leave it at that. Well, it's interesting with that too. I completely agree, Tammy. It's not just what was said, it's also how it was being said, and the tone in which it was being said. I mean, it's one thing if that's the opinion that
polls, but the tone didn't work for me when I was listening to it. It was aggressive in a way that isn't appealing when you're thinking about leadership and you're thinking about dissent and you're thinking about conversations that need to have and need to happen. It was the way it was said too that caused these pause.
You know, I would say the reporter, and my apologies, I don't recall the person's name right now, but the way she asked the question was incredible. It was responsive. That was the question. He already premeditated what he wanted to say to solve it. It was pretty simple. Because you don't rhyme off what you just rhymed off without having that ready to go. So he knew as soon as she asked the question that was going to be his response, no matter what. Just wait for a moment to attack. Some people like that in their leader, to be condescending and aggressive with their words. We've seen that south of the border. That doesn't work for me. I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, we could tell right there that you're not a fan of facts being brought to the table. Pierre Poilievre's not like Trump. Trump is certainly more aggressive, certainly more dominant, and has a more right-wing style. Things that I have said before that I think it is. I like that approach because it's stuck with these soy boy views for so long. Pierre Poilievre is not anywhere near as aggressive or assertive as Donald Trump. He is extremely factual, does provide that presence, and doesn't, when he talks, doesn't have that more empathetic, liberal, progressive approach. But Pierre Poilievre is still quite progressive. Our right-wing conservative Luther Canada is hard right-wing. I actually call it left of center, center, but not even right of the center. Maybe socially, but not fiscally. And so the fact that we don't even really have a more right-wing group here in Canada, it's just show that this guy is this big and this thing, this person right here, this flesh, is just such a freaking wuss. Such a wuss. And this is the majority of Canadians, or a lot of Canadians, not the majority, a lot of Canadians, all the NDP and liberal supporters. They go, oh, he's too attacking with his words. Oh, how could he? He's not. He's like, close your eyes. If you think, don't even listen. If you just had a transcript and no name is attached to what Pierre Poilievre says and what Justin Trudeau says, and you read it in your own voice, in your own head, aloud, or whatever it was, you would see that Pierre Poilievre's version of that transcript, you would find out after, he said what? You would guarantee 99% of people would prefer what Pierre Poilievre has to say, but because he's not Justin Trudeau, because the media is portrayed him as this right-wing conspiracy theorist, people go into it with a bias, and it's just so freaking wrong. It's so freaking wrong. And we're heading into the most important pivotal moment in this.
But you didn't answer the question, dude. You just asked if it was responsive. You didn't answer yes or no on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's that's so rich. These people going, oh, how dare you not answer with a yes or no? When Pierre Poilievre has a brilliant you believe it at times that Justin Trudeau, yes or no, is this something that you are doing? Guys, at the House, guys, at press conferences, and you never get an answer. You never get an answer to what the question is, indirectly, directly, you never get an answer. So it's so hypocritical for these people to go, oh, Pierre Poilievre didn't answer the question the way we wanted it to. When Justin Trudeau fails to do that every single time, he loses, man. You are freaking man.
Oh, we started this time. These are not I love Pierre Poilievre people. These are Trudeau people. No. Let's be fine. This is not rocket science, okay? How many media do you think, Tam, on a daily basis during a Canadian federal election follows the party leader every day? What would you say? We're in a bigger city, maybe double it. If that's the reaction on a November day, 2 years out from an election, I am fascinated to see what the real and political rotation. And the country is really taking a look
at what this is going to be like. As a voter in the GTA, and we ran it here, as a voter on the GTA, that's a win for exhaustion day in and day out. I don't need in a party leader signature line with Justin Trudeau. Not perfect. I don't get that call at all. And I don't need that call. I've seen that call with neighbors. I don't need that call at all. So someone who has a vested interest in him becoming prime minister really has to, what's the phrase, better talk to him? Don't even talk to him. Because that, like, he's been in the House of Commons since he's been like 24. Like, that's the speed he knows. Like, that's been his life experience. As a professional. Finally, I need to know when you're talking to China as a leader of this country, or India, or when NATO is saying you're not paying enough for military, or Joe Biden, what's that going to be like? If that gets under your skin, come on, Sid. Are you freaking kidding me and us Canadians? Who are you trying to fool? Justin Trudeau constantly is condescending to America, saying we are defending America in every single way. So that's not how a Canadian leader who's defenseless should be approaching the world's biggest superpower. Justin Trudeau has picked fights with India constantly. In China, he loses. Where you have, on a weekly basis, India media is constantly saying, Trudeau,
it's Justin Trudeau's Chinese misinformation guy.
Drugs on his plane, right? Allegedly. Are you freaking kidding me? Justin Trudeau's cabinet, you got 11 traitors in the cabinet that are allegedly paid by Xi Jinping from China. Are you freaking kidding me? And you want to go and say, oh, Pierre Poilievre might be a loose cannon? Give me a break. Who are you trying to kid here, Sid? Like, it's not even a serious television show at this morning. Alright, it's not even a serious morning television at this time for you to make those claims. Like, read your script, boy, get your paycheck, read your script, or your viewership goes down.
That bird pooped on me.
But you know what? Most, if not all, mainstream media and news outlets are saying you are part of the problem. You are complicit in being a complete dumbass, Sid. Oh my goodness. I'll give you credit. When you actually criticize Justin Trudeau and the Liberal government for the failures, but you seem to just ignore them right now in your little speech, it doesn't make any sense. Wow, how can Pierre Poilievre? I want to make sure Pierre can handle himself when he's talking to other countries. Give me a freaking break. Trudeau has ruined his relationship. Get me started on that. Holy smokes. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what Connecting City. I'd love to know you guys see down below in the comments. Let me know what you think of Sid. And of course, on your way out, I'd like to do this one last time. Smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't yet already, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Poster. Why can you get a better version of this pop up on YouTube? We have in every live, in every video we record here, we have been projecting to you that this is gonna be an over moment. Trump versus Kamala, baby, and Tommy Camilla night going down, and we have the entire night booked and blocked and rocked and ready. Your comments will be on screen. British Rodney makes those beautiful people know that nothing. If you join our members right now, we have new debate emojis just for you. If you sign up for membership, we say thank you. God bless you. And we say we love you. Make Leftoid Traders seethe again. Thank you so very much. We have been telling you, there it is, baby. Trump. Camera. Now we are ready to go. Waiting for Tuesday, September 10th, 2024 debate night. Now on up. facing off in less than 2 hours from now, and we want to get the biggest speed. We want to get the hottest speed going, and we have some of the best guests we'll be bringing on the program tonight. We're so extremely excited to join the show. Representative Tory Mills, former Attorney General Matt Whitaker for President Trump, General Michael Flynn will be joining us, Jim Jordan, Monica Crowley, Scott President, Mike Pence, Denver, and Ethan Hart. Special guests. Some Trump family members, RFK Jr., Vivek Ramaswamy. You never know. Alex Jones, you never know who could be popping up. The interesting thing about this current moment in time is that all enemies on our side. Is there anything more lame than supporting Kamala Harris, like telling people in public that you support Kamala Harris? They imagine. Can you imagine living like that? Walking up to people and then you ask them why. I'm not trying to take credit for anything. I know this has become quite famous tactic, but we were asking people, why do you support Kamala Harris? Like over a year ago, we'll play you that man on the street. Over a year ago, biggest black fraternity in America came here to Tampa, and we just wandered around. Hey, you like Kamala? Why do you support? Like, why? Now it's become the meme. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been like a dog sniffing exactly what was going to happen. Platform for the day, who's been predicting this? Here, of course, is our graphic. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight. My favorite thing is running makeup. That's my favorite thing. Will Kamala Harris appear with giant orange face paint on? Will she put a Trump wig on? Will Kamala Harris put a bandage on her ear and walk out with giant spray tan? You don't know. She's been stealing all Donald Trump's policy. And, well, you know this. That President Trump was very briefly. You know, the two have never met. As far as we know. The two have never met. There's no photographic evidence of them shaking hands. And Robbie, I see a lot of members trying to make sure the members are up on screen. Your comments will be up on screen. We love this concept. We need more energy to our broadcasts. We even have home opens. Do America beer here in the studio. We make practice home open once the debate starts. We do have hopes, brand new America beer. Donald Trump just endorsed it. We have it. Just chilling in the fridge. We'll crack it open. Get it out. Get it done. So we just want to say thank you so very much. Rocket Queens. Rocket Queens. Doesn't give them it's one of these our special emojis. We have good ones suggested. We're making really good updates to emojis. Why? Tell them the show will do it. We're not talking about it. We're not talking about it. We're so excited. We're so excited to do this. We're done talking about it. But listen, we have an entire meme piece. There will be breaks. Here's our feeds right now. This is an ABC News debate. However, it's silent across all different platforms, right? So we're going to have a bunch of office news stuff. But the debate screen is going to be the same on every channel. What's going to be different on this channel, unlike every other channel, is we're going to have live feeds. We're going to have live feeds during the program. So for our commercial breaks, like your commercial break right now, there's going to be we're going to have live meme cutaways. It's going to be very, very fun. Also, a very good debate. While I will not interrupt, I will not. I mean, that's too. I will not interrupt. You make it. Meaning, your comments will pop on screen right under comments. Okay? So we are excited for tonight. And it seems like your comments have already made Kamala do this expression. This is very This is what we're looking for tonight. This is the goal tonight. Alright? This is the goal tonight. When Trump is asked about his comments regarding Kamala, he should say that he only offended that he only did because he is offended by identity politics. America deserves policies, not pandering. You know, this is very interesting. Yelp. Dear Yelp. It's kind of like saying, Like if your girlfriend's with they'll kick you out of the house, right? And like a car fire. Like, you're not allowed to do that. Like, DEI is really great until you call someone a DEI hire. Isn't that strange how that works out? So, like, shouldn't that be compliments to somebody? Why are you treating it like an insult? Exactly. We're going to talk about the Haitian migrant crisis that is springing up all over, springing up in Ohio. We, again, may have some special visitors from the state of Ohio on this program. We'll see. We'll see. We may have some plans. Probably. Well, that's good. But, yeah, this is going to be the program that, like, vibes and rolls with tonight. That will have a lot of fun. Everyone's going to broadcast the same thing, but we're going to have a lot more fun on this channel. We're going to be a lot more interactive. And we have a lot of special surprises for everyone. So, special surprise, waiting for Queen Camilla that makes her look like that, right? Screen, running makeup and everything. This was what Queen Camilla looked like in some... This is what she looked like when her motorcade pulled up today for the debate. Remember, she's been in blackout mode, meaning I think she's been drunk. And she might show up drunk, we're not exactly sure. But she's been in blackout mode, no press, no media, and then hunkered down for 10 days, reading everything, and practicing her comebacks. Ladies and gentlemen, today, MAGA was there to greet her. Welcome. There you go. There you go. Look at that. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Look at God. Look, you got it. Fun. Killer Klein, we're just gonna play the video. Killer Klein's gonna play the video and tell her voice is cracked. Beautiful. Here we go. That was the energy. That was the energy of Communist Quick Note today. This is the energy of the chat. Just letting you all know. Watch the chat. Love the chat. You chat. We love the chat. Okay? I'm up for the chat. And here you are. I don't know if you're currently on this, but we just say, we love you. We're all gonna interact together. And this will be the only one that's completely, totally interactive. Here are your memes. Look at the screen. We have new emojis in there, Jerry? Jerry wanted me to put this up. We got some new emojis. Look at this. We're going to live update. You get special emojis. Can I get Trump fight emojis, please? Special emojis in our chat. So you pop them up. And there you go. Along the braces. Jerry is going to be here live making new emojis from the debate that we can use and drop in the chat. So get ready. Kamala Harris goes, when Kamala Harris does that, Velociraptor. Feline energy. Meow. Yes, Kamala Harris. We'll have that emoji ready for you. We have an emoji team that is not standing by to make emojis for you to use in the chat for your user pleasure. Please, show the beautiful fight emojis. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we show you the sights and sounds outside, sights and sounds about beautiful fight emojis. There we go. Share and read. Fight. Here we go. Watching from Namibia. We have people watching Africa. Holy smokes! Well, thanks. We said we love you. This is freedom is international movement, right? International movement. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are certainly ready to rock. What did it look like when President Trump arrived? Certainly it must be quite different. And in just a moment, we'll be joined by Congressman Corey Mills, who we're very excited to get his take on this. Quite the debater himself, actually, just won a landslide in the Republican primary. This is running against him. Is he wants to run against Corey Mills? Here in Florida, we'll talk about it. Here's what Trump's arrival looked like. See, You can spot the difference. So no comments. Mr. President Trump getting on his plane moments ago. No comments. You can see the sun is heading to Philadelphia. No comments to the press. And President Trump doing a little wave, right? Giving up his RSV. Well, there is going to be something very unique, very interesting at the big night. I look forward to talking to Corey Mills about this. Corey Mills, a man of great stature, member of Congress, has served our country honorably, continues to serve our country. But Corey Mills allowing the podium to about this. There are podium differences. Just want to get whatever changes that there were. Whatever changes that there were to debate, and you should know that. We've already covered extensively what the rules of the debate are, right? Mics are muted, no interruptions, candidate gets an answer, gets a chance for rebuttal, 3 commercial breaks, and so on. Again, we'll keep everyone entertained. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what it is. This is brand new. Okay. Let's go ahead and show the so this is the debate difference in the podium. If you look at that, the podium for Kamala is smaller. In box. She's not allowed to have a box, right? She's not allowed to have like a little podium. But she is, there you go, put it up, bob it up. But she does get a much like this is actual size. This is a real size. Look at this. I think somebody, I'm pretty sure. This according to the Secret Service, is going to be what the size difference is going to look like. Okay, all jokes aside, we are going to have a lot of meetings here. I will tell you the difference between me and real life, although it's virtually impossible to know. There will be a sizably smaller podium for Kamala. So they weren't able to get a box for his peanut. So instead they screamed and they got a smaller podium. That's great. Okay, here's the news of it.
And following Kamala Harris, now Jackie, I understand the Harris team now has some concern. Is this right about her height? What's going on?
Yeah, you did read that right, Laura. You know, the Vice President's team has been doing a couple things to position her well tonight. For one, they got her a shorter podium, so at 5'4", she looks even on the TV split screen with Trump, who is 6'3". They also advocated to have the traveling press pool positioned close enough to the candidates tonight so that they can hear and report on whatever is not picked up on the mics. They are hoping that Trump goes off the rails. They've been trying to get under his skin with billboards, ads, and even former Trump administration officials working as their surrogates here in the spin room to try to make that happen. But beyond the mind games, Harris has focused on how to handle Trump tonight. She's meeting him for the first time. He has an edge over her in debate reps. It's his 7th general election presidential debate, her first. Harris consulted with Trump's former opponents, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, for pointers on how to get that done. She's also spent much of the last 5 days studying Trump's past debates, his positions, and his comments, both in interviews and on social media, so that she can put on her prosecutor hat and try to put him on trial.
Ooh, put it on trial. Yes, I didn't miss that. This is what it looked like on the street. I saw this. This is what it looked like on the street as the president was driving in. Kamala Harris did not have many supporters in the streets. This is what President Trump saw. Look at that. The scene outside of Philadelphia International Airport. The scene outside of Philadelphia International Airport. Look at that. Look at that. You know, we have a producer in the room right now. We have a producer. She's called The Amazing Ashley. Is she in there? Ashley, are you in? We're not sure. We don't know. Look at that giant flag. Maybe that's Ashley holding the humongous Trump flag. This is what Trump saw in the middle of, like, dark blue Philadelphia. So, The Amazing Ashley. This is us. It is remarkable to go down to these, like, cities. You ask them, do they want to be president? Guess what they say? We went to Obama's school. It's very teachers, actually. It's quite engaging. And guess what they all told us? We couldn't find a single Obama supporter in his neighborhood. Every one of them wanted Trump. So this act, frankly, doesn't surprise me. While it may be shocking, it does not surprise me. But, ladies and gentlemen, an exciting night. Lots of sights and sounds still to get to. It's going to be a private and a roll. We have so much interview with Laura Trump. Dive into first, ladies and gentlemen, the great conversation. Laura Douglas joins the show. Bro, would you ever allow you run for office for your third term? So not and so would you ever allow your opponent to use a lollipop bill? Yes. Would you allow an outlet option to use anything that they want and anything put in anything? It doesn't matter in policy. I mean, this is kind of interesting. The miniature number of things.
Swear to God.
My big experience of last time President Trump had actually went and debated anyone, he ended up retiring and keeping their career. So I don't know if they got anyone in the backbench. Maybe Hillary's standing on deck right now. Maybe Kamala tapped out as well out of the debate. But the reality is that if they run simply on policy, there's no way to continue against them. If he starts talking about the agricultural sector, which is kind of phase one to it, he talks about holding agriculture accountable, bankrupting Iran, where they've actually allowed Iran to have more money than ever in oil revenue in China. He looks rebels, especially Trump. You have to put that in place without welcoming everyone trade. Mexico, the United States, probably the second oil revenue into political candidates. The Abraham Accord, the most monumental Middle East stability deal that President done in 20 plus years ago. 1979 to Egypt, 1994, the last time that the mobilized the relationship with Israel. Look at it. ASA, even Saudi Arabia, we hear for multiple things about that economic rights everywhere. It's just done on what he did in 4 years. And he places Reagan one of the most federal house than he was 4 years ago. Getting nothing to run on outside of taxes. The fact that he is actually involved in serious civil people, so marijuana starts all starting with black sales. The fact that he was holding evidence for people who were on death row that could have actually gotten them off death row and was forced to actually release that after the Attorney General had to come forward. I mean, look, this is a woman who does not have a stellar record. So if this record's a record, I think Trump comes out in a landslide on this tonight.
So this is a very interesting day to start with, because I cracked open my social media feed and they're staring at me at 7 a.m. in the morning. Is Melania Trump saying that there are unanswered questions about her husband's assassination? Now, of course, I know you to be one of the core experts on this. You and I have traveled Butler ourselves. I know you've been back. I know you've done even further research. We've covered it extensively. However, this is crazy that Melania began the day by saying, why did they allow a gunman to nearly execute my husband on live TV? There are so many, but we need the truth, which is very powerful. First off, your reaction to that video.
Well, let me just say, the First Lady is absolutely elegant, put across stage in a way that everyone sees. And I can think that would represent the true American, epitome of what we want, so to speak. But she's exactly right. Think about the mainstream media right now, Sandy. It was huge with continuing to carry the torch to keep this live investigation, because mainstream media was absolutely already moving on. You're talking about one of the most significant events and incidents that has taken place in our lifetime, where former president assassinated
by the different millimeters of what we call climate convention. They're also relevant to talk about the fact that we've got very talk about it so long as God is I think it's knowledge that it's probably revelation in the state, but what I would say is that it's exactly right. And so the fact that they're not pursuing I think it's sort of thing. And they're encouraging daily, sometimes it's long day. Here's how much electricity is brought back on. Here's how much power is doing. Here's how we brought in new assets and there's been one thing by Trump who's also responsible for removing steel made any difference to the weather. That's Dave Bostino, they mentioned before. That's just a single thing tested in this there's lots of structure that goes with the ground not being done. We got the ground here, not being done. What you know about why did they actually overrule
and Congress has spent thanks to that allowed this regime to hear and murder that is what's not just back over for us to had a letter up with the study that basically passed
without asking a very, very important question about what because you inside the just uncompetitive for your fellow member. I'm
That's the bottom line, right?
Thank you very much, Congressman. The great Lord knows me. Make sure you go forward.
But no, I was kind of doing about farm. I love my farm friends. I guess
If you're a politician, I would tell that many politicians you ask around about not each one of that's what's that one thing too? You said you're going to observe the boards. I think that we'll have quite a board tonight. Kamala Harris, apparently she's trying to see her Kamala. I didn't realize that. Very secure. She's going to be using the prosecution against the felony paradigm from her major podium. Do you think that's going to work? You can work for the top positions law enforcement in America?
I don't think it's going to work. Most Americans know the law service way from my prosecutor. I think what's going to happen tonight, everyone, the expectation of the entire officer is nobody knows what she's going to do in that display her current positions and how they relate to her position. 2019, and at the same time, everybody knows how everybody knows what she's about, everybody knows the policy, and today, about her own why national security involved in Alpha and whether they're about weapons. The wild part for me, many what I'm watching tonight is the moderator. Seeing that moderator pretty good job, which is surprising, Maverick and Dan Bash. That was Surprise House down the middle of the fairway they played it. And so we'll see if Muir, that's how you say his name. I don't watch ABC News, so but we'll see if the moderators tonight can resist the temptation to insert themselves into the discussion and try to win the debate with Kamala Harris.
I know you're very close to the president. I know the president trusts you very much. And I'm sure that you've had his ear throughout this preparation process. If you were to cross-examine Kamala Harris and ask her a question, what would it be?
I think it's very simple. Told the American people what you currently believe. Are you sure, or have you changed your mind? It's going to give her every opportunity to say you're fracking, but if we're against fracking, what is one of your decisions? Bernie Sanders said that you changed your mind on the report for the election. He has his values haven't changed. There's a series of discussions that will really highlight the massive flip-flopper, really get to the flip-flopper, like she is that kind of massive flip-flopper.
So, President Trump's not full on what?
Yeah, I'm really done fighting. I think he just has to be on message and policy and practice. Everyone knows that Biden Harris administration and their policies whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, whether it is or whether even generally unsafe all of it. In a world on fire, let's not forget that she's the one who put the push it's left not be landed, of course, landed back in the United States all the border invading Ukraine. So, it is truly strengthening. Donald Trump representing strength. We've seen it before, and we know he'll do it again. And Kamala Harris is representing the same old failed policy that the Democrats have tried to implement 12 of the last 16 years that are not working for Americans, including my fellow Iowans.
What's your prediction? Matt? You think Iowa by 10? Iowa by 12 for Trump? What do you think?
Well, I
so I was just, I spent a lot of time and I talked to a lot of my fellow Iowans, and it really is it's funny. I don't think there's any doubt that it is, he went to Iowa much more than me. The way that we're doing Trump's election, though, is really micro-targeting and getting out the voters that are not always reliable on that. Even our politics, external values, don't always vote. Getting them to vote this whole that certainly when I might put a vote in red state, I don't have to report on this now, but back, it's time, if they need a I think that they're helping themselves.
Right, and it's so great to get to the state level in your government. Right? Or it's going to be the next attorney general. I can't decide. I think it's what I think.
It's ready, I know, it's all crazy. All I care about is ready. Everything else will take care of itself. Whatever God's plan for my life is, I'm very comfortable about it.
Hey, man, we'll be there for you. You look great with the beautiful Iowa Dome, Golden Dome behind you. Maybe that's what you're from. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brett.
All right, baby, we are rocking. Oh, man, it is going to be a wild evening. Next, it's us. Everybody's what makes the race James Ford is chairman. Jim Ford. Not Rushmore. Not Rushmore. This man looks nervous to you. This is President Trump seconds ago driving in. Yeah. Producers, get these sites down. I want to see everything in and out. This great debate tonight. I saw some interesting things from social. Show me that. Show me what maybe a lot of it needs to go the energy this morning was pretty exciting. We'll see time for the ship here. It's so hard to watch, actually, like I'm gonna try to compare you for the levels of cringe you're going to be reaching. This is our nuclear cringe alert, okay, for the day. This is a nuclear cringe. It's the last time we saw Camilla Harris, Titus Camilla, debate. It was over 4 years ago, and it was a nuclear cringe. I don't want to just go boom, live to Kamala. You can't take it. Everyone, you can't take cringe. You'll pass out. So we're gonna slowly sneak it in there. Okay, we're gonna slowly build up the immunity for cringe. Here's our nuclear cringe for the evening.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Mr. Vice President, speaking. I'm speaking.
The important is to the truth.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. If you don't mind letting me finish.
we can have a conversation, okay? I'm trying to answer you, Eric. Nice meeting. Yeah, I'm about to. I will not be elected by the vice president.
Did you imagine us? I think everyone's brain is broken. Remember, it's like, what, he's probably dead on any last whatever. That's fine. Probably but I guess I was. We got, well, we got better evidence. More about the stuff, the stuff that's our program. Saying, let's do it. I'll back to this. Well, if I cross limited, Glaston's part of it. She's not a real candidate. She's not a legitimate candidate. She didn't run a primary. Nobody voted for her. She didn't get the mandate. Nobody got to vet her this time around. And people sort of like forgotten about her. It was just a few months ago that most of the pundits were talking about Joe Biden keeping her off the campaign, actually, because she was still on fun. Yeah. Well, I can see why. President speaking. Start with her speaking.
Mr. Vice President speaking. I'm speaking.
This is the truth. It's so
Vice President, I'm speaking. If you don't mind letting me finish, we can have a conversation.
Okay. Why?
I'm trying to answer you.
People deserve a straight answer. Okay. So like this is a real thing.
It's good. I don't know who likes that. I'm not sure with whom that will resonate. I can tell you, as a woman, it makes me very uncomfortable to watch that. And strange is the right word. Unfortunately, and she that in her campaign speeches, the same one she's done like 25 times in a row. Remember that one? I'm a prosecutor. I know Donald Trump's type. She's going to try and play that role, but it's also something that I think makes people a little like, well, what is it that you're prosecuting? Because you've been in the White House for 4 years alongside Joe Biden, and if the things you're attacking Donald Trump on are the things that your Department of Justice actually weaponized, and in order to take him out as a political opponent for your team, I don't know how great that's going to come across for people. That is all she has, though. Let's be clear. She really can't go out there and expand and articulate anything in terms of policy. What have we actually heard from Kamala Harris on anything that she wants to do for the future of this country? So far, she's talking full-blown communist in terms of price fixing. Whether or not Kamala Harris even understands what that means or how to put something like that in place is up for discussion. You can look at like Ron Burgundy, you put it up there on the teleprompter and tell Kamala Harris to say it. But can she actually expand on this? Can
your video lottery play for an extra spin and another way to win. Trigger the bonus, play select video.
The consumer price index, none of that stuff was the same back then as it is today. You add all that stuff up, this is arguably the hardest housing market ever, not just since the 06, 08 to 08 crash, but ever. And you link that to the stuff that's happening at the border. I'm focused on normies. That's kind of our term that we use on our show. And normies are people that are not too big tonight. It should be. Normies are people who are neighbors in suburbs and exurbs around the country, and it's still Pleasant Valley Sunday to them. You know, and they're not, and they think it sucks that it's $5 for a carton of eggs, but they can afford it, so it hasn't stung them yet. So what is it? Because we need them, and they didn't show up for us in 2022. Our base did show up. The normies did not show up, and that's why we didn't get the red wave that we were looking for. And we need to get them in this election. So to me, I just link those housing market issues and the border issues, and it's very simple. Can you afford shelter? Can the kids afford shelter? And the father and kids, two of them are already out of the house. One of them about to go out of the house this next year. Can they afford a house? My oldest daughter, Anna, looked at buying a house with her and her husband, who's a veteran. She's not buying a house. And then, good, are you safe and secure in your own streets? If we can't get some to come out and vote for us on that, then at this point, I don't really know how to unlock that.
I mean, I have to tell you, I think this is one of the most amazing times to go out and vote. This, in any other circumstance, do you want to send moms? Do you want to send your kids to war? Do you feel comfortable that in this environment we definitely won't have a nuclear war if it goes to war? You have medical bills through the roof. Utilities have doubled in most parts of the country. Gas station dinner, drive-thrus for the first time in a bad economy are starting to go under. They're actually the fast food in the dollar stores. That's how tight the underclass really is. I just can't imagine somebody getting up and saying, I want 4 more years of this.
Yeah, and McDonald's had to go through and do a $5 meal for the month of June, and they were marketing that as something that was extraordinary once again.
Let's fast forward if the Democrats win this election, and you start hearing about things like taxes on revising units. And let me double back and retcon to what I just said about the housing market. All right, so we bought our house that we lived in our Des Moines suburb. We bought it in 2006 for $231,000. Right, right around the corner, right around the corner in the cul-de-sac is a house almost exactly the same dimensions as us, selling for $420,000. Now that sounds all well and good, but if the houses in our neighborhood used to go in 30 days, if they didn't go in 30 days, it's like flash home. So now they just sit there and sit there and sit there. You can sit on all the capital you want, but if you can't get that liquid that someone will write you a check to take that off your hands, it's just numbers on a page. Now let's throw in unrealized gains. So you never sold that house. You never cashed in on that house. And you're sitting there in that house, it's nothing that you paid for it 15, 18 years ago, but they're now going to tax you on the profit of home that you never sold, you've never liquidated. That is straight up unfiltered, full-throated redistribution Marxism right there. And there's a lot of corny owners that are sitting on a treasure trove of wealth to be redistributed called their own homes that they haven't even considered what that's going to look like maybe a year from now.
You will own nothing. But...
Yep, and you will like it. And, you know, there's something else that's going on. We have audio that I'm going to play tomorrow morning of a veteran who says, look at what you're doing, federal government. You're not giving this to veterans. You're not doing this for the homeless. You're doing this. And what he said was, you should do that for all of us. Instead of saying you should stop, we don't give free handouts, he's saying, I want a house. I want the free food. That is a totally different, that's a shift into communism.
When I look at just the big overarching things that we could be looking at if Kamala Harris wins, I think censorship is right up there with all of the economic stuff. And I want to go ahead and take a listen to Kamala Harris back in 2019 when she vowed to hold social media accountable.
And will put the Department of Justice of the United States back in the business of justice. We will double the Civil Rights Division and direct law enforcement to counter this extremism. We will hold social media platforms accountable for the hate infiltrating their platforms because they have a responsibility to help fight against this threat to our democracy.
Okay.
And if you profit off of...
Who has been the biggest, the leader of mis, dis, and malinformation? It's been the federal government through telling them exactly what to do. So that's what you get if you elect her. Here's what you'll get for your choice if you elect Donald Trump.
But I will sign an executive order banning any federal employee from colluding to limit speech, and we will fire every federal bureaucrat who's engaged in domestic censorship under the Harris regime.
Start getting
I think a lot of people, if we're talking about the normie, and I think that you described that normie well, when they hear censorship of social media, a lot of them unfortunately don't think it applies to them. Maybe they don't have a social media presence, and they're not thinking about how something like the weaponization of the DOJ to punish your political enemies would have an effect on them. And a lot of them haven't even heard the story of the pro-life grandmothers and grandfathers that have literally been locked in prison because they stood in front of the entrance of a murder mill, sharing the gospel, praying. If that was Joe Biden, that was the Biden-Harris administration. Here we have Harris 5 years ago saying she's going to weaponize the DOJ to punish her political enemies. Forget about social media. It doesn't matter if you have a social media account or if you have a platform or a podcast or anything like that. If you are a pro-lifer and you decide that you want to pray in front of a pro-life clinic, you want to share the gospel, you want to tell the young woman that you're there for her, you'll provide resources for her, maybe you'll adopt your baby, I guarantee you, Kamala Harris will do whatever it takes to put you in jail. Doesn't matter if you're 85, doesn't matter if you're 18 years old. That's the kind of weaponization that we're looking at with Kamala Harris.
I spent the day with people from Freeport, and we were talking about this, and halfway through our conversation, the head guy leaned over to me and said, out of the blue, if we're debanked, do you know the bank that would take us? That's his thinking at this point. I'll go a step further. They will put you in jail, but that is just to teach people a lesson. If she is elected, she's more Planned Parenthood than I think Margaret Sanger was. If she is the one, you will go to jail, and we will lose the ability to even talk about abortion, or we'll go to jail. You won't hear the other side if she's elected.
And I wish that were hyperbole, but of course it's not. And we saw that before she was vice president. We saw that when she was Attorney General of California. She pushed something called the FACT Act, which forced pro-life pregnancy centers to prominently advertise for abortion. Thankfully, that was overturned by the Supreme Court because, of course, it's a violation of the First Amendment. She went after David Daleiden, the pro-life journalist who tried to report on the pay-for-play scheme that apparently, allegedly, Planned Parenthood was engaged in. And she never investigated Planned Parenthood. She only sicked authorities on David Daleiden. So that's who she is as a person.
She took saying, you have to tell everybody that walks in free abortions for Californians. I mean, all of this crazy stuff that no pro-lifers would ever say.
And if Kamala Harris does somehow get in office, how often do you think that we are going to be able to have conversations like this?
I think this is the time that I started the Blaze for. We have got to be independent. However, they're hitting us from both sides now. They're starting to hit us and say, oh, you work with so-and-so did this. Even if they didn't, guilt by association, we're entering the McCarthy era. And again, this is why I started this company. We've got to stick together. And America, please, if you're not, this is not a sales pitch, although it is, if you're not a member, you get it. You see what's coming. Please subscribe. And if it's not to us, then somebody else. But the voices that you trust are in real danger.
Yeah, blazetv.com/debate, and it's $40 off tonight if you use the code debate. And it's the biggest discount savings that we've ever had here at Blaze Media because things are getting so real right now, Stephen. And I want to bring you in just in terms of censorship and what you're seeing and the things that you're concerned about for this election.
Just practically speaking, we have to completely reboot my YouTube page. We have to start all over. The amount of censorship from Google and YouTube that went on because of the work that our show in particular did during COVID, challenging all of the players. Why does that matter to you? It matters to you because that's the second largest street.
Yet. And I want to talk a little bit about that real quick before.
Throughout the history, ordinary people have done extraordinary things.
That I handed them from before the pandemic. This happens with pandemics. Everyone's got jobs. Pandemic comes and it goes, and those people go back to their job.
Now then. Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Ah, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's tomb. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we travelled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Welcome everyone to our special coverage on this debate night between President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris tonight. I've got my co-pilot here, my producer David in the studio. Philip is running the show from behind the scenes here. River, I have my dad here as well. River is joining us in the studio for this sort of informal hangout where we're going to be watching the presidential debate tonight. So, we have about 30 minutes or so, about 20 minutes to chance. The week kicks off in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Something tells me there's not going to be a lot of brotherly love. There's not going to be a lot of love. But so I was watching the game back and forth, so I'm going to get some of and a lot of people think, he's got to come off as not very attacking. He can't come off as attacking of Kamala Harris, right? Well, and that's why it's great that she didn't get the rule that she wanted. She wanted to be a hot mic the whole time, but they didn't give her that rule, so if you want to give it to her, she would have been the IC, which is what's her whole thing, right? Yeah, but why they don't hot mic the whole time? That was the one thing that that's right, they did. Yeah, but he was just it's like if you're watching the other debates and you've been in, right? And you have phones and now you can look back and watch it. He's not terrible, it's just the way that he was against him. So that he was against the rise against Jim Bush. It's one of those sort of so a lot of people probably got it 10 out of 10. You did not come across when you attack him. So, and I didn't see a lot of people saying that after that debate. They see actually so it's something special. Unbelievable to see the degradation of the city. Right down Kensington Avenue, or go through some of the areas that have just simply, you're watching the rot of these liberal cities. Nowhere is it more apparent. Yeah, they literally, the fire department in Portland, Oregon said they did a call every 30 minutes. That actual law I gotta get this. I feel better if it's not on. That's what's going on. I don't think that I just that's right. We'll let you do what he's got to do here. So off that for that. And Philip sort of says that last week, sort of like that the past few days, that is just have time for the cabinets and to watch these things and try we'll see how this goes. And you might be asking yourself, how do most people get chosen on ABC live streams from this fact? Well, it's because President Biden chose him. That according to my report, that President Biden convenes those his audience back when he was beginning for this debates. Of course, he also chose CNN. That would be important as well. But ABC, of course, is his choice, so that's a whole different President Biden's decision.
favorable audience to I don't know. Have you ever asked tough questions of Kamala Harris or somebody asks, if you're out there, what question do you want to ask from these candidates tonight? Well, I think my most important question that I want to hear is, you've been in power for 40 years, why haven't you done any of the things you're saying? I promised all of this stuff, and some of it should be right? And it hasn't. See all of our friends with also very much chat especially my coverage of watching the presidential debate. There's a lot of questions that Trump has to answer as well tonight about surrounding himself with a lot of juicy swamp rats, obviously. Concerns that he would be surrounding himself with the likes of Pompeo, wants to assassinate this liar, Nancy, which like Pompeo to see how other administration some of these small rats for a long time. It was back to absolutely. And he said he learned his lesson. President Trump said he learned his lesson when he got to Washington. A lot of Washington, D.C., a lot of people think he was very much had to then become. He had a lot of people to associate himself with sort of to a lot of suggestions. Take Republicans cabinets himself. It's just a swamp, not happening. So, that Biden and Trump negotiated this rule for the last time, because those same rules pretty much carry no parts, which benefits Trump in this case. I don't know that it did with Biden, but it definitely does in this case, which I'm seeing yeah, I think when you see this proposals, we're seeing a lot of interesting things right now. So it's yesterday, disaster. The Harris campaign something like this. She's going to hold up and he's been practicing to be around for the past 6 days doing no key candidates. I mean, you literally have 55 days or so until election day, wasting out 5 crucial days trying to get out of your mind. You're not kidding. You're not out in public Pennsylvania. You're not in crucial Minnesota. Because I'm going to Ohio. A hotel. And they're 30 minutes, an hour after the dinner for the CNN. That dinner, not damn cash. And he thinks that that's what she's done. And it was a total drop.
stands for. And she was so wrong. She said, I'm the last one to vote for President Biden. And senators from Biden team to ask Americans if they she his policies. Well, because I don't think she cares. I think she just because she would not be in trouble. Because the policies are just not posted on the website. It's says that you have all these people show events or whatever, and they obviously don't really know what they're supporting. They're just supporting her because she's not Trump, and because of all the ideology that goes inside of the identity. So I'm going to say that what we may be interested in doesn't matter much, or what sort of made up their minds, but she is a American, but it's what's going on at home. So, if you this letter, Democrats some of them are which are found and it shows some of the Russians drag to provide she really wanted to work like that. This is yeah. Says so now she has to come out. Now she has to come out and try to repeat this to watching I would want to say this would be one of most watched presidential debates in the last decade. Right, well, one, because Trump won't really get the Republicans want to see him fail, and two, because the Democrats want to see her fail, but they also want to see her they want to see her actually speak. Everyone recall she got slaughtered in some unfitness. Tulsi Gabbard, she had a chance to go to the Democrats and got slaughtered. She was first. And it was the Democratic Party. Documents were wrong. King Donald Trump. There's so much things so the process of the Black Lives Matter process for our whole lives to just all went to the off the table by hand, selected the stories, and kept one also there, she went to the work, she got the gym, she got all of these things in the budget. Who cares? Why? I don't think one heard. Why would we get this? Exactly. Because they want to continue what's happening. What's happening in these essential you actually that's not a special message say open house and it was off class something betting on. Whoever made the most money on the betting book would have to like get like 3 annual subscription. But well, figure out how to manage it.
I'm going to law notify predictors that we bring it up and go this year. Okay, so I'm up 10%. There's actually 13% right now. Let's see how this number fluctuates over the course of the year. And before we even get too far into this, let me answer the chat. We'll get these now while we can. This is going to bother people, but tomorrow is 9/11. Thank you for being here to all those who lost someone and knew someone. Never forget. It's 23 years where you have people dying still to this day because they said the air was clean, come on down, and they knew damn well people would have done it anyway. The heroes that were hearing up afterwards would have done it anyway. 23 years. I was that.
We didn't get the chance. Oh, the spiritual consider. And that's sometimes some kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a. You think called the miracle 16 was it?
That's so. If I had to guess,
now the odds are 3 to 1 no, 75% chance no, 1/3 odds. 1/3 chance yes. So given that, you think there's better or worse than a 1/3 chance?
I think it's more likely than not that they could.
Yeah, we'll agree that.
If that's on Polymarket, so hypothetically, if I bet $100 if they shake hands, am I making 3 to 1?
Well, now it's down to 2 to 1. So there's late money searching in on the shaking hands. The Trump's last word. The favorite is again. The second favorite is America. Third, fourth, fifth is back.
I have to say,
that'd be a good payout.
Sure, but that's so much. They've probably bet 100 something.
Get 350 back.
That's probably good. That might be like 5 Well, I think it's God bless America. Or it's either America or again, make America great.
The game's going to be mentioned first. It's up. Yeah, the heavy players, but I think maybe without winning most likely, then you think, I gave it out on sports picks, so I think a lot of people have followed that and bet it. Because I think California is going to Trump. Who's going to find out this?
Odds are predictably back to
my guess is say that. I mean, the flip side is, I thought that before Biden got it, they were going to say that about him.
So what was that? Well, I'm not here to see it. I didn't hear it.
They say that Biden was negative on Biden. That Biden lost it.
If we had bet that Biden had won, would lose made by the media reporting, we would have won on that.
Yeah.
What is it now in terms of the media? So the Polymarket makes me a little concerned with how they define their payouts. It seems ambiguous where they can Kamala Harris you or they can Willie Brown you. So unless it's really a clear-cut objective metric, I would never even contemplate making the bet. But how do they define
the polls or a poll by Ipsos? So media favor by ABC. There's also who's going to mention certain things first. Who's going to use the word country first? Trump's the strong favorite, but I would actually compare
it's the first question.
I don't know.
Because that I would say that's the Trump comment. Something like that. They will say
Trump picked the last word.
Yeah.
He won that point. Who's going to say the word election first? Who's going to say the word future first? Heavy on Harris.
Well, I think it's whoever speaks first. You're going to say a lot of these generic buzzwords.
Well, then Trump would be the winner. Plus 170. I mean, good Trump bet. Plus 170 underdog. The reason is Harris wants to only talk about the future. He doesn't want to talk about the present. He doesn't want to talk about the past.
Like all good fascists, they promise utopia that they have not delivered you
would go, they'll never be with you. You got James Lloyd says, forgot to tip. Thank you very much. Try to get to these. Oh, by the way, everybody watching right now, the Bongino is going to destroy you. If you watch Bongino podcast, everybody learns how to do things better. But he and Farrell are going to kill it. That doesn't mean we can't come up with this.
Are they going to kill it? Or are they going to, like, well, what are the 3 scariest for Springfield, Ohio?
Springfield? Where's your cat? Practicing, Robert, these are all unsophisticated and the 11.
Oh, by the way, we have a board member who's people locally confirmed it. That's are going missing.
I love that the police haven't reported any calls. First of all, they don't take calls for robberies, like say in San Francisco or wherever. Even if they got the call, pick that one up, not an emergency call back later. By the way, I thought this
We have travelled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Crying over the beat.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Now, I think, if I were Trump, I would definitely bring up the nation.
Aye. Lying within Ogard, Doma is under the dominion of the Guardian Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms, only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
Someone's going to kill an animal and said nothing about it.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone, raised to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
A bunch of nations in Middle America was down with bound...
12 have mercy. And your people...
but yeah, like the East thing, I mean,
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed cargoes. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Uldar are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Uldar is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Uldar unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Let's see, we got it says Trump has to be the strong makes the hour, our chicken nickel $5 here. Points 2 says ginger nickel makes a lot of Trump's now, when we talk about it, don't be about electric. That'll come back and bite you in the ass, they'll never do it again. We hear a joke, let's just say I'm not excited about that. Let's move out of the problem. So don't get cynical. I know you're cynical. No jobs from plastic mentioned. Oh, yeah, I would say 100%. Oh, man.
Remember the Catholic comment with her their attack on Katie Payne. Katie, honest Catholic, they've got to vote Trump. The Catholic turn on it.
That one, I don't think it's going to pull that much. The lights from moving. It's nice to be serious versus movies. Like, it's whole lot of values. Our folks
under the ABC group, first development together, they would that's the degree.
I said, it's actually
her current.
Yeah, I know that she.
Well, I think her only husband. I think she only was married. But Willie Brown was married, but not to her.
So what are the other interesting bets that are?
So most bets for World Leader include that is massive fake news. 80% chance Putin will be mentioned the most. I kind of like Zelensky or Netanyahu 5-1.
5-1. That's 500. Yeah, mentioned. Like, I think you say him instead of Netanyahu. Would that count for the Netanyahu reference?
Last year, moderator. It's the exact name, regardless of the exact name.
Not, I guess it's Dawson Post. That's, it's going to be, that would be, I don't think it's what I think.
At Boris Zelensky, the reason is, I guess his parents talked up, he mentioned it over portray something. If she wants to reach out directly to Jewish and Arab voters that are reaching out to them, Netanyahu is the person that mentioned most. She wants to be sympathetic to what's getting with Zelensky. I think that's the start, right?
Yeah, let's listen. I'm on NBC News. It's from Wade Harris versus hosted by ABC News. They're still up with yapping idiot. Less than 1%. While we go on, let me see if we can figure it may not get to all of the tips or chats, so if there's a bit, don't give it. Thank you very much for supporting us.
So that Harris criticizes Israel and Netanyahu.
I think define criticism. Like, she will criticize it. She'll say that they caused far too much carnage in Gaza.
Yeah. So the odds are that will be the first criticism. And then the odds that Trump criticizes Ukraine is up next.
I don't like these opaque words. These are sort of subjective criteria. I just like, let me see what's going on here. Trump versus Harris presidential election. Who will win 2024? It's 53 to 52 now. Sex-wise, I'm 50.
Well, I see that market movement live time.
Oh, yeah, no, it's going to be amazing. Gwinnett City, Georgia, registered a fraudulent voter to my address, and now the onus is on me to challenge it in writing. I live in, I'm Latina, and this was another Spanish name they confirmed he has no license. And we got Kamala Harris already. The questions. You saw her CNN interview. That didn't even get her through that CNN interview, so it doesn't even matter. Let me see here. Let's see what that's the whole thing. Okay, if anybody, I've got it on the backdrop. I'm watching it. If anybody sees this go live, I don't pick it up. Some content was to go live. Just trying to cross it. I guess, we've got to react to something that may be oh, this 52 got for Harris. When he started, they go left, move on. Lester Olds, it's a blonde thing. It's a blonde.
I forget what it is.
Okay, I don't know who these
BC News presidential debate.
are these the hosts, Robert?
I believe, yeah, they're the moderators.
Vice President Kamala Harris, President Donald Trump on his comments related to his speech. Untrust strategies for president.
as consequential death for advance of election day now less than 2 months ago. When Vice President Kamala Harris was pledged to oversee President Biden in the race on July 21st.
Are you Giri of Doha? I'm honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer.
Topics or questions have been shared with the campaign. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what we see. 2 minutes for rebuttals.
Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
President Trump won the coin toss, which was to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
I, Nana, 17th in the line of welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yogiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortunes, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
Oh, it's wonderful to have you as part of that.
As you wish, Your Grace.
So let's get started.
For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle-class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people, and that is why I imagine and have actually planned to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax credit to those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given all the time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children.
Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion...
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own gallion's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yogiri and her people strike me as an industrialist, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
And the tariff will be substantial in some cases.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
Because with so much money they can. They will totally destroy.
I agree.
That said,
these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
Inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks some countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before. Probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, 80%.
The law is the law. Lord Lolorito.
It's a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for everybody.
Tell me,
On top
are
of
you
that,
blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the calamity and Alamigan refugees.
Jobs that are occupied right now by
they live hand to mouth,
subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think.
They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear on the same old tired playbook a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed...
Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied. Yes, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
President Trump will give you a minute to control.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone else.
Some say the chairman of the East Altamont Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a like I did before.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred dominions Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse.
We handed them over.
I move that an exception be made.
The economy, and when the stock market was higher than it was before the
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding the number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves.
Military, they give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did.
What were your words that
day? The only jobs they got were bounce-back jobs. These were jobs.
Yes, the law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo.
So, Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite
Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Because he is more interested in defending himself
Mind your tongue,
than for you.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than gil.
People want to be able to go and work, creating jobs and create
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future.
Like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that he just, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. The proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to happen, who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration.
Urda's greatest asset is and has ever been her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Taleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage has fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Generate new ideas and turn experiments into reality. AWS is the easiest way to get up and running. So you can quickly build and scale generative AI with security built in. With generative AI on AWS, businesses can push the boundaries of innovation.
Legacy. Build something worth having. So we can try and take it.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
Paramount Plus.
So that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers.
That bastard has not forsaken the eastern trade route. Little Amigo would now be thriving.
Thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID.
That you should have travelled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
First of all, they bought the chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity.
We'll talk about immigration later. Well,
the monetarists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all.
Destroyed our country.
But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
They have to hate our country for their trouble.
In terms of the issue of abortion, presidential Last month, he said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And he said, quote, I really voted that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, we were supporters and said we vote to support the 6-week bill. Vice President Harris says that we really shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
So the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born. Is okay. And that's not okay with me. Hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote is somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote is somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to give you this time. Well, I said you're going to come to lives, and that's not actually a certified fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump was hand-selected through the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he would sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in this project 2025, there would be a national abortion monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government. Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto the national abortion ban?
Well, because again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's pissed off. You know what it reminded me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. He went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because you're running me, J.D. Vance has said that he wouldn't veto it if it did come to that.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you the time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state and on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot in red and blue states votes, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President, I have to respond. Another line. It's another line. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month? Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask that?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because under Roe v. Wade, you have to do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month, and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia.
The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
Or to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed some new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job.
3.5 years later.
Allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country.
3.5 years later.
That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I'd like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the board.
First, I would respond to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's busing them in and paying them to be there. And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We're the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here, you bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Let me just say here, this is the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager. I'm not taking this from the people on television. He said that dog was eaten by
the people that went there. These are smart.
Again, Springfield City Manager says there's no evidence of that. But you respond to the referendum.
We're talking about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually had the endorsement of 200 Republicans who had formally worked with President Mitt Romney and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney, Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump will give you a quick minute to respond.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, which nobody else can do. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what we wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say things get out of control. You have no problem using the U.S. military. You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world. Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country.
They were defrauding statements, but they didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big
His appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear.
Let's be clear.
Where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with the same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And we saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. And those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ from a U.S. citizen. You can vote for here. And even here, using it. Every one of those cases, they said, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand that this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people to stop him.
Thank you. Lindsay.
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy. Or the fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of these, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hard-working mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase
3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And Lee Collins, the true measure of the leader, is the leader who she understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. You don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? Well, she went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal psycho bitch. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, it's all important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. They took what they took over, they started doing it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, then go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert oil. Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, as we all know, is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of the president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I asked, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What are those people? What are the prosecuted? What are these people from countries all over, not just South America? And from all
over the world, David. All over the world. And drivers down all over the world participate. But let me tell you this, David, one of those people are going to be prosecuted. One of the people that burned down Minneapolis is going to be prosecuted. Or in Seattle, the ones in Seattle that took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. One of those people are going to be prosecuted.
But let me just ask you that, John, you were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward for another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
No. Yes, I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be great. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me, it was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard Corps soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I was responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
This is about you as president, not about former Speaker Colas. Could I do off by President Harris' response here?
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also the full senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand that former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember when it came to Trump, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath. Oh my God. This election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's start, of course, for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jessica, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I asked you that you talked about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these idiots people to come through and be so she's not doing it? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say both leaders today, right now, I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border. Because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you get him out of bed, you wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 months. Come on down to the office and sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, well, yesterday said the border control will phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. Because those people are killing many people. I like 2-6.
Talking to celebration here tonight. I just want to focus on this next issue because it really brings us this into focus truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after he lost the 2020 election, repeatedly falsely claimed that he won, and many times say he won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisper, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short. Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
Acknowledging it, I say it sarcastically, you know that. And we said, oh, we lost by a whisper. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it to our legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes. The most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which is what I got in 2016, you can't beat me. That's the election. People should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these bits of the video. I didn't intend the sarcasm, lost by a whisper, he didn't quite make it. And we should point out here as verification, and you know this, you are now in 60 cases for the many judges that you know.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics. But you know what? That doesn't matter. Because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline. And they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the President there tonight. He said he was sick and lost by Mr. President still believes he cannot be discrimination. He can say it's tell people hard to have on yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's about the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks ago. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us, we won't let him suppress you. But along the lines, that would really try to be heard.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom work with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have even the candidate to right the temper or the ability to not be confused about things. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond to this.
Let me just say about one of the things. Victor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him strong man. He's a tough person. He's smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea right away. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban
said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but with this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if you weren't in that debate, he'd be running on Senate Birch. He got no votes. He got 14 million votes when he did. You're talking about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I give you a secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand what I'm okay with it because your time is up. We did very well.
Right now, it's Israel Hamas war and hostages are still being held in mountains in Monday. Vice President Harris in December said, quote, Israel has the right to defend itself, but added, quote, it matters how. Saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago, now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead, nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how it got here. On October 7th, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so, absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Some children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so it's important to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a 2-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel and an equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a 2-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you ended up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there. She was in a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel. And that's absolutely not true. I have my entire career in life supported Israel and Israel. He's trying to identify and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators and wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known that he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favor. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on special matters, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military. Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week. Said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. Because what he's gotten away with is absolute incorrect. What happens with me? The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just asked one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the biggest deal that Russians ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world, going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, has paid a lot of money to win a lot of issues today.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back at home.
So, my Twitter is hearing the live guy, Robert. People say they can't hear you when you talk, and I think there's a bit of a overlap between the audio. This is a freaking joke. First of all, the abortion issue. I shared the video on Twitter, and it's now been retweeted 600 times. But it was Virginia, right? This is not Norfolk?
That sounds right. I mean, I seem to Flores mostly like what new ideas does she have? Because if you're annoying,
people are saying she's winning with the low information votes, and I retweeted or things replied. She'll always win with low information votes. How do low information vote?
I don't see her winning with low information votes. Low information votes mean information. I mean, so the fact that low information doesn't mean what they're going to go on is the economy back. There's immigration to the problem. And we have Christopher and Steve Bannon. Under Trump, yes, he's frustrated. But that's just low information voting. That's the basic. That's what that's her hurdle. That's her problem. She needs to overcome that. And in order to do so, you need to have some constructive, specific policy. That you say, hey, if you elect me, this is what I'm going to do. You can come up with some excuses to why you haven't been able to do it yet. But at least have something that can grab on. Okay, if I elect her, I'm going to get this. Instead, it's come back. Or stay back. I mean, that's all I've heard to. I mean, it's we'll regurgitate hoaxes. Well, we'll talk in their banalities. But there's literally nothing specific at all. If she managed, this is what she did in her convention. She got no convention. Well, final favorable meeting.
Well,
it's something tangible that Joe Schmo going home to talk to their spouse and say, oh, you know, if we like her, we're going to get this. There's not a single tangible policy proposal that you connect to their ordinary lives. All you come out with is Trump back. She says Trump back. That's it.
Robert, making as much let's say adoption. Apparently from our local community, they say breaking leaked audio. I'm playing this right now. We're playing this right now. We're going to see what's going on. Change it. Don Jr. I don't know if it's a joke because it's not emergency. Here we go.
Park County Communications.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm sitting here. I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today. And I see a group of Asian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had keys in their hands. They got away. I couldn't make out the first 3 in license plate, but I got the numbers. The last numbers was 9898, and it was a gray Toyota Tacoma they took off on. There was about 4 of them. There was 2 men, 2 women. I couldn't tell the age because I'm in a hurry going to the orientation. Let's be late. What direction did they go? They went up towards the downtown.
Okay, Dan, what path are you on?
Right now, hold on just a second. I'm coming to the intersection of. Give me a second here.
Throughout our history, ordinary people have done extraordinary things. Now it's your turn to reimagine civilization and build something you believe
yourselves your way to celebrate your birthday. Thank you for your beautiful years from all of us as Sleepcatchers.
There you go. And I said, even if the police had received reports, would they freely disclose it? And I argued.
This is why I wanted Trump to bring this up, because it's going to draw attention. It's the most viral potential moment. It causes further research, causes further inquiry on the topic and issue event. So that's why it was great that he brought it up. Did it home. So far, that's the only viral moment I think from the debate. Memorable moment.
Her second or third answer was decent in her delivery.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
That it's in America's best interest to
Aye, our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just
The plot thickens.
How exactly
Has there been any movement in
And I want to
Thanalan?
ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a Efreet with such crystals as they have hoarded.
It's so much worse than the numbers.
Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
We're in for 250 billion or more.
Then we have our
They
explanation.
don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to
Your
getting this thing
explanation
done
for what,
than
pray
we are.
tell?
They're in for 150 billion
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late.
But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try to get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell, but after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is the president? We don't even know if he's a president. And just to clarify here, all of it can't fight like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's in the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done. Negotiate a deal. Because we have to stop all of these human lives from being
God.
destroyed.
They mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear.
But also, as Commander-in-Chief,
Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Raiders. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. It is only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas.
Because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded.
But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how to defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought
Such a
50
disturbance
countries together
in the ether.
to support Ukraine in its
If I did not know
righteous
better, I
defense.
should think this device
And
defective.
because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the
And
Abrams
there is
tanks
the
that we have
explanation.
provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about
it shall begin.
Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so
And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity.
and that we
And with the
understand the
emissary,
importance of the greatest military alliance and what we have done to preserve the ability
Whence
of
comes this
Zelensky and
promise of
Ukrainians
immortality?
to fight for their independence. Otherwise,
We have outstayed our welcome.
with eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known
The
to be a
gift
dictator
and
who would eat you for
knowledge.
lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and now, please, I'll give you a minute here.
Yeah, no, you're very gentle. Putin, if he's sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow, quiet place, he would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about.
Are the
Nobody
two
likes
of
to
you
talk
quite
about it.
well?
But just so you understand, they sent
You-
her to negotiate
you shared that
peace
vision,
before the
did you
war
not?
started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war.
Even before the
Because
Sahagin
everything they
made
said
mention
was
of the
weak
emissary,
and stupid.
I
They
recognized
said the
Elidibus's
wrong
words.
things. That war should have
He
never
is behind
started.
this.
She was the emissary. They
But
sent her
surely
to
it is not
negotiate
within
with
his power to
Zelensky
grant the
and
echo.
Putin. And she did.
My
And the
lady,
war started 3
unless
days
we act
later.
swiftly,
And that's the
Leviathan
kind of
will
talent
rise
we have
again.
with her. She's
The
worse
Admiral
than
has
Biden.
already
In my
requested
opinion,
that
I
we
think he's the
intervene to
worst
prevent
president in the
this.
history of our country.
Failing that,
She goes
we are to
down as
attend
the
to the
worst
primal's
vice president
extermination.
in the history of our country. But let me tell you
She will
something.
have our full
She is a
cooperation.
horrible
Let us make
negotiator.
haste to
They
limb
sent her in to
Zeleminsa.
negotiate as soon as they left. Putin did the invasion.
I mean to play a
President
part in
Trump,
this
thank you.
mission.
You bring up something. You said she went to
Chitauri,
negotiate with Vladimir
pray,
Putin. Vice
take
President
charge
Harris,
in
have
my
you ever
absence.
met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
My lady,
Yet again, I
are
said
you
it
sure
being
this is
straight. You're gonna
wise?
hear a bunch of lies coming from this fella. And that is another one.
Bella.
When I went to meet with President
I
Zelensky,
never
I met with him over 5 times. The reality is, it has been about standing as America always should. as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes.
to look out for our friends and not
The true nature
favor
of the
our
Echo.
enemies because you adore strongmen.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way.
Democracy. In
On the
fact,
condition
it's
that
very
you
much
permit
what
me
is
to
at
accompany
stake
you
here.
as
The
bodyguard.
President of the United States is commander-in-chief.
Your company is
and
ever
the
welcome,
American
Thancred.
people have a right to rely on a president
I take it
who
something ill is
understands
afoot.
the significance of America's role
A primal is about to be loosed
responsibilities
upon Eorzea.
in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand
A
up for
godlike
our
being
principles
whose
and
very
not
existence
sell
is a
them
bane
for the-
upon the land.
benefit
We
of
scions of the
personal
Seventh
flattery.
Dawn are sworn to
You
put an
talked about
end to their
Ukraine and
kind.
Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I wanted to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most
I
amazing
see.
thing I've ever seen.
Know
He
then
got
that I
these
am learned in
countries,
the arts of
28
war.
countries at the time,
In return for
to
the
pay
kindness
up.
you
He
have
said,
shown
I've
my
never
people,
seen. He's the head of
I would
NATO.
lend you my
He
blade.
said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost
It
all
would be
of
most
NATO.
welcome.
We were being ripped
When
off by
contending with a
European
primal,
nations,
one
both
can
on
never
trade
have too
and
many
on
able
NATO.
allies.
I got them to pay up. If I sing one of the safest
If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it.